Chapter 41. Pewter City. Alex left Team Rocket Base early in the morning and made his way to the Viridian Forest. In a dark alley, Alex suddenly heard a scream. He took Gulbit and Scyther out of their pokeballs and said, "Hey, I just heard a scream. We'd better take a detour." Alex is not a hero. He doesn't want to get tangled into unnecessary problems. As he walking by, he saw two youngsters with two Rattata beating up a man. Alex recognized one of the youngsters. He was robbed by that asshole many times. Alex looked at the two Pokemon and saw that these Rattata are only LV16. They also had normal potential. He was so mad that he was robbed by such weak trainers. These criminals were weaker than new Team Rocket members. But he had to admit that it made sense. Only weak trainers would steal from normal people, since the risk is too high and the reward is ridiculously small. If you are caught by the police, then your life is over. Although it was a different case for Alex since he is unofficial member, police won't do any investigation. But if you are still caught red-handed, then police would still catch you. So the risk is still there. Alex said coldly, "Gulbit, Scyther, surround these two trainers and quickly defeat their Rattata." Gulbit and Scyther saw that Alex was very angry, and quickly flew in the direction of the two Rattata. The two teenagers saw a Gulbit and a Scyther flying in their direction and started running away. Of course, they are much slower than Alex's Pokemon and were quickly surrounded. Both trainers wanted to ask what was going on when they saw both their Pokemon being attacked by Gulbit and Scyther. Both Rattata didn't even last for 30 seconds. Alex walked slowly in the direction of the encircled people and said coldly, "Do you remember me?" A boy named Peter said, It's you. Aren't you bank account number 13? Why are you suddenly so strong?" Alex said coldly, "Bank account number 13? So that's what you call me." Alex laughed coldly and said, "I didn't want to kill you, but I've changed my mind now." Peter saw that he had said something very stupid and said, crying, Please don't kill me. I'll do whatever you say, please." Alex looked at the beaten man who was lying on the floor. There was a lot of blood on the floor. Alex checked whether the man still had a pulse and noticed that this man is very likely dead. Alex said seriously, "That makes it easier for me. Gulbit, Scyther, knock these two people out." The two people continued to plead for mercy but were quickly knocked unconscious by Alex's Pokemon. Alex thought, "Okay, Alex. You have two murderers in front of you. You have to kill them. It's now or never. But can I kill these two people? Fuck. This is so sick. Okay, stay calm. I have to do it now anyway. I don't want to deal with the revenge by the boss of these two idiots. Fuck, I don't want to do this anymore. I need to clear my mind first. Okay, stay calm and stop thinking about it." Alex took a knife out of his pocket. He had bought it for self-defense. He took this sharp knife in his trembling hands and held it tightly. Then he knelt from the man lying down and positioned himself so that he could easily hit the man. Alex didn't know the best spot for a quicker death, and he thought the neck was a good option. He was afraid if he hit the head that he might not be able to do it properly with these trembling hands since the head is the strongest part of the human body. Alex took a deep breath and swung his knife the man's neck with full force. He thought of nothing while stabbing him. The knife hit the neck and stuck in the middle of the neck. Alex couldn't cut through the spine. Alex quickly pulled out the knife and a lot of blood spurted out of the wound. Blood sprayed on his clothes and his head. The man suddenly woke up. Alex was immediately shocked and frightened. He ran back a few steps. Alex thought that man would scream in pain, but the man couldn't say anything. He tried to put his hands on his throat and tried to stop the blood, but it was useless. Peter made a soft noise. It sounded like he was screaming in deep water. Alex stopped and didn't dare to go a step further. He hoped the man would bleed to death soon. He didn't know how much time was spent, but the man became quieter and quieter. Alex suddenly heard nothing more and was relieved. To Alex, it felt like he was waiting here for hours. Alex looked at the body and immediately vomited. He was completely messed up. Scyther and Gulbit noticed that Alex couldn't do it alone and went to him. Gulbit looked at the other man and quickly used wing attack on his head. Gulbit parted the man's head cleanly. Scyther went to Alex and gave Alex a strange look. He didn't know why Alex is so sad. Besides, he doesn't know how to cheer Alex up. Gulbit took the three corpses and threw them into the garbage. He uses haze to get all the blood off the floor. Haze can also be used for cleaning. Many rich people have a Pokemon in their villa that keeps the villa clean with haze. Alex looked trembling at what Gulbit was doing and vomited again. He didn't think his first murder would shake him that much. Gulbit and Scyther both looked at Alex and didn't know how to cheer Alex up. Scyther suddenly had an idea. He went to Alex's Pokemon belt and took out the Pokeball of Ralts. Alex didn't get Ralts out because Alex knows that Ralts is a Pokemon that doesn't want to kill Pokemon or people. He doesn't want to let Ralts do something she'd hate. Scyther took Ralts out of her Pokeball and said to Ralts in Pokemon language, "Alex is very sad. Can you cheer him up?" Ralts looked at her father and felt his mixed-up emotions. Ralts immediately ran to Alex and hugged him while crying. Alex looked at the crying little Ralts and gave her a light hug. After 3 minutes, Alex calmed down a bit. He had Golbat remove the blood from his clothes, and he cleaned his face with a towel in his bag. Then he walked slowly towards Viridian Forest. Ralts stayed on Alex's shoulder and looked restlessly at Alex. She was very sad that her father was so sad and conflicted. Chapter 42. Viridian Forest. A young man with a Ralts on his shoulder and 2 Pokemon next to him walked slowly deeper into the forest. Alex had suppressed his thoughts about his first murder. He didn't think about it anymore and focused on something else. He didn't know that Ralts had supported him with her psychic powers. Ralts can slightly affect the emotions of Pokemon and humans. While it can't make Alex happy, it can suppress Alex's conflicted feelings a little. After 10 minutes, Alex had only met weak Pokemon that ran away immediately. Alex looked at the info from these Pokemon and found that they all had normal potential. Suddenly Alex heard Golbat yell. Golbat must have discovered a Pokemon. Alex and his Pokemon slowly walked towards the Pokemon. Alex then saw an Arbok eating a Rattata. Pokemon, Arbok. LV. 25. Type. Poison. Abilities. Intimidate. Gender. Female. Potential, Bronze. Move. Poison Sting, Wrap, Leer, Acid, Bite, Haze, Glare, Poison Jab. Alex said seriously, "Golbat, this fight is yours. Fight as you want. Scyther, you stay here and protect me and Ralts." Golbat was happy that he was allowed to fight first. He flew quietly behind Arbok and used Shadow Ball. Golbat's Shadow Ball is already on the expert rank. It is much stronger than normal Shadow Balls. Arbok suddenly felt that she was in danger and tried to evade it. This wild Arbok had very good instincts, but Arbok was still hit by the Shadow Ball. Arbok saw a Golbat attack her and immediately got mad. She saw that this Golbat was roughly the same LV as she was and still attacked her. In the wild, Pokemon of similar strength don't usually fight each other. There were several reasons. But the most important reason is that after the fight, even the winner is usually seriously injured, and a very injured Pokemon in the wild very rarely survives. Arbok thought that this Golbat was thinking that it could defeat her without injuries and got very angry. Arbok used Glare. Golbat flinched and suddenly felt that he could not move towards Arbok. It feels like an invisible force is pushing him to Arbok. He felt weak. It was the effect of Intimidate and Glare. His attack power was lowered a bit and speed was reduced. He was paralyzed. Although he could still move, there is 25% chance in battle that he won't be able to perform his move. He felt that he was weaker than originally, and that his attack won't be at his peak power, but all of this didn't matter. He flew towards Arbok and used Wing Attack. Arbok was ready to go into close combat too. She used Poison Jab. Alex was looking at the fight and was angry that Golbat is fighting so arrogantly. He could have used Taunt and then used the hit and run tactics to easily defeat Arbok, but he preferred to fight like that. Due to his negligence and arrogance, he was paralyzed. After 3 minutes of clumsy close combat, Arbok was defeated. Golbat stood there arrogantly with a moderately bad injury. Arbok had never received any training and was weaker than Golbat in close combat. Also, her strongest attack is ineffective against Golbat. Golbat was also not very strong in close combat and suffered a lot of damage from Arbok. Alex took out a super potion and healed Arbok, who was badly injured. Then he took a Pokeball and caught Arbok with it. He said coldly to Golbat, "Golbat, did you learn nothing with your fight against Scyther? Why are you fighting so foolishly?" Alex explained to Golbat for 5 minutes how badly he had fought. He also said that if he fought stupidly again, he would be punished. Golbat was a bit confused. He thought he would be praised by his trainer for winning, but he was scolded instead. Although he was a bit angry, he understood what Alex meant. He was a bit stupid in the fight right now. Alex quietly took a super potion and healed Golbat. Even though he was mad at Golbat, Alex still healed him. A family is a family after all. Golbat was confused and happy that Alex was still healing him. He understood Alex a little better now. Although he yelled at him, it was for his betterment. Scyther watched with glee as Golbat was being yelled at and said, "Haha, how can you get hurt by such a weak Pokemon?" Golbat said coldly, "Shut up. I just wanted to try out how you fight, and I have to say that only fools fight like that. Alex noticed that both Scyther and Galbot were trash-talking again and ignored it. He won't do anything as long as they don't cross the line. After Galbot is fit again, they went further into the forest. Alex and his Pokemon went on for 30 minutes until Galbot discovered another Pokemon. Many Caterpies and Weedles were spread out on a tree. Almost all of them had normal potential. But 3 Caterpie and 2 Weedle were bronze. There was also a silver Caterpie. Pokemon. Caterpie. LV 5. Type Bug. Abilities. Shield Dust. Gender. Female. Potential. Silver. Moves. String Shot. Tackle. Alex thought, Caterpie? Do I want a Caterpie as a Pokemon? Not really. Although it's not weak, it's not very strong either. I don't have that much money to catch a Pokemon that I don't need. I should rather sell it. If a normal trainer heard Alex's thoughts, he would be senseless. For a normal strong trainer, a silver Pokemon is almost always a trump card. Even elite trainers usually only have 1 or 2 silver Pokemon on their team. Alex said, Ralts, are you ready for your first fight? Ralts gave Alex a serious look and nodded. Alex went to the Caterpie and said, Caterpie, can you fight my Ralts? If you win, I will give you this excellent bug-type food. But if I win, I can catch you. Caterpie is usually a peaceful Pokemon. Alex doesn't want to force it into a fight and then catch it without permission. Although this bet is unfair for Caterpie, Caterpie can still choose her fate. Caterpie saw the excellent bug-type food and nodded to Alex. She thought that she would easily win against that Ralts that seemed like it had never fought before. Alex said, Okay Ralts, get ready. It starts in 3, 2, 1, go. Ralts was lightly trained by Alex for 10 days and knew how to fight properly. It immediately used confusion to hurt the Caterpie. Caterpie couldn't evade and was hit. It then used Tackle as counterattack. Ralts tried to evade it but was still hit by it. Ralts, who felt pain for the first time, wanted to cry. But as soon as she felt the feelings of her father, she pulled herself together again. Ralts sensed pride, fear, excitement and affection from Alex. Alex saw that Ralts wanted to fight the pain and was very proud of Ralts. He said, Ralts, use Disable and then use Confusion as often as you can. Ralts used Disable. Thus Caterpie couldn't use Tackle for the next few turns. Caterpie could only use String Shot now. But since it is only at beginner rank, it can only hold her in one place. Caterpie didn't have enough strength to do anything else to Ralts. So Ralts kept on using Confusion on Caterpie, which resulted in an easy win. Chapter 43. Caterpie, who was defeated, was healed and captured by Alex. Alex said happily, Ralts, that was perfect. You fought wonderfully. I'm so proud of you. Scyther and Galbot complimented Ralts too. Ralts blushed from all the compliments she got from Alex and other Pokemon. After 15 minutes, Ralts had fought 2 other Caterpie, bronze, and was exhausted. Ralts defeated these 2 Caterpies without being hurt. Since after the first battle she started using Double Team to deal with String Shot, the battle became easier. Also, after these 3 battles, Ralts's level increased very quickly. Pokemon. Ralts. LV. 7. Type. Psychic/Fairy. Abilities. Telepathy. Gender. Female. Potential. Silver. Move. Growl. Confusion. Double Team. Innate Talent. Disable. Ralts leveled a whopping 3 LV after these 3 battles. This shows how quickly a Pokemon levels up at the beginning. Alex and his Pokemon went ahead. After 30 minutes, Galbot spotted 4 Pokemon nearby. Alex and his Pokemon went in the direction of these 4 Pokemon. They saw that there were 4 Pinsir. 3 of them had only normal potential and were only between LV 18 LV 20. But their leader was different. Pokemon. Pinsir. LV. 26. Type Bug. Abilities. Hyper Cutter. Gender. Male. Potential. Bronze. Moves. Focus Energy. Vice Grip. Bind. Seismic Toss. Harden. Brick Break. X-Scissor. Submission. Alex saw that these Pinsir hadn't spotted him and his Pokemon and said quietly, Scyther, you fight against the leader. Galbot, you take over the 3 other Pinsir. Scyther, use Focus Energy and Agility before the fight. Galbot was dissatisfied but said nothing. Alex saw this and said, Who fought the last strong Pokemon? Galbot looked at Alex and said, Okay, you're right. Stop looking at me like I'm stupid. Scyther said, Haha, the look is not unfounded. Number 2. Galbit got mad and said, "Junior, you dare. You are courting death." Scyther said, "That still doesn't change the fact that you lost and became the number two. Before Galbit goes into his cultivator mode again, Alex said coldly, "Shut up both of you. We're not at home right now." Both noticed that Alex was pissed off and stopped bickering. Galbit and Scyther flew towards the 4-pincer. Scyther, having used agility, was much faster than Galbit. Scyther was flying at a tremendous speed in the direction of the leader. The bronze pincer was shocked by this fast Scyther and was hit in the head by Scyther's wing attack. It was a critical hit. The bronze pincer flew 5 meters after this attack. He was badly injured due to that heavy hit. Pincer had lost around 30% to 40% HP in that one hit. Galbit arrived after a second and attacked the 3-pincer with sludge bomb and wing attack. The 3-pincer tried to surround Galbit, but were not quick enough to do so and were caught by Galbit. Scyther and the bronze pincer fought in close combat. The bronze pincer had no chance in close combat. Scyther was a monster with focus, energy, and agility. He was ridiculously quick and could effortlessly attack Pincer's weak spots. After only 40 seconds, an unconscious Pincer was on the floor. Scyther only had a few scratches on his body. Galbit had almost ended his fight too. He had already defeated 2 Pincer and had seriously injured another Pincer. Scyther saw that Galbit had no problems and said, "Haha, you have an easier fight and still need a longer time. Aren't you ashamed?" Galbit was just defeating injured Pincer with a wing attack when he heard this. He said coldly, "I have 3 opponents while you had only 1. Why are you so proud that I need longer? Shouldn't you be the one ashamed?" Alex saw that both of his Pokemon were no longer taking this fight seriously and said loudly, "You both shut up. Finish this fight before you say any shit. Stop underestimating your opponents." Alex knew they'd already won this fight, but he doesn't want his Pokemon bad habits to develop. He still remembers his defeat against Maria well. Alex never wants to lose again. He hates to lose. Scyther and Galbit stopped talking and finished the fight. They noticed that they were becoming arrogant and corrected themselves. After 30 seconds, the fight was over. Galbit and Scyther had taken little harm. Alex healed the bronze pincer and caught it. Alex and his Pokemon rested 30 minutes after this fight. Then they went ahead. After 12 hours of fighting and resting, Alex caught a lot of valuable Pokemon. Alex and his Pokemon fought many Pokemon along the way. Many were defeated without being injured. 7 normal Pincer, 15 LV, 20 LV. 2 bronze Pincer, 23 LV and 25 LV. 10 normal Kakuna, 7 LV, 11 LV. 1 bronze Kakuna, 8 LV. 4 normal Metapod, 7 LV, 9 LV. 1 bronze Metapod, 9 LV. 18 normal Beedrill, 13 LV, 19 LV. 3 bronze Beedrill, 17 LV, 25 LV. 1 normal Raticate, 22 LV. 1 bronze Fiero, 25 LV. Alex had caught a total of 8 bronze Pokemon. 2 bronze Pincer, 1 bronze Kakuna, 1 bronze Metapod, 3 bronze Beedrill, and 1 bronze Fiero. The main reason he didn't want to catch anymore because he doesn't want to waste Super Potion. After all this fighting, Alex's Pokemon have quickly grown stronger. Pokemon, Golbat. LV, 28. Type, Poison/Flying. Abilities, Inner Focus. Gender, Male. Potential, Silver. Moves, Absorb, Ultrasonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack, Confuse Ray, Swift, Haze. Innate Talent, Shadow Ball E, TM, Protect, TM, Toxic, TM, Sludge Bomb, TM, Facade, TM, Taunt. Pokemon, Scyther. LV, 26. Type, Bug/Flying. Abilities, Technician. Gender, Male. Potential, Silver. Moves, Leer, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Double Team, Feint, Fury Cutter, Wing Attack, Agility, Slash, Roost. Innate Talent, Protect, TM. Pokemon, Ralts. LV, 12. Type, Psychic/Fairy. Abilities, Telepathy. Gender, Female. Potential, Silver. Move, Growl, Confusion, Double Team, Teleport, Disarming Voice. Innate Talent, Disable. Author's Thought. In addition, I have now tagged moves that have reached expert rank with an AE, so that it is easier to see which moves have reached which rank. Pokemon's moves mastery can be divided into 3 levels: Beginner, Expert, and Master. Beginner. No mocking. Expert. E. Master. M. Chapter 44. Ralts gets strong faster than the other Pokemon because her level is low. It's easy to get Pokemon up to LV20 quickly. After LV20, leveling up becomes slower and slower. Alex looked at Ralts's moves and thought, nice. Ralts can now use Teleport. With this move, I can escape any strong, non-psychic type Pokemon. As long as Ralts trains this move, she can use it within a few seconds. After reaching expert rank, it will be instantaneous. As long as no strong psychic type Pokemon prevents this move, I can always run away when I want. Alex suddenly found that a strange force tried to penetrate his head. He looked at Ralts and asked, "Are you the one doing it?" Ralts thought Alex was getting mad and bowed her head. Alex saw this and laughed. He said, "No, it's not a problem. I just wanted to know if you are the one doing this or it was another psychic Pokemon. I have no problem with it as long as you do it. I trust you." Ralts got happy and started using telepathy again. Hidden ability telepathy is a strange ability. As long as the user has enough psychic power, it can communicate with other Pokemon or people via telepathy. Ralts noticed that he now has enough psychic powers to talk to Alex and tried it immediately. But as long as Alex doesn't allow it, Ralts has no chance to communicate with Alex. Alex suddenly heard, "Hello, Father," and thought, "Can you hear me?" Ralts said over telepathy, "Yes, Father." Alex spoke in his mind, "Ralts, is it difficult to maintain this ability?" Ralts said over telepathy, "No, Dad. It is quite easy. Especially if you don't try to obstruct it." Alex thought, "This is great, Ralts. I'm glad that we can talk to each other so directly now." Ralts looked happily at Alex and said, "Yes, I am also happy that I can talk to my father." After Ralts said that, she suddenly became sad. Alex noticed that Ralts suddenly got sad and asked, "What's wrong, Ralts?" Ralts looked nervously at Alex and asked, "Father, where is Mother?" Alex was hit by lightning and didn't say anything for a few seconds. Ralts saw that Alex said nothing and started to cry. Alex saw this and quickly walked over to Ralts and hugged her. He said thoughtfully, "Ralts, your mother is in a faraway place. She entrusted you to me and went to this distant place. Ralts, I will always be your father and take care of you. So please don't cry." Ralts noticed that her father was getting very sad and suppressed her wish of asking further questions. After 5 minutes, Ralts calmed down. After that, Alex and his Pokemon went ahead on their path. It was already evening, and Alex had to find suitable accommodation. After 10 minutes, Alex heard Golbat's warning. Golbat had discovered a human being. Alex met another person for the first time in this forest. He is relatively deep in the woods, so it is hard to meet other people. But Alex knew that a person who can survive so deep in the woods is at least as strong as him, maybe a bit weaker. As soon as Alex wanted to go in a different direction to avoid this person, Golbat warned that this person would quickly come here. Alex said, "Scyther, Golbat, get ready to fight. Ralts, get ready to use teleport in case of an emergency." After 20 seconds, Alex saw a young girl around 17 years old flying in his direction on a Pidgeot. Pokemon. Pidgeot. LV. 37. Type. Normal/flying. Abilities. Keen Eye. Gender. Female. Potential. Silver. Moves, Tackle, Sand Attack, Gust, Mirror Move, Quick Attack, Wing Attack, Roost, Whirlwind, Agility, Innate Talent, Fly, TM, Protect, TM, Hyper Beam, TM, Reflect, TM, Facade. This girl had expensive jewelry and clothes on her body. She had brown hair, green eyes, and was in good shape for her age. She looked arrogantly at Alex. Alex thought, "Are there only good-looking people in this world? Although I have seen ugly people, there are many more good-looking people than ugly ones. Why am I thinking about something unnecessary right now? I should first concentrate on this situation. It looks like this girl is rich and arrogant." The rich girl said arrogantly, An unofficial member? Hey, what are you doing here?" Alex thought, "Fucking be *TCH, just because you're lucky to be born with a golden spoon doesn't mean you can look down on me. Wait until I'm stronger. Then we'll see if your arrogance is justified. But I should stay calm now. I can't provoke such a person yet." Alex said calmly, "I train here. If you have nothing to say, I'll go now." The rich girl got angrily, "Hey, you can't disrespect me. I'm Nina Brown, and I come from the Brown family. You should show me some respect." Alex knows the Brown family. It operates the Museum of Marmoria City. a reasonably wealthy and respected family in Marmoria City. This family has many influential friends in the Alliance and a rich daily income. Alex knew that he couldn't insult Nina Brown without fearing for his life every day. Alex is an unofficial member. When he disappears into this forest, people won't ask questions. As long as Nina Brown is not stupid enough to kill him in front of a police station, no one will investigate his murder. He said calmly without getting angry. "Ah, Miss Brown. Of course, I heard the name of your family. I merely didn't know that you came from Brown Family. I'm sorry if I offended you." Alex thought something completely different. Fucking be asterisk TCH. Wait until I get stronger. I'll show you how useful your Brown family is against the absolute strength. Chapter 45. Nina Brown said, You finally recognize your place. I don't want to waste my time with you anymore. Get out of here. Alex thought, fucking be asterisk TCH. This stupid, narcissistic, arrogant be asterisk TCH makes me so mad. How can such a person survive in this world for more than 5 minutes? As soon as she offends the wrong person, she's finished. Alex, calm down. Ignore her. You can pay her back 10 times more next time. Alex calmly said, Yes, Miss Brown. Nina Brown looked at how Alex was leaving and saw a Ralt sitting on Alex's shoulder. Psychic-type Pokemon are relatively rare, especially Psychic/Fairy-type Pokemon like Ralts. Nina wanted to have a Ralts as a Pokemon for a long time but had to find out that Ralts is a Pokemon, which is selectively rare. Nina's father had been looking for a suitable Ralt for a whole month. He only found Ralts with B talent. That was unacceptable as a gift for the spoiled Nina Brown. She wanted to have an A talent Ralts as her new Pokemon. She saw the Ralts on Alex's shoulder and immediately fell in love with this cute Pokemon. Right now, she didn't care if this Ralts had a bad talent. She just had to have it. Nina said out loud, Wait. I want that Ralts on your shoulder. Sell it to me. Alex and his Pokemon got exceedingly pissed off. For Alex, Golbat, Scyther, Ralts are like a family members. Do you sell your family member like a slave to a stranger? That crossed the line of control for Alex. Alex has no problem getting insulted by a stupid person, but treating his family member like a thing to be sold like a toy is going too far. He said coldly, No, I'm not selling my family member. And for you to even ask such a thing is so disgusting. Do you see Pokemon as toys? Are you that stupid? Fucking be asterisk TCH. Nina was shocked that this third-class trainer would say something like that to her. She thought that he would at least politely decline like all other trainers. But he outright insulted her and showed her a cold face. Nina realizes that she was offended by a worm and said angrily, How dare you to talk to me like that? Apologize to me immediately, or I will show you the power of the Brown family. Alex thought, Ralts, get ready to teleport us away. Wait for my signal. Alex said coldly, What are you going to do if I don't apologize? Attack me with your Pokemon? Let me tell you right now. If you try to attack me, only one of us will get out of this forest alive. Nina's back turned cold. For the first time in her life, she felt fear for her life. She didn't know what to answer. She doesn't want to bet her life for such nonsense, but she doesn't want to lose her pride either. She was entirely confused and didn't know what to say. Alex saw this and thought, a coward but not an idiot at least. He slowly went on with his Pokemon. Alex knew that Nina was too scared to attack him so that he can go leisurely. Not to mention, he knew that she was more powerful than him due to his powers, but she didn't. And there was no need to tell her. And if he teleports right now, she will know that he can't deal with her. So he must walk confidently right now. Otherwise, the situation will get more troublesome. Nina saw Alex walking away and got angry. But she didn't dare attack Alex. She thought, Son of a B asterisk TCH. Wait till I tell my father about it. Then we'll see if you're still arrogant. Alex thought, Fuck. Why did I insult a powerful person before I'm strong enough? How can I do something so stupid? I'm fooked. But it had to say that. How dare she ask me to sell Ralts? Sigh, I should calm down first. Okay, let's think properly. She is probably scared enough not to tell anyone. No, such an arrogant person will surely try to get back at me. Fuck, I don't want to kill her, not to mention I can't even I wanted to. That would complicate the whole thing unnecessarily. Even if I can somehow manage to kill her, it doesn't mean that I'm safe from the vengeance of the Brown family. It's better to keep things small and not increase hate. So what am I going to do now? Hide? I can buy Ditto and pull it over my head. Ditto is a Pokemon that can turn you into almost anything it has seen. Although it is not very strong, it can still be useful for a trainer. I can have different faces and don't have to be afraid of the Brown family. I also have a few good training ideas to make Ditto stronger. Okay, I'll get a Ditto as the next Pokemon. But Ditto is a Pokemon that is hard to find. It's not super rare but still quite rare. It often costs a considerable amount to buy a Ditto. I will need money for that. Again, I need more money. I should leave this place quickly, just in case if Nina sends people to this area. The forest is enormous. I can walk in one direction for half a day and still not leave the forest. As long as I do not stay in this area, Nina cannot find me even if she is looking for me. And now that Ralts has learned teleport, it will be easier to run away. Ralts saw her father having problems with her and said sadly, "Father, is that my fault?" Alex stopped thinking and said with a smile, "Of course not. You're just such a cute Pokemon that every trainer wants to have you as their Pokemon." Golbat saw this and said quietly, Ralts, you didn't do anything wrong. That stupid B***TCH was really mean, Ralts. Scyther said earnestly, "Yeah, Ralts. He's right for the first time in his life. That B***TCH was truly mean." Ralts looked at Golbat and Scyther and said to Alex, "Father, what's a B***TCH? Alex suddenly got angry and said, "Golbat, Scyther, shut up. What do you two idiots are teaching Ralts? Shut up, you idiots. Ralts, forget this word. You are not allowed to use that word. Okay?" Ralts said sadly, "Why can't I use the word but everyone else can use it?" Alex got confused and said, "Everyone else? You mean Golbat and Scyther?" Ralts said, "No, father. Didn't you say B***TCH first? Why can't I say it?" Alex remembered what he had said to Nina and fell silent. Golbat and Scyther laughed softly in the background. Chapter 46. After meeting Nina, Alex had walked in the same direction for 1 hour and on a different path for 2 more hours. After 3 hours, it got dark. So Alex had to find a safe place to sleep. He chose one big tree for that. He put his tent under the tree and let Golbat sleep on the tree, in case a Pokemon wants to attack Alex in the middle of the night. The next day early morning, Alex was sitting with his 3 Pokemon and having breakfast with them under the shade of this tree. Ralts was happily chatting with Golbat and Scyther over breakfast. She is the only member of Alex's family that is friendly and nice. That is why she is so popular. Golbat, Scyther, and Alex are very fond of Ralts. Alex thought about leaving the forest to escape the chase of Nina, but he decided against it. He doesn't want to run away from something unlikely to happen. Nina is arrogant but not stupid. Why hire several elite trainers for several days to hunt down a trainer just because he slightly offended you? That would be shameful for her too. The fact itself that she needed the help of elite trainers for one unofficial member would show how incompetent she is. Apart from that, Alex doesn't believe that Nina dares to chase him herself. He made it clear that he would seek revenge if she tries to attack him. That shows Alex's madness. Like a crazy dog, he would bite anyone who tries to harm him. So most likely, she will go to her family to complain, and let them handle him. So for now, he has lots of time to hide. Golbat suddenly shouted at breakfast. He warned Alex that a large Pokemon is about to come in this direction. Alex took Ralts and walked behind Scyther and Golbat so that he and Ralts are not easy targets. After only 5 seconds, Alex saw a large Ursaring walking in his direction. Pokemon. Ursaring. LV. 36. Type. Normal. Abilities. Guts. Gender. Male. Potential. Bronze. Moves. Leer, Scratch, Lick, Fury Swipes, Fake Tears, Feint Attack, Rest, /E. Alex was shocked by a Pokemon that is LV36 only had bronze potential. That shows how old this Pokemon is. It must have taken a long time to reach that level. This Ursaring must be the ruler of this area. He moved slowly with an arrogant expression on his face. He looked at Alex and his Pokemon. He has probably not met any opponents for a long time that could harm him. He was looking at Alex and his Pokemon like food. Golbat, Scyther, and Alex got mad that this Ursaring is so arrogant. Although this Ursaring is powerful, he is not so strong that he can defeat Alex and his Pokemon alone. Alex looked coldly at Ursaring and said, "Get away from here. You can't defeat us alone." He wasn't 100% sure that he could defeat this Ursaring with Scyther and Golbat. He would rate the chance at 85%. He thinks that winning this fight isn't worth the risk. A bronze Pokemon doesn't make a big difference. Although Ursaring is LV36, the price does not increase significantly. Only Pokemon from LV40 are worth much more. As soon as a Pokemon reaches the elite rank, it becomes significantly more powerful than before. For example, one Ursaring that reaches LV40 can defeat two Ursarings that are LV39. That shows the LV40 is a very significant level for the strength of Pokemon. As far as Alex knows, LV40, 60, and LV80 are important LV benchmark that makes a Pokemon strong. Although he doesn't know how strong a Pokemon is at LV60 compared to a Pokemon at LV59, he thinks it is a similar increase as at LV40. Ursaring ignored Alex's warning and ran in the direction of Alex and his Pokemon. Alex said aloud, "Golbat use Confuse Ray and then use Sludge Bomb. Scyther uses agility and focus energy before you help Golbat." After saying that, he got away from the fight with Ralts. Alex wants to keep his distance from the battle to be able to use Ralts's teleport in case of an emergency. And if he is safe, Golbat and Scyther don't have to worry about him or protect him, and can fight without any hindrance. Alex told Ralts via telepathy, "Ralts, use Growl." Ralts heard Alex's thoughts and used Growl to reduce Ursaring's attack strength. Growl is a strange move. It can lower the attack power of another Pokemon with shouting. Of course, it depends on the LV of the Pokemon that uses this move to be really useful. For example, if a Ralts that is LV12 uses Growl against an Ursaring that is LV36, it will hardly reduce the attack power of Ursaring. But if Ralts were also LV36 or maybe even more, it would be a different matter. It would reduce Ursaring's attack force even more. But of course, you cannot use it infinite times. And it reduces the attack power, but there is also a limit to how much you can do it. It will depend on the mastery rank of Growl. The upper limit of the amount the total attack power that can get reduced will depend on the LV difference and the rank of the move. Ursaring noticed that his attacks were a bit weaker, but he ignored it. It barely weakened his attack power. He saw a yellow ball of light fly in his direction and dodged Golbat's Confuse Ray. Then he jumped in the air and used Slash on Golbat. Golbat realized that he could not avoid this attack and used Protect to protect himself. Ursaring's strong Slash move hit Golbat's shield and crushed it in just a second. Ursaring's Slash move's mastery was on expert rank and had ridiculous strength. After his Protect shield got destroyed, Golbat was hit by a weakened Slash and suffered some damage. Alex was surprised that Golbat's Protect couldn't completely block the attack. He had really underestimated this Ursaring attack power. Alex said out loud, "Golbat, quickly use Confuse Ray again." Golbat, who trusted Alex, immediately used Confuse Ray on Ursaring. Ursaring, who had just fallen to the ground, couldn't avoid Golbat's attack and was hit by Golbat's Confuse Ray. Suddenly he saw the world moving around and was confused about what is going on. He could see two Golbat in front of him. Scyther, who thought he had used agility and focus energy for long enough, flew in the direction of Ursaring. He flew with fast speed and used Wing Attack against the confused Ursaring. Ursaring was distracted by Golbat and saw the Scyther ramming into him a little bit too late. Scyther's Wing Attack hit Ursaring with all his might and fling Ursaring 5 meters away. Ursaring got up quickly and shouted angrily. There was only a slight wound on his stomach. Alex thought, "Well, it looks like this will take longer than I initially expected." Chapter 47. Alex saw Ursaring take hardly any harm and said sternly, "Okay. Scyther, Golbat, in this fight, we would have to give everything to win. So listen to me carefully. Scyther, you use Fury Cutter and go into close combat with Ursaring. Aim at his head. Golbat, you use Wing Attack on his right knee. Attack simultaneously with Scyther." After saying that, he whispered to Ralts and said, "Ralts, use Disable as soon as Ursaring uses Slash." Alex developed this tactic for such a difficult opponent. Scyther fights Ursaring in close combat. So the Ursaring can hardly avoid attacks from both sides, and because Scyther aims at his head, Ursaring will automatically protect his head. With this, Ursaring's right knee will suffer serious damage. Of course, Alex doesn't think that with only this, they can defeat Ursaring. It is for limiting Ursaring's mobility. In order to defeat him, restricting his mobility is phase 1 of his plan. Scyther and Golbat understood Alex accurately and attacked Ursaring at the same time. Scyther attacked from the front and Golbat from the side. Ursaring, who had suffered damage after a long time, got mad and used Slash on the incoming Scyther. Scyther was using Fury Cutter and collided with Ursaring's Slash. Ursaring's Slash was a good deal stronger than Scyther's attack, and it sent Scyther flying. Scyther flew back 3 meters and had a minor injury on his right arm, scythe. Shortly after Ursaring's attack, Ursaring's right knee was hit by Golbat's Wing Attack. Golbat did not miss this opportunity to attack. Even though Galbot had hit it unprotected, Ursaring's right knee was only slightly injured. That shows what a high amount of defense this Ursaring has. Ralts immediately used Disable, and Ursaring suddenly felt like a weak force was preventing him from using his strongest move. Ursaring suppressed this feeling in a second and again used Slash against Galbot, who wanted to fly away. Alex was surprised that Ursaring can suppress Ralts's Disable. Disable has 100% accuracy. But after thinking about it, he had to say that it made sense. This is the real world and not a game. Ursaring is more than 3 times the level as Ralts, and his move is on the expert rank. Of course, Ralts cannot suppress Ursaring. Galbot tried to dodge Ursaring's attack but wasn't fast enough to outrun his attack range. 1 second before Galbot was about to be hit, Scyther came in front of Galbot and used Fury Cutter to protect Galbot. Alex saw this and became happy. When they are serious, they're a great team. Scyther's attack got stronger than before, but it still wasn't enough to withstand the whole attack and was sent back flighting. After that hit, Scyther's 2 arms were bleeding profusely. Galbot used the time when Ursaring could not defend himself and attacked Ursaring's right knee again. Ursaring's right knee had another minor injury after this attack. Ursaring realized what the 2 Pokémon were trying to do and tried to protect his knee in this fight. But Galbot and Scyther wouldn't let that happen. As soon as Ursaring wants to protect his knee, he was attacked by Scyther, who would aim his head. After 3 minutes of intense fighting, Galbot and Scyther, who are badly injured, and a Ursaring that can no longer move his right knee, were on the field. Galbot and Scyther have sustained a great deal of harm to damage Ursaring's mobility. Alex was sure that Galbot and Scyther only have around 20-30 HP% left. He is certain that after 2 more hits, they would be defeated by Ursaring. Alex said sincerely, "Good job, Scyther, Galbot. Now step 2. Galbot, use Toxic on this Ursaring quickly. Scyther, you use Focus Energy and Agility, but you keep your distance from Ursaring and do not attack him under any circumstances." Alex's next step is very dangerous. Ursaring's abilities is Guts. As soon as he is poisoned by Galbot, his attack becomes stronger. That was the main reason why Alex wanted to restrict Ursaring's mobility, and why he told Galbot to use Wing Attack and not Sludge Bomb, even though it is his strongest move. Sludge Bomb has the probability of poisoning the opponent. But as long as Ursaring can't hit him and his Pokémon, he doesn't have to worry about Ursaring reinforcing attacks. Galbot used Toxic on the Ursaring, which can barely move, and of course, Galbot hit Ursaring with Toxic. Ursaring noticed what these 2 Pokémon were up to and shouted angrily, "You 2 cowards. Why don't you fight me fair and clean?" Galbot looked arrogantly at Ursaring and said, "Why should I fight an idiot fairly? Just because you can't fight any other way doesn't mean that we must fight you in the same way. We don't need to lower our IQ for you." Scyther said coldly, "The fight wasn't fair? As long as I was on the same level as you, I would have easily beaten you. Don't tell me about fairness." Alex didn't know what this Ursaring was saying, but he doesn't really care what a loser said. Ursaring became desperate that he could no longer harm Galbot and Scyther and used the rest. Alex knew that Ursaring would use this move, and that's why he told Scyther to use Agility and Focus Energy when Ursaring was poisoned. It was not smart of Ursaring to use the rest because he cannot defend himself for 2 to 3 minutes. As long as the move Rest Expert rank reaches it, it can be done within 1.52 minutes. But Alex thinks that even 1 minute is enough for Scyther and Galbot to defeat Ursaring. Especially Scyther with Focus Energy and Fury Cutter will do serious harm to Ursaring. After Ursaring had used Rest, all of his injuries healed him in a second. And even his poison state was healed. After his injuries healed, Ursaring fell asleep. Now, although he is no more poisoned, that doesn't mean he can't get poisoned again. And now Galbot can use Sludge Bomb without any fear. So not only Ursaring was poisoned, again, but the attacks on him became even more intense. Fury Cutter's power keeps on increasing. It can get 4 times the original attack power. Scyther and Galbot cleared the asleep Ursaring in 92 seconds. An unconscious Ursaring lay on the floor. It had many injuries and was bleeding profusely. Alex was surprised that Ursaring had survived so many attacks. Especially since the attack power, DPS, of Scyther is ridiculously strong. He healed Galbot and Ursaring with 2 super potions and used an antidote for Ursaring. Then he caught Ursaring with a Pokeball. Scyther had Roost and didn't need Alex to heal him. Alex knew that Pokeballs can only restrict Pokemon before the elite rank, LV40. Of course, you can also catch an elite Pokemon in a Pokeball, but then this Pokemon can always get out of the Pokeball if it wants. Elite trainers often used Pokeballs for their trusty Pokemon. Chapter 48. Alex and his Pokemon rested under a tree after this fierce battle. Alex suddenly heard how he had received a message from Maria on his Team Rocket Handy device. He had only given his details to two people, Lars and Maria. Maria: "Hey Alex, I have to prepare for the rookie tournament, and I need a strong training partner for sparring matches. I wanted to ask if you have the time." Alex: "I'm currently in the wild and won't come back to the base within 5 days. If you still have time, we can train together after 5 days." Maria: "I can wait. The tournament doesn't start for 20 days. See you in 5 days." Alex: "Bye-bye." After being separated from Maria a bit, Alex was calmer with her than before. He still had feelings for her, but he can keep his emotions more in control and talk with a rational mind. Alex wanted to let the relationship develop naturally and not come across as too aggressive. Alex also wrote a message to Lars and asked him about in general matters. For Alex, Lars is not a real friend, at most an ally. He only wrote to Lars to get some information and to have one more friend in Team Rocket in the future. Although friendship in Team Rocket is not worth much, it is not a bad thing to have many friends in Team Rocket. Lars shared 3 big pieces of information with Alex. 1. The boss, Giovanni, promoted instructor Lisa and, now she is a Team Rocket executive. She is also in charge of the Pewter City Team Rocket base. 2. The reason instructor Lisa got promoted is that she caught a half-blood legendary Pokemon. Lars doesn't know which legendary Pokemon instructor Lisa captured. 3. Lars has heard that Pokemon Gym Leader Brock will fight an Elite Four within a week. The Alliance sends an Elite Four once a year to check whether a gym leader is strong enough to keep his position. And the test of Brock is in a week. Alex was shocked at how much had happened. Especially the news that instructor Lisa caught a half-blood legendary Pokemon surprised him very much. In this world, legendary Pokemon split into 2 groups: half-blood legendary Pokemon and full-blood legendary Pokemon. The difference between these 2 legendary Pokemon groups is enormous. Half-blood legendary Pokemon are much weaker than the full-blood legendary Pokemon, and you can find them at several places in this world. For example, you can find several half-blood Zapdos Pokemon in this world. Furthermore, although they are rare, it is possible to catch a half-blood legendary Pokemon. As proof, Pyramid King Brandon has captured 3 half-blood legendary Pokemon, Regirock, Registeel, Regice. Of course, even half-blood legendary Pokemon are ridiculously rare and are still persecuted and feared by most trainers. Of the full-blood legendary Pokemon, there is only 1 Pokemon per species in this world. There is only 1 full-blood Zapdos, Articuno, Moltres, etc. in this world. But these full-blood legendary Pokemon are ridiculously powerful. Even a weak, full-blood legendary Pokemon, e.g. Zapdos, can destroy an entire small island with one attack, and it would be at least as strong as a Pokemon team, 6 main Pokemon, from the Elite Four. In addition, full-blood legendary Pokemon do not age and stay young forever. In this world, no trainer has ever managed to catch a full-blood legendary Pokemon. They are the reason why the word legendary is in their name. There have been many strong trainers in history who have been killed by full-blood legendary Pokemon for trying to catch them. Full-blood legendary Pokemon are gods in this world, and nobody should provoke them in any circumstances. Alex was hardly surprised that instructor Lisa got promoted. She had enough strength to become a Team Rocket executive, and now that she's made such a distinguished contribution to Team Rocket, it was only a matter of time before she got promoted. Alex's rough assessment of the ranks in Team Rocket. Team Rocket Lackey? Team Rocket member LV 1525. Team Rocket Elite member LV 2535. Team Rocket Captain LV 3039. Team Rocket Elite Captain LV 4049. Team Rocket Executive LV 45? Of course, these level numbers are only average for Team Rocket members and are not always accurate. Some members want to get stronger first and don't care much about their promotion. Such as Alex. Instructor Lisa had an LV 49 Alakazam and was already more than strong enough to be promoted. All she had to do was make an exceptional contribution to Team Rocket to get promoted. Alex also knew that Gym Leader Koga, Lieutenant Surge, Sabrina, Blaine, and 3 beasts Remus, Ernest, and Carmel had at least the same status in Team Rocket as a Team Rocket executive. While Alex isn't sure, it might probably be even higher than a Team Rocket executive. After thinking about the many powerful trainers in Team Rocket, Alex's hunger for strength continues to grow. After 30 minutes, Alex and his Pokemon went further into the forest. Although Alex is not deep in this woods, he is no longer on the edge of the jungle. Alex wants to train his Pokemon in this area to get stronger faster. Although it's relatively dangerous, Alex wasn't scared with Ralts on his shoulder. Ralts can teleport Alex and his Pokemon away in an emergency. After only 15 minutes, Galbit spotted 5 Pokemon that were approaching Alex. 4 Meowth that are between levels 16-22 and have normal potential, and 1 Persian who is the leader of this group. Pokemon. Persian. LV. 33. Type. Normal. Abilities. Technician. Gender. Male. Potential. Bronze. Moves. Fake Out, Growl, Scratch, Bite, Taunt, Payday, Feint, Fury Swipes, Screech, Slash. Alex said, Galbit, use Sludge Bomb to defeat these 4 Meowth. Scyther, you are going to use Fury Cutter on this Persian. After saying that, he whispered to Ralts, get ready to use Teleport in case something unexpected happens. Chapter 49. Bonus Chapter. The Persian leader saw that Alex's Pokemon was attacking him and got angry. In this area, nobody dares to attack him except for that monster Ursaring, who hardly takes any damage from his attacks. Although Persian cannot defeat this monster from an Ursaring, he can always run away as soon as he sees him and does not have to fight for his life. That was one of the reasons why he was never afraid of another Pokemon in this area. Persian used Fake Out and hit Scyther before Scyther could do anything. Scyther was hit and took some damage. The Fake Out made Scyther flinched, due to which he suddenly couldn't move for a second. Persian took this chance and used Fury Swipes to inflict serious harm on Scyther. In the meantime, the 4 Meowths fought against Galbit. Though, you can hardly call it a fight. Galbit dodged almost all attacks in the air and used Sludge Bomb to defeat 1 Meowth after another. The 4 Meowth tried to dodge Galbit's attacks, but they could only try. 1 Meowth was even poisoned due to Galbit's Sludge Bomb. Persian wanted to save his subordinates but was stopped by Scyther using the Fury Cutter. Persian tried to avoid Scyther attacks but couldn't dodge it. Persian was injured and suddenly said in Pokemon language, withdraw. After Persian had said this, he and his 4 Meowth ran away. Alex saw how fast this Persian ran and knew that his Pokemon could not catch this Persian. Although Alex can catch the 4 Meowth, it is not worth it to catch 4 weak Pokemon with normal potential. Scyther and Galbit saw that Alex didn't say anything and knew that Alex didn't want to pursue this Persian. Scyther used Roost to heal his minor injuries, and Galbit calmly stood watching everything around him. After 10 minutes, all Pokemon had enough rest. Alex and his Pokemon went ahead. Alex suddenly smelled a strong aroma of honey in the air and thought, Pokemon honey? Nice. If I'm lucky and find a lot of Pokemon honey, then I'll get rich. I should still be careful not to be attacked by a strong Pokemon protecting this honey. Alex said, Scyther, you move in the front of the group, and Galbit will fly over the group to detect aerial attacks earlier. Ralts, get ready to use Teleport in case something unexpected happens. Scyther and Galbit listened to Alex and moved into their positions. After Alex distributed the tasks, he and his Pokemon moved in the direction of the rich aroma of the Pokemon honey. After just 3 minutes, Galbit warned Alex that there were 5 Pokemon near the concentrated aroma of the honey. Alex and his Pokemon slowly approached the place where the 5 Pokemon are and saw that all 5 Pokemon were Beedrill. These 5 Beedrill were unexpectedly strong. 4 Beedrill were between levels 23-28, and all had bronze potential. Besides, the leader was particularly strong. Pokemon. Beedrill. LV. 31. Type. Bug/Poison. Abilities. Sniper. Gender. Male. Potential. Silver. Moves. Poison Sting, String Shot, Harden, Peck, Twineedle, Rage, Fury Attack, Focus Energy, Poison Jab, Agility, Pin Missile, Outrage, Innate Talent, Drill Run, E. Alex saw these 5 Beedrill approaches a bush that smells like honey and thought, this Beedrill is ridiculously strong. I should catch it. But where is the honey tree? I thought that in this world, only honey trees produce the Pokemon honey. And still, I see that this bush has honey. But how did this bush produce Pokemon honey? That should be impossible. As soon as the 5 Beedrill were only half a meter away from the bush suddenly moved and spread a green powder around the 5 Beedrill. Alex saw this and thought, sleep powder? Wait, is the bush a Pokemon? The 5 Beedrill were also surprised and inhaled too much of the powder and fell asleep. The leader managed to hold out for a few seconds, but he fell asleep anyway. A large victory bell slowly rose from the ground. It grabbed a bronze Beedrill and put it in his mouth. After just 10 seconds of digestion, he ate the next Beedrill. Alex saw a big victory bell emerge from this floor and thought, Foo*K. That was way too close. If this Beedrill hadn't spotted this victory bell before me, it would have been my Pokemon and me in their place. Why didn't I think about the fact that Galbit can't find Pokemon that are underneath the earth? I've almost lost my life for this thoughtlessness. Alex took a good look at the Victory Bell. Pokemon. Victory Bell. LV. 41. Type. Grass/poison. Abilities. Chlorophyll. Gender. Female. Potential. Gold. Moves. Vine Whip. Growth. Wrap. Acid. Sleep Powder E. Poison Powder. Stun Spore. Razor Leaf. Poison Jab. Innate Talent. Solar Beam E. Innate Talent. Mega Drain E. Alex saw how strong this Victory Bell was and thought, gold? Mega Drain, Sleep Powder, and Solar Beam on the expert rank? Level 41? What the F*** UK? Why is this ridiculous strong Pokemon not deeper in the forest? I should calm down first and think about whether I have a chance to catch this Victory Bell? No, I don't think so. This Victory Bell is just too strong for me to catch. Even with good tactics, I would lose the battle 95% of the time and would be eaten by this Pokemon afterward. But, I want this gold Pokemon. It has its 3 strongest moves on the expert rank, Sleep Powder, Mega Drain, Solar Beam, and has ridiculously good potential, gold. But I'm too weak right now to be able to catch this Pokemon. I should come back to this place later, as soon as I am strong enough to defeat and catch it, and hope that this Victory Bell stays in this place. Okay, what about the Silver Beedrill? It's not bad either. It has Sniper ability, Innate Talent, Drill Run on the expert rank, and it has silver potential. Also, his level is relatively high. It's strong enough to become my Pokemon. I can probably save it with Protect and Teleport, but it's not 100% safe to do that. I would only do it if I wanted to catch this Beedrill as my Pokemon. So should I take the risk to catch this Beedrill as my Pokemon? Author's thought. Many thanks for all the comments and Power Stones. Chapter 50. Victory Bell ate the 3rd Beedrill and digested it within a few seconds. Victory Bell grabbed the last bronze Beedrill and put it in his big mouth. Alex saw that he doesn't have much time to think about it and thought, I don't have any more time. This is now or never. It is best to catch it now. Alex said quietly, Golbat, use Confuse Ray when Victory Bell is not careful. Then block Victory Bell's first attack with Protect. Scyther, you fly and collect the Pokeball as soon as I catch Beedrill and come back using Quick Attack. Ralts, use Teleport as soon as I give you the signal you. All 3 Pokemon nodded and waited for Golbat's attack. After just a second, Golbat used Confuse Ray and hit the remote Victory Bell with it. After Golbat hit Victory Bell, Alex threw the Pokeball on top of the sleeping Beedrill and barely hit Beedrill with the Pokeball. Alex saw that he had almost thrown wrong and thought that he should practice throwing more later. Scyther and Golbat flew quickly toward the confused Victory Bell. Victory Bell stopped being confused only after a few seconds and saw these attackers flying in her direction. She looked at these weak Pokemon with contempt and charged Solar Beam. It was the middle of the day and very sunny. In this weather, it doesn't take long to charge a Solar Beam. Especially not a Solar Beam on the expert rank. Scyther flew in front of the Pokeball and used his teeth to pick up the Pokeball. Alex saw this and thought, Wayo! I only now notice that my 2 strongest Pokemon have no hands. Sometimes I really forget the smallest things. Victory Bell finished charging and was using Solar Beam on Scyther, who was near him. Golbat saw this and quickly flew in front of Scyther and used Protect to block this attack. A large yellow beam hit Golbat's shield and shattered it in less than a second. Golbat was hit by Victory Bell's Solar Beam and suffered severe injuries. Half of his body was covered with blood and opening wounds. Alex would estimate that Golbat only had around 30% HP. Alex was shocked at how much damage Golbat had taken. You have to consider that this attack was weakened by Golbat's Protect, and Golbat takes only 1/4 damage from Grass-type moves. And still, Golbat was almost defeated. Alex thought, FCK. This Victory Bell is a monster. If Golbat was hit by a different type of move, he would have been torn to pieces by now. Why is she so much stronger than the Ursaring? The main reason is probably that she has gold potential and that she's on the elite rank. I heard that a Pokemon on LV 39 is much weaker than an identical Pokemon on LV 40. Golbat and Scyther saw how strong this Victory Bell is, and quickly flew in the direction of Alex. Victory Bell was angry that these 2 weak Pokemon tried to steal his food and charged Solar Beam again. After a few seconds, Golbat and Scyther were in front of Alex and waited for the next order. Alex saw everyone was ready and said, Ralts, use Teleport. After Alex had said that, he and his Pokemon disappeared amid a shining light. Victory Bell saw his prey suddenly disappear and scream angrily into the air. Alex and his Pokemon suddenly appear on the tree where Alex and his Pokemon stayed last night. Teleport can only be used if Ralts remembers this place and has already been to this place. Golbat sat down on the floor and said bitterly, I'm really so weak that every elite Pokemon can easily kill me? Fucking Torashit. Ralts looked at Golbat and said cheerfully, Brother Golbat, don't be angry. You've only been training for a few weeks. This Victreebel has been in the wild for years and had enough time to get stronger. I'm sure that after a few months, you will be much stronger than this Victreebel. Golbat looked at Ralts's beaming face and had to suppress his face to not smile. Alex saw Golbat repressing a smile and laughed softly in the background. Scyther recognized that too and made fun of Golbat. Oh. Is number 2 too cool to smile? Although I have to admit it was really cool how you were just beaten up by Victreebel. Golbat looked coldly at Scyther and said, Shut up, you bug. Have you forgotten which idiot I had to save because he got too close to Victreebel? Better be thankful that I saved your life, you clown. Golbat and Scyther started insulting each other again. Ralts saw that her brothers were arguing again and said sadly, Why can't you be nice to each other for one time? Golbat and Scyther both immediately stopped arguing as soon as they heard it. Ralts was happy and said excitedly, I'm so glad you listened to me and stop arguing. By the way, I read in a book that families hug each other after a big fight to feel better. I think we can try that out too. Scyther and Golbat looked at each other and both said, No way. Alex laughed out loud. He hugged Ralts and said with a smile, Ralts, we're not a conventional family. We don't have to hug after every argument to get along. Golbat and Scyther, in particular, are too cool to do that. So if you want to hug someone, you always let me know. Ralts looked at Alex happily and said, Thank you, Dad. You are the best. Scyther and Golbat had the same annoyed expression on their faces. Alex put a super potion out of his TRH device and healed Golbat's injuries. Then he thought about training Beedrill as his Pokemon. After 5 minutes of intense thinking, Alex decided against it. Although Beedrill had good potential and has a good Mega Evolution, it is not the type of Pokemon that Alex wants to train. It can only be trained as an assassin and needs many valuable items to increase their potential. Scyther, Golbat, and Ralts can all still evolve. That makes it easier to increase their potential. Although Alex did not have enough money to buy these valuable items for his Pokemon, he will soon have enough money. The main reason why Alex went to the forest to catch Pokemon is to earn enough money to buy these valuable items for his Pokemon. Chapter 51. 5 days later. In a forest, a young man and his Pokemon are sitting by a fire. That young man was Alex, of course. After 5 intense days of battling in the forest, Alex's Pokemon have become much stronger and more skillful. Pokemon, Golbat. LV, 31. Type, Poison/Flying. Abilities, Inner Focus. Gender, Male. Potential, Silver. Moves, Absorb, Ultrasonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack, Confuse Ray, Swift, Haze, Leech Life, Innate Talent, Shadow Ball E, TM, Protect, TM, Toxic, TM, Sludge Bomb, TM, Facade, TM, Taunt. Pokemon, Scyther. LV, 30. Type, Bug/Flying. Abilities, Technician. Gender, Male. Potential, Silver. Moves, Leer, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Double Team, Feint, Fury Cutter, Wing Attack, Agility, Slash, Razor Wind, Innate Talent, Roost E, TM, Protect. Pokemon, Ralts. LV, 20. Type, Psychic/Fairy. Abilities, Telepathy. Gender, Female. Potential, Silver. Move, Growl, Confusion, Double Team, Teleport, Disarming Voice, Lucky Chant, Magical Leaf, Heal Pulse, Innate Talent, Disable. After these 5 days, a lot has happened due to which Alex's Pokemon has gotten stronger very quickly. Especially Ralts got a lot stronger this time. Ralts has gone up by 8 levels and has learned 3 new attacks. In particular, the move Heal Pulse was very useful for Alex. Usually, when Alex wants to catch a Pokemon, he has to defeat it and then heal it. So it doesn't die or take permanent damage. But because Ralts can now heal other Pokemon too, he was able to save a lot of Super Potion and thus save a lot of money. Although Ralts's healing was much worse than a Super Potion, it was good enough so that the captured Pokemon didn't die or take permanent damage. That saved Alex a lot of future expenses. Scyther and Golbat have leveled up, and each learned a new attack. Although they weren't able to level up as quickly as Ralts, you have to keep in mind that they were on a much higher level than Ralts. After level 30, your leveling up speed gets a lot slower. Alex noticed that after every 10 levels, the leveling pace drops notably. Alex also noticed that although Ralts had reached LV20, it did not evolve in Curlia. He wasn't sad or worried, but he was rather happy about it. Now he can buy valuable psychic-type items and wait for Ralts to evolve, and try to increase her potential. Of course, the probability of success is very low. To increase the potential of a Pokemon, you have to consider a lot of things. 1. The higher the potential of a Pokemon you want to raise, the harder it is to do it successfully. For example, it is much easier to raise a normal Pokemon's potential than a silver Pokemon. 2. Shortly before a Pokemon evolves, the chance of raising a Pokemon potential increases significantly. 3. Valuable items from strong Pokemon can also considerably increase the chances. But the items must match the Pokemon. For example, if Psychic-type or Fairy-type items are given to Ralts, her chances of success would increase significantly. Even if you pay attention to all of these points, the chance of raising a Pokemon's potential is not very high. After 5 days, not only Alex's Pokemon had gotten stronger, but Alex was also able to catch many valuable Pokemon. Editor. Levels are mentioned for only those Pokemon who have above average levels, and are worth more. So even if Caterpie is silver potential, its level is too low to mention in the list. 1 bronze Ursaring, 36 LV. 4 bronze Arbok. 1 silver Caterpie. 6 bronze Caterpie. 7 bronze Pinsir. 3 bronze Kakuna. 5 bronze Metapod. 10 bronze Beedrill. 5 bronze Fiero. 1 silver Beedrill, 31 LV. Sniper. 2 silver Beedrill, 24 and 27 LV. Swarm. Editor. Sniper and Swarm are abilities of Beedrill. 41 bronze Pokemon and 4 silver Pokemon. Alex noticed how rare silver Pokemon are. Although he has a system where he can easily see the potential of each Pokemon, he has only encountered 4 silver Pokemon after 5 days. And of these 4 silver Pokemon, 3 silver Pokemon are from the Pokemon species that have a high birth rate. In the market, such silver Pokemon are worth much less than other silver Pokemon. Of course, the price of a rare silver Pokemon to a silver Beedrill that has a high birth rate wouldn't be comparable. Alex looked at his remaining items after 3 days and was happy that he still had so many items left. Now, 1 Hyper Potion. 5 Pokeball. 3 Antidotes. 14 Excellent Bug-type Food. 14 Tauro's Blood. 2 Moo Moo Milk. 5 Super Potion. 2 Energy Root. 20 Energy Powder. 2 Excellent Psychic-type Food. 5 days ago. 1 Hyper Potion. 50 Pokeball. 10 Antidotes. 20 Excellent Bug-type Food. 20 Tauro's Blood. 5 Moo Moo Milk. 25 Super Potion. 2 Energy Root. 50 Energy Powder. 5 Excellent Psychic-type Food. After Alex and his Pokemon had enough rest, he asked Ralts, "Ralts, do you remember where the entrance to this forest is?" Alex has left various markings on trees and can also leave the forest on foot. But because Alex has Ralts, he wanted to save some time. Ralts looked at her father and said, "Yes, Papa. I know where the entrance to this forest is." Alex got happy and said, "Good job, Ralts. Please take us there." Scyther looked at Golbat and said, "Is it just me, or you also think that he is more polite to her than he has ever been to us?" Golbat looked at Scyther and said sternly, "I noticed that too. He doesn't treat me with enough respect." Scyther got angry. "Can you egotistical bat stop talking about yourself for a minute?" Golbat got angry too. "Shut up, you bug. I'm 100 times more important than you, so it's normal that I only think about myself." Alex's happy moment was interrupted again by these 2 idiots. He wondered if these really 2 were really someone who kill Pokemon on a usual basis, and not 2 kids pretending to be Pokemon. He said out loud, "Foo*K. Can't you 2 behave like adult Pokemon for 2 seconds, or am I asking for too much from you?" Golbat looked at Alex with an unhappy face and said, "The last time we argued was 3 days ago. Do you always have to exaggerate so unnecessarily?" Scyther also said out loud, "Yeah, that stupid bat is right. You pretend we're doing this all day." Alex thought of something and said sternly, "How old are you?" Scyther and Golbat have an average age of 45 and 60 years if they don't die in battle. Of course, it depends on the Pokemon species. Some Pokemon species live for 100 years, and some Pokemon species only live for a few years. Golbat looked confused at Alex and said, "Why are you asking that? I am about 1 year old." Scyther looked at Alex and said, "I think I'm about 1 year old too." Alex knows that Pokemon are considered adults after a few months of their birth and treated like that by other Pokemon. But even if it is like that, Galbot and Scyther are more of teenagers than adults in Alex's mind. Alex thought with a solemn expression. It all makes sense now. Chapter 52.
Team Rocket Base, Pewter City.
In one room, there was a good-looking lady about 25 years old. She had blonde hair and a devilish figure that every man would enjoy. In front of this young woman sat Lars, Brand, and another man named Nils. The young lady says with a seductive smile, "Oh, the boy sold you an A-talent Pokemon? Beedrill is not an easy Pokemon to catch. They always move in groups. And if you're unlucky, you can get a big swarm of Beedrill to chase after you." Brand smiled neutrally and said, "Yes, Executive Lisa." This young man also said that he had defeated the little swarm on his own. Although I can't guarantee whether he was telling the truth or not, my experience tells me that it was the truth. If you are still looking for a subordinate with good potential, he is a good choice. Lars gave Lisa a fascinated smile and said, "Executive Lisa, I've known Alex for a long time. If you want to know more about him, I can tell you everything I know." Lisa looked at Lars, who was tied up by her charm, and said with a smile, "Oh Lars, my darling, you shouldn't speak if I don't allow you to do so. Got it? Or do I have to punish you again?" It was a trick question. Lars will be going against her words if he speaks again without her permission. And if he doesn't say anything in response, she can punish him for not answering her. Although, everything is fine if he nods to her question. But you have to think with your mind to give a proper response. You can know how much other guy thinks with his brains and understands the situations with these little tricks. Lars was fascinated by Lisa's smile and did not even think for a second. He said instantly, "Oh, I'm sorry, Executive Lisa." Lisa's smile grew wider when she realized that he didn't even notice that she was playing with him. She said with a friendly smile, "Brand, Nils, leave me alone with Lars." Brand, who was already very nervous, was happy to escape this sadistic woman. He walked out of the room with an impassive face. In comparison, Nils was not very happy. He looked with eyes full of jealousy in the direction of Lars and left the room with a sad and a bit frustrated face. After Brand and Nils left the room, Nils said with a sad expression, "Why is it always the weak little boy who is allowed to stay?" Brand looked at Nils as if he is an idiot and said, "Are you serious? Or are you a masochist? Otherwise, why do you want to get into a relationship with Executive Lisa? Even if you're a masochist, you know what she did to her last boyfriend, right?" Nils looked at Brand and said with a sour expression, "That son of a bitch deserved it. How dare he cheat on Lisa when he had such a great person like her as a girlfriend?" Brand looked at Nils with contempt and thought, "Do these two idiots even think with their brains for a second? How can you love a crazy, sadistic woman? What is wrong with a normal woman? Do you want to die that early? Or you have nothing left to do in your life?" Pewter City. A young man with dirty and ragged clothes was walking down a street. This young man had a Ralts on his shoulder and a scyther next to him. As this young man walked by, he was watched by passers-by with disdainful looks. He looked like a poor unofficial trainer who didn't even have enough money to buy good clothes for himself. Alex ignored these distant looks and continued walking on the street. For him, it is not important what other people think about him. He followed his TRH, which looks like a regular cell phone, which shows the available entrance. The entrance is not always the same. So he has to look at his TRH device whenever he wants to enter the Team Rocket base. Alex suddenly saw someone he knew. He had never met this person personally, but he had seen him too many times in the anime and games. A young black man who has spiky hair and small eyes. This man had expensive clothes on and two beautiful young ladies in each of his hands. A mighty-looking Kabutops following him and was acting as a bodyguard. Alex immediately realized that this man was the gym leader of Pewter City, Brock. Brock in this Pokemon world seems to have more success with women than his counterpart from the anime. Alex thought, "Fuck. Is that Brock? Why does he have two beautiful girlfriends at once? This Brock seems to be much more popular than the Brock from the anime." But it also makes sense that a gym leader would have no problem with finding beautiful women who want to get into a relationship with him. I wonder how strong his Pokemon are in this world. Pokemon. Kabutops. LV. 52. Type. Rock/water. Abilities. Swift swim. Gender. Male. Potential. Gold. Moves, Scratch, Harden, Leer, Absorb, Rock Throw E, Sand Attack, Rock Slide, Leech Life, Rock Slide, Leech Life, Innate Talent, Seismic Toss E, Innate Talent, Aqua Jet E, Innate Talent, Giga Drain E, Protect, TM, Substitute, TM, Reflect, TM, Dig, TM, Facade, TM, Rain Dance, TM, Psycho Cut, TM. Alex was shocked at how strong Brock's Pokemon was. Especially when you consider that Brock was of a similar age as him. Alex is 16 years old, and Brock looks like he is around 16-20. But, he had to admit that it made sense for a gym leader to be so strong. Gym leaders are one of the highest trainer positions one can have. Apart from the champion and the Elite Four, no trainer has a higher status than gym leaders. There are high positions other than a trainer in the Alliance that is just as important as gym leaders. But of course, most of the high positions are assigned to the older generation's trainers. And they don't need to be active trainers. Brock looked briefly at Alex, who was walking past him. After he passed Alex, he continued talking to the two beautiful women at his side. Alex immediately noticed that Brock had observed him to see if he could pose a threat to him. He noticed that this Brock, even though he was young, had gained a lot of valuable experience. After 10 minutes, he was standing in front of a small shop with a closed sign. He went in without knocking and saw a young man sitting on a chair in an almost empty room. Alex looked at the young man in silence and showed the young man his TRH device with his profile. He also gave the young man an energy powder. The young man turned and said softly, "Zatu." Alex and his Pokemon disappeared from this room. Chapter 53. Alex entered the Team Rocket Mission Center. He went to a worker who was in charge of the captured Pokemon and said, "I have caught a lot of Pokemon with good potential. Get me Brand." The worker saw that Alex had a commanding aura and immediately went to Mr. Brand. He doesn't dare to confront such an important person. Brand saw Alex and said with a smile, "Ah, Alex, how are you? Have you caught rare Pokemon again?" Alex noticed that Brand was treating him a lot nicer than before and was a bit confused. Why is he suddenly so friendly? Does he know that I have caught so many valuable Pokemon and want to build a long-term relationship? Has Brand shadowed me? No, Brand alone is not strong enough to track me. I already know that the Brand's strongest Pokemon is only at LV 36. He is not strong enough to avoid Golbat's perception. He needs at least one elite Pokemon that can perceive sound waves to be able to follow me undetected. Alex said with a fake smile, "Hey Brand, I'm great. I was lucky this time around and caught a lot of valuable Pokemon. By the way, is it true that Executive Lisa caught a half-blood legendary Pokemon? I heard that it was a Lugia." Brand heard Alex and understood that he wanted to receive information from him. He said with a smile, "Yes, it's true. Executive Lisa managed to catch a young Lugia. But let's talk about the Pokemon you have caught." Ordinarily, Brand would never give any free information to an outsider, but because they'll soon have the same boss, it's beneficial to build a good relationship with Alex. Plus, the info isn't hard to get if Alex really wants to know. Brand and Alex walked into the Brand's office and sat down opposite each other at a chair. Brand looked at Alex expectantly and said, "And what did you catch this time?" Alex said without any emotions, 41 bronze Pokemon and 4 silver Pokemon. 1 bronze Ursaring, 36 LV. 4 bronze Arbok. 1 silver Caterpie. 6 bronze Caterpie. 7 bronze Pinsir. 3 bronze Kakuna. 5 bronze Metapod. 10 bronze Beedrill. 5 bronze Fiero. 1 silver Beedrill, 31 LV. Sniper. 2 silver Beedrill, 24 and 27 LV. Swarm. Brand was completely shocked. It is not possible to determine the talent, potential, of a Pokemon in the wild, so it is hard to catch so many rare Pokemon in such a short time. Alex's last visit was no more than 13 days ago. He knew that Alex had caught these Pokemon within that time. This discovery shocked him completely. He thought, "What a monster. Executive Lisa will be happy to have such a talented person as subordinate and reward me for this good recommendation." Both men negotiated the prices of all Pokemon for 1 hour. Alex was satisfied with the result. 120,000 TR points for 2 silver Beedrill, 24 and 27 LV, Swarm, and 1 silver Caterpie. 150,000 TR points for 1 silver Beedrill, 31 LV, Sniper. 123,000 TR points for 41 bronze Pokemon. Alex now has 393,050 TR points in his account. He suddenly got ridiculously rich in a short time. But Alex knew that this wealth was nothing compared to what a strong elite trainer like Lisa can earn. Brand looked at Alex with respect and said, "Alex, I'm a subordinate of Executive Lisa, and I was ordered to bring you to her immediately when I meet you. Can you please follow me?" Alex was momentarily confused and thought, "Executive Lisa? What does this crazy bitch want from me? I really don't want to meet her. Fuck. I can't refuse an order from the person who is responsible for this base. What do I do now? Can I do anything else other than meet this person?" Running away and hiding seems like a bad option. Not to mention she hasn't done anything to me yet. It would be foolish to run away. Okay, let's go there first and see what she wants. Alex agreed with Brand and waited for Brand's next action. Brand took out his TRH device and wrote something with it for several seconds. Then Alex and Brand went to Lisa's office, which is located in the Team Rocket Mission Center. It didn't take long until Alex and Brand were standing in front of Lisa's office and knocked lightly on the door. Alex heard, "Come in," and saw the door being opened by his friend Lars. Lars was wearing a Team Rocket Elite member uniform and had scratches on his face. It looked like a cat scratched his face. Alex was a bit surprised that Lars had such a close relationship with Lisa. He thought that Lars's chance with Lisa would be almost 0%. Brand and Alex went into the large and decorated room. This room was very nice, but not what Alex thought Lisa's office would look like. He was thinking more in the direction of S&M. But after he remembered that this was only her office and not her private room, he realized that it was logical that her office would look normal. Alex suddenly notices that Lisa's shadow was a Pokemon. He could see the info about the Pokemon as soon as he saw Lisa's shadow. Pokemon: Mismagius. LV: 48. Type: Ghost. Abilities: Levitate. Gender: Female. Potential: Silver. Moves: Growl, Psywave, Spite, Astonish, Confuse Ray E, Mean Look, Psybeam, Innate Talent, Phantom Force, E, TM, Psychic E, TM, Shadow Ball E, TM, Taunt, TM, Protect, TM, Toxic, TM, Calm Mind E. Lisa looked at Alex with a smile and said, "Brand, Lars, can you be good guys and leave the two of us alone?" Alex suddenly felt a panic that he had never thought was possible. He was a bit afraid to be locked in a room with this beautiful woman alone. Chapter 54. Lisa said with a flirtatious expression, "Alex, my darling, I heard that you caught a lot of valuable Pokemon in very little time. I'm really impressed with your talent." Alex thought, why is she praising me? She knows that I have no interest in her and is still flirting with me. FCK, I hate this sadistic B*TCH. He said with an impassive face, "Thank you very much for your praise, Executive Lisa. Can I do something for you?" Lisa was expecting this kind of answer. She said with a smile, "As you must have heard, I only recently became an executive, and now I need a lot of talented people who can help me. I think that you have outstanding talent and are an optimal subordinate for me." Alex said, "Executive Lisa, do you mean that I should be your direct subordinate?" Lisa smiled and said, "Yes, that's exactly what I mean, my darling. But don't worry, I won't treat you poorly. As my direct subordinate, there are many advantages to be enjoyed." Alex got goosebumps and thought, direct subordinate of a sadistic woman? FCKKKK. Why me? Why am I so unlucky to exchange Pokemon with a direct subordinate of her? No wonder that Brand was acting so friendly. The worst thing is that I'm too weak to refuse this request. As soon as I have her pissed off, I'm dead. She has 100 ways to kill me. FCK, why I am so weak. Alex tried to put a fake smile on his face and said, "Of course I will take this position. I am happy to be a direct subordinate of such a talented person." Lisa said, "Oh, I know that you don't want to be my subordinate. You don't have to lie just because you're too scared of me. You can speak your real opinion. I can promise you that I won't get angry no matter what you say. But before you answer, don't you want to know the benefits you can get as my direct subordinate?" Alex looked at her and thought for several seconds. He then said, "What advantages are you talking about, Executive Lisa? And which position do you want to give me?" Lisa smiled and said, "Oh, I like direct boys. The position is very high. As my direct subordinate, you just have to listen to me. Of course, the boss, Giovanni, can also command you if necessary. You also get to have my precious one's items easily, such as the blood of a half-blood legendary Pokemon." Alex knew how hard it is to get good half-blood legendary Pokemon blood in the black market. Although half-blood legendary Pokemon have good potential, they are not necessarily stronger than other Pokemon. There are many young half-blood legendary Pokemon that are weaker than Alex's Golbat and cannot produce very useful objects, scales, blood, etc. The stronger the Pokemon is and the better the potential is, the better the items of this Pokemon are. You can buy valuable items from half-blood legendaries in the Team Rocket shop, but that has two primary disadvantages. 1. You don't know how strong the LV of the half-blood legendary Pokemon is when you buy the items. Most of the time, the items are sold by weak half-blood legendary Pokemon. 2. It's pretty expensive. Especially if you want to know how strong the half-blood legendary Pokemon is from whom you buy the items. Alex thought for a moment and asked, "So you are saying that I can buy the blood and a scale of your Lugia?" "That sounds great, Executive Lisa. But I don't know if I can afford it. Besides, I don't know how helpful it would be for me." Lisa knew that Alex had enough money and just wanted to know how strong her half-blood legendary Pokemon is. She didn't say anything and called Lugia out from her Pokeball. Alex suddenly saw a 3-meter-tall white Lugia appear in front of him in this big office. This Lugia was very composed. It was giving Alex pressure by just standing in front of him. Alex knew that this Lugia is very young and will be much larger. Legendary Pokemon grow much slower than normal Pokemon. Pokemon, Lugia, Half-Blood. LV, 41. Type, Psychic/Flying. Abilities, Pressure. Gender, Female. Potential, Shallow Diamond. Moves, Weather Ball, Whirlwind, Gust, Dragon Rush, Extrasensory, Rain Dance, Hydro Pump, Aeroblast, Perfect Talent. Ice Beam, E, Perfect Talent. Roost, E. E/N. Perfect Talent is just a better version of Innate Talent. Alex suddenly heard a voice in his head. System, Hidden Quest, meet a half-blood legendary Pokemon, successful. Reward, slight improvement in potential. Then potential is displayed more precisely like Shallow Bronze, Bronze, Deep Bronze. Shallow Silver, Silver, Deep Silver. Shallow Gold, Gold, Deep Gold. Shallow Diamond, Diamond, Deep Diamond. Alex thought, FCK, I can upgrade the system too? Why does nobody tell me about this system? And why is this upgrade not very helpful? Is this even an upgrade at all? I should calm down first. After all, it is not entirely useless. I can now determine the potential of Pokemon more precisely. Lisa thinks Alex is shocked by her Lugia and smiled satisfyingly. Then she took Lugia's Pokeball and called Lugia back. Alex noticed that he hadn't said anything and suddenly smiled. Executive Lisa, what a strong Lugia. It would be an honor to be able to buy Lugia items from this one, but I have one last question. What exactly would be my orders that I have to complete for you if I agree? Lisa understood Alex's concern and said, "Don't worry, I'm a nice boss. You should just become my right hand and do things I can't do myself." Alex was stunned by the fact that she offered him such a high position. Although Alex had good strength, weak Team Rocket captain, he was not strong enough for such a position. To become the right hand of an executive you should at least have elite strength. He asked, "Why me?" with an astonished expression. Lisa smiled and said, "Due to your potential. You are getting strong insanely fast. I am sure that you can become an elite trainer within 6 months, and I don't have to worry that you are a spy from another executive. Think of this as an investment." Alex thought, 6 months? She underestimates me quite a lot. My luck is pretty good for being underrated by my boss. So at least I don't have to worry that she thinks I will get stronger faster than her. I probably won't get stronger than her as long as I can't get any valuable items from her. She has a half-blood legendary Pokemon that has shallow diamond potential. That is a ridiculous trump card. No matter how I see it, the pros are higher than the cons. Alex looked at Lisa and said, "Should I call you boss now?" Chapter 55. Bonus Chapter. Lisa saw that Alex agreed and said with a smile, "Good, you can call me boss from now on. I only have one job for you now. That is to become an elite trainer in 6 months. If you do not manage to become an elite trainer within 6 months, I am looking for another, more talented person for me to become the right-hand man. I don't need a second-class trainer as the right-hand man." Alex suppressed the smile and said, "Yes, boss." 6 months was an absurd amount of time for Alex to become an elite trainer. He wasn't worried that he couldn't do this job. Normal or even talented trainers would say that this task is difficult. But for Alex, who is very rich and has talented Pokemon, this task is very easy. Lisa looked at Alex's confidence and said, "I'm glad I have such a competent subordinate. Okay. Here, take this." She took out a card and a belt and placed them on the table in front of Alex. Alex immediately recognized that these items were for official Alliance members. The Alliance ID card and the Alliance Pokemon belt are only worn by official Alliance trainers and are a status symbol. Alex wasn't surprised that a Team Rocket executive can easily register new trainers. For example, an arena leader can easily make a trainer an official member of the Alliance. He would be surprised if he could become an elite Alliance member. There are 3 broad categories for trainers at the Alliance: unofficial Alliance members, official Alliance members, elite Alliance members. Elite Alliance members are the heart of the Alliance. E.g., Gym Trainer, Elite 4, Chairman of the Alliance, etc. Of course, some elite members have more rights than others. For instance, the person with the most political power in the region is the champion of the region. Alex took the belt and the Alliance ID card. Alliance ID card had his name Alex Stark written on it and also had his photo, which he doesn't know from where did they find it. He said, "Thank you, boss. Also, I wanted to ask if you could sell me 3 liters of Lugia blood and a large Lugia scale filled with Lugia's psychic power." Lisa smiled and said, "No problem. Only 150,000, and I'll sell you both items." Alex knew that it was 3 times the price and said, "Boss, even though your Lugia is better than the half-blood legendary Pokemon in the black market, it doesn't mean that he's worth 3 times as much." Lisa stopped smiling and said, "Then why don't you go to the black market and buy the items there? You know that half-blood legendary Pokemon only regenerate their valuable parts very slowly, and when they regenerate, they are in a weakened state for a while. The fact that I am even selling you some of my Lugia's valuable items shows what a generous boss I am." Alex knew what she said made sense. More than money, it is the opportunity to buy items that is more valuable. Not to mention, he is not low on money and can always earn more. Money was never the priority. So he agreed. He didn't want to bother with his new boss for a bit of money. He knows that greed is not a good trait to show to his new boss, who has his life in her hands. Lisa saw this and said, "By the way, I'm going to promote you to the team Rocket Captain. And if you can become an elite trainer within 6 months, I'll promote you to a Team Rocket Elite Captain, and my right-hand man." Alex was surprised that she is already making him a Team Rocket Captain and said, "Thank you so much, boss. I will give it my best to meet your expectations." He knew that he was a little too weak to be a Team Rocket Captain already. In Team Rocket, the rank usually tells you how strong a Team Rocket member is. Of course, there are Team Rocket members who are more powerful than Team Rocket captains, but such a case is very rare and only right for a short time, like Alex, who is a Team Rocket member but has the same strength as a weak Team Rocket captain. Alex's rough assessment of the ranks in Team Rocket. Team Rocket Lackey. Team Rocket member LV 1525. Team Rocket Elite member LV 2535. Team Rocket Captain LV 3045. Team Rocket Elite Captain LV 4050. Team Rocket Executive LV 45? Lisa smiled and said, "Good. You are a smart person. Well, I would be able to send you the items to your room in 1 hour. I think we have nothing more to talk about now. By the way, tell Lars, who is waiting for the door, that he should come inside." Alex bowed to her and left the room. He walked out of the room and let out a relieved breath. It went a lot better than he thought. Alex saw Lars waiting in front of the door and looking at him with a jealous look. After seeing that look, he knew that Lars was 100% a masochist. Lars asked, "What did you do in this room for so long?" Alex thought that time he invested in their friendship was wasted. All because Lars is a masochistic idiot. Alex looked at Lars like an idiot and said, "Not what you think. By the way, the boss said that she wants to see you." Lars wanted to ask Alex what he meant by boss. But as soon as he heard that Lisa wanted to see him, he ignored Alex and went towards Lisa's room. As he left, he gave Alex another arrogant look and entered the room. Although Alex doesn't want to do anything with Lisa, it doesn't mean that he has to be insulted by a third-rate trainer like Lars, even if it's out of jealousy. He'd like to show Lars where his place is when he's not his new boss' favorite toy. Alex isn't sure how Lisa would react if he damaged her favorite toy right now, and he doesn't want to test it. Although, it would be a different case if he isn't her favorite toy anymore. Not to mention it won't take too long to become an elite trainer and her right-hand man. Alex suddenly saw Brand standing nearby and watching the whole scene. He looked at Brand and said, "Are you also a person like Lars?" Brand, who wanted to ask Alex the same question, suddenly smiled and said, "No. And I suppose you're not that kind of person either if you are asking such a question." Alex smiled too and said, "I think we'll be good friends. By the way, I'm Executive Lisa's new subordinate. Though I think you expected that, looking at how friendly you were behaving with me earlier." Brand and Alex talked to each other for 10 minutes and exchanged their TRH device number. After this talk, he walks in the direction of his room. Chapter 56. After 1 hour, in Alex's room. Alex opened the box he just got from Lisa's subordinate. This box contained 3 liters of Lugia blood and a large Lugia scale filled with Lugia's psychic power. In addition to that, 5 Team Rocket Captain uniforms. Alex was very pleased with the purchase of these valuable items. He looked forward to Golbat and Ralts's evolution so that he can improve their potential. Scyther needs Steel from a half-blood legendary Pokemon to improve his potential. Alex's first choice would be Steel from Registeel. Although there are many legendary Pokemon that have a Steel type, it is better to get Steel from a pure Steel-type Pokemon than Steel from other half-blood legendary Pokemon. Of course, he's not really picky about from which half-blood legendary Steel-type Pokemon he can get Steel. Alex would be happy to get Steel from any strong, at least has LV40 and good potential. Steel-type half-blood legendary Pokemon. Alex took out all of his Pokemon and looked at their info for the first time after the system upgrade.
Pokémon, Golbat.
LV, 31. Type, Poison/Flying. Abilities, Inner Focus. Gender, Male. Potential, Deep Silver. Moves, Absorb, Ultrasonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack, Confuse Ray, Swift, Haze, Leech Life, Innate Talent, Shadow Ball E, TM, Protect, TM, Toxic, TM, Sludge Bomb, TM, Facade, TM, Taunt. Pokemon, Scyther. LV, 30. Type, Bug/Flying. Abilities, Technician. Gender, Male. Potential, Deep Silver. Moves, Leer, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Double Team, Feint, Fury Cutter, Wing Attack, Agility, Slash, Razor Wind, Innate Talent, Roost E, TM, Protect. Pokemon, Ralts. LV, 20. Type, Psychic/Fairy. Abilities, Telepathy. Gender, Female. Potential, Deep Silver. Move, Growl, Confusion, Double Team, Teleport, Disarming Voice, Lucky Chant, Magical Leaf, Heal Pulse, Innate Talent, Disable. Alex saw that all of his Pokemon have Deep Silver potential and suppressed his wish to scream out of joy. He was worried that some of his Pokemon only had shallow Silver potential, and it would be difficult for him to get them to Gold potential. He was particularly impressed with Ralts's potential. One has to consider that Ralts has one more evolution form than Golbat and Scyther, and can improve her potential one time more. Alex suddenly heard how he got a message on his TRH device and took his TRH device out of the pocket. Maria, are you here at the base? You said you would come back today. Alex. Yes, I just got back. We can start training now if you want. Maria. Okay, I just rented a private training room for us. The room number is TR16. Come ASAP. Alex. I'll get there in a minute. Maria. Okay. Alex was looking forward to showing Maria that her last victory was only due to luck and had nothing to do with skill. Although he has feelings for Maria, he also has his pride as a trainer. He felt that his first defeat was quite unfortunate and would not happen again. Alex left his room and went to the public training grounds. Private rooms are there at the public training ground. After 5 minutes, Alex stood in front of the private training room number 16 and rang the doorbell. Alex saw the camera in front of the door activate and thought, is the camera there to protect the trainers while they are training their Pokemon? Team Rocket is quite a well-established criminal organization. After half a minute, Maria opened the door whom Alex hadn't seen for 2 weeks. As soon as he saw her, he realized how much he had missed her. Maria looked at Alex, who was wearing a Team Rocket captain uniform, and was shocked. She did not expect that a trainer, whom she had defeated just 2 weeks ago, would stand in front of her in a Team Rocket captain uniform. Alex saw her shock and said with a smile, "Long time no see, Maria." Maria recovered from her surprise and said, "Unbelievable. After only 2 weeks, you are already a captain. How did you manage that?" Alex smiled and said, "I impressed a Team Rocket executive and got promoted straight away. Before that, can I come in?" Maria noticed that she was blocking the entrance and moved away for Alex to enter. Inside there, Alex saw the large Arbok and a small Sandshrew with an intense look. Pokemon, Arbok. LV, 28. Type, Poison. Abilities, Intimidate. Gender, Female. Potential, Shallow Gold. Move, Poison Sting, Wrap, Leer, Acid, Bite, Haze, Glare, Poison Jab, Innate Talent, Headbutt, Innate Talent, Iron Tail, Innate Talent, Rock Slide E, TM, Protect, TM, Sludge Bomb, TM, Toxic, TM, Mega Drain, TM, Facade. Pokemon, Sandshrew. LV, 20. Type, Ground. Abilities, Sand Veil. Gender, Female. Potential, Silver. Moves, Defense Curl, Scratch, Poison Sting, Sand Attack, Swift, Fury Swipes, Dig, Innate Talent, Facade, TM, protect, TM, headbutt. Alex had to say that Maria's Arbok exceeded his expectations slightly. Arbok, who has not been trained in the wild, is only 3 levels lower than Galbit. It shows what an abnormal talent Arbok has. Alex noticed that the difference between deep silver and shallow gold is higher than he expected. For example, the difference in talent is smaller between a shallow gold Pokemon and a gold Pokemon than the difference between a shallow gold Pokemon and a deep silver Pokemon. Alex pulled out all of his Pokemon and said with a smile, "How about Arbok v/S Galbit rematch?" Galbit, who came out of his Pokeball, saw Arbok and immediately recognized who it was. He remembered his first and the only defeat in his life. He is deliberately ignoring his loss against Scyther, and looked at Arbok furiously. He wanted to wash away his only shame in life. Chapter 57. Galbit and Arbok stood across each other with a distance of 10 meters in a relatively big Pokemon battlefield. Alex and Maria got ready for the rematch. Alex counted down, 3, 2, 1, let's start. Maria had learned from her last fight and said, "Arbok, use Glare." Alex knew that Maria would try that and said at the same time, "Galbit, use Taunt." Both Pokemon tried to use their moves as quickly as possible. Galbit was a bit faster and used Taunt before Arbok could use Glare. Galbit won because he practiced this move a bit, in contrast to Arbok, who used this move only a few times. Arbok noticed that she suddenly couldn't use that move and looked angrily in the direction of Galbit. Alex saw that Galbit was faster and said, "Galbit, fly above Arbok and use Confuse Ray." The private training room was over 10 meters high and could also be used to train flying-type Pokemon. Galbit had no problem flying several meters over Arbok. Maria responded and said winningly, "Arbok, let's end this fight with Rock Slide." For her, it doesn't matter what Alex tries to do. Her Arbok has the Rock Slide on expert rank and does not need to be afraid of Galbit. With this mighty move, she doesn't think she will lose. Arbok tried to avoid Galbit's Confuse Ray but was still hit by the yellow ball and saw the world twice. Even though Arbok was muddled, she used Rock Slide on Gaba, who was just flying over him. Alex said, "Galbit, you know the plan." Galbit heard Alex and quickly dodged the stones falling down on him from above, and flew to the ceiling of the room. Rock Slide is a move that is difficult for flying Pokemon to dodge, but this move is not without any flaws. As long as you are at the height from where the stones are generating, you cannot be hit by Rock Slide. Because if there is no space for the rocks to form above him, how will it contact him and deal any damage? After his last defeat, Alex thought for a long time whether there was really nothing else he could do. After much thought, he came up with a strategy. As long as there is no free space above Galbit, the move Rock Slide is totally useless against flying-type Pokemon. Alex doesn't know whether he is the first trainer to come up with this strategy or not, he doubts that, but that doesn't really matter to him. Galbit, who had no free space above him, could not be hit by Rock Slide and dodged the attack effortlessly. Arbok, who was under Galbit, suddenly noticed that the stones were raining on her. And because she was still confused, she saw twice as many rocks and was unable to avoid the attack. She was even hit in the head many times and suffered critical damage from her own attack. Maria was shocked by how Arbok was gravely injured by her own move and questioned her talent as a trainer. Galbit and Arbok were roughly equal in strength now. And under normal circumstances, it will be a close match. Galbit has the higher LV, and Arbok has a super effective move against Galbit. But Alex, with the help of his tactics, made Arbok's strongest attack useless and turned it against the Arbok herself. Maria thought about what she can do and realized that all other ranged moves the Arbok can use are almost useless against Galbit. Arbok has to force Galbit into close combat in order to have a chance of victory, but that was impossible because Galbit prevented her from doing that from his first move. Although Arbok can jump 10 meters in the air without a problem, she would become a target for Galbit's attacks. And Galbit can easily dodge her attacks in advance. Galbit, who is now faster than Arbok, can easily evade such attacks. Maria acknowledged that she can't think of anything. And the way the fight was going on, Arbok would lose. That gave her self-confidence as a trainer a big blow. Her Arbok, who has better talent and a super effective move against Galbit, had lost without even injuring Galbit even once. Maria noticed that only to train in power and not to develop any tactics for her Pokemon was a big mistake. She got lazy after the win against Alex and was overtaken after only 2 weeks. She thought because her Arbok has Stalent, Gold, Galbit would never be stronger than Arbok in his life. Maria realized that talent is not everything. You also have to work, or else Arbok's talent is a waste. While Maria was thinking about it, she watched Arbok try to defeat Galbit herself. But no matter what Arbok did, she could hardly harm Galbit. She used Sludge Bomb, Poison Sting, and Acid to do a little harm. In contrast to Arbok, Golbat had a good ranged move to harm Arbok, Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball, on the expert rank, has a devastating power that can knock Arbok out of action after just a few hits. Arbok, who was bleeding all over her body, knew that she couldn't win this fight. But she still kept on fighting. As long as her trainer didn't tell her that she lost, she believed she could still win, just like last time. Maria saw how Arbok was suffering more and more damage and said with an unwilling face, "We give up." Hearing that her trainer had given up the fight, the expression of unwillingness and anger appeared upon Arbok's face. Maria saw Arbok's face and didn't know what to say. Golbat heard Maria give up and flew in the direction of Alex with a happy expression. Alex hugged Golbat and said, "What did I tell you? We are the strongest." Normally, Golbat would flee from Alex's embrace and look at him with a disdainful look. But this time, he celebrated his victory with Alex. This victory was very important for Golbat. This victory showed that with hard work, he and his trainer can achieve anything. Golbat, who was happy about his victory, was filled with strange energy inside his body. Suddenly Golbat's whole body started glowing. Alex immediately knew what was happening. Golbat was evolving. Chapter 58. Alex saw that Golbat was starting to evolve, and took out the 3 liters of Lugia blood that he had bought from Lisa. He put the Lugia blood in front of Golbat and told Golbat that he should drink it immediately. Golbat smelled the seductive smell of blood, and without hesitation, began to drink it. Golbat drank all the blood within a few seconds. Alex noticed that Golbat's glowing got brighter when he drank the blood and thought that the high cost of buying Lugia's blood from Lisa was worth it. Golbat was shining brighter and slowly began to change his shape. After 20 seconds, Golbat stopped shining and showed the world his new body as Crobat. Crobat was now a little bigger than Alex and could be used as a flying mount. Alex immediately looked at Crobat's info. Pokemon. Crobat. LV. 32. Type. Poison/flying. Abilities. Inner focus. Gender. Male. Potential. Shallow gold. Moves: Absorb, Supersonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack, Confuse Ray, Swift, Haze, Leech Life, Innate Talent, Shadow Ball E, Innate Talent, Fly, Innate Talent, Cross Poison, TM, Protect, TM, Toxic, TM, Sludge Bomb, TM, Facade, TM, Taunt. Alex noticed that Crobat successfully improved his potential and that he even got 2 new Innate Talent moves. Fly is a move that Alex wanted to buy anyway, and train it on the expert rank. Getting this strong move as an Innate Talent move is like winning the lottery for Alex. Getting Cross Poison as an Innate Talent move isn't optimal for Alex. He was not sure whether to be happy or not. Crobat already has a good poison move, Sludge Bomb, which is actually a better move than Cross Poison. It does more damage, can poison enemies more efficiently, and is a ranged attack. But Cross Poison has 2 main advantages over Sludge Bomb. 1. It's an Innate Talent move and can be mastered quicker than Sludge Bomb. 2. Cross Poison is a physical move and works better with Crobat's strengths. Crobat. SPATK 70/Attack 90. Alex thought about it for a long time and came to the decision to train Cross Poison instead of Sludge Bomb. Although Alex can have Crobat train in both moves, it is very inefficient and relatively unnecessary. Crobat has many moves that should be given more priority to train instead of a second Poison-type move. Alex saw Crobat showing off in front of Scyther and Ralts. He went in the direction of Maria, who was talking to her Arbok. Maria saw Alex walking in her direction and stopped talking to Arbok. Alex said with an arrogant expression, "What do you think of my tactics? Sometimes I wonder if am I a genius or what?" She said, "Alex. Sorry, I'm not in a good mood right now. I'm still can't believe how easily Arbok and I lost. Even though it was actually my fault that Arbok lost so easily." Alex stopped the nonsense when he saw Maria question her talent as a trainer. He could understand this feeling of Maria. After his defeat against Maria, his self-confidence as a trainer also suffered a severe blow, and his mood was irritating for several days. He knows that Maria is actually a good trainer and that she only looks mediocre in front of Alex. She got Arbok to level 28 within 2 weeks with only indoor training and has caught another Pokemon with good potential. Although her Arbok has gold potential, it doesn't mean that every trainer can level up her Arbok as quickly as her. Alex said with a smile, "Everyone loses. As long as you understand why you have lost, you can easily improve. It's often been said that you learn more from losing than you do from winning. A well-known wise man once said, opportunity often comes disguised in the form of misfortune or temporary defeat." Maria looked at Alex and said, "Just because you've won once, you don't get to teach me now. Which wise man said that? Although it sounds good, I've never heard this quote before. Alex lied with an arrogant expression. Of course, I am the wise man. Who but I can convey such wisdom? Maria suppressed her laugh and said, And here I thought he was really a wise man. But I have to say, this quote is pretty good. I have a feeling you can be a good writer. Alex smiled and said, Did you finally recognize my talent? Maria and Alex started chuckling. They talked to each other for a while and started training their Pokemon together. Maria was still a little pissed off that she lost the fight, but she now feels better than before. After Alex and Maria had trained together for 3 hours, Alex went back to his room. In these 3 hours, Alex and Maria's other Pokemon also fought against each other. Scyther vs Arbok. Ralts vs Sandshrew. The Scyther vs Arbok match was relatively an easy win for Maria's Arbok. Scyther, who takes 4 times damage from rock-type moves, couldn't go into close combat against Arbok and had to fly at the ceiling like Golbat to avoid Rock Slide. The problem is that Scyther has a terrible SPATK of 55 and can only use the move Razor Wind as a ranged attack. Being forced into ranged combat as a melee fighter shows how heavily Arbok had countered Scyther. In contrast, with the Sludge Bomb, Arbok had a clean opportunity to poison and harm Scyther. Scyther, who had Roost on the expert rank, could delay the fight a bit and inflicted a little more damage on Arbok. But it wasn't enough for victory. The poison damages him more and more, and he couldn't do enough damage to Arbok per attack to win. Now Alex has to think of tactics for the scenario in which Scyther can't get into melee combat and has to win a ranged battle. And for how to shorten the distance in such cases. The Ralts vs Sandshrew match was more exciting than the other fights since both Pokemon had an equal chance to win. Sandshrew only had to hit Ralts a couple of times with Dig to win and had a lot better base stats than Ralts, who is still a baby Pokemon. Ralts was able to dodge Sandshrew attacks with Double Team and Teleport and reduce Sandshrew attack power with Growl. Also, Ralts' disarming voice was able to damage Sandshrew when she used Dig, and used Magical Leaf when Sandshrew wanted to go into close combat. E/N. Disarming voice does not work against Dig in Pokemon game. But realistically, that shouldn't be the case since sound travels faster in the ground than air. So going underground doesn't mean Sandshrew can't hear the disarming voice. So we have changed that fact. If both Pokemon had the same base stats, this fight would have been very easy for Ralts. But because Ralts' base stats are so bad, the battle became exciting again. Fortunately, Sandshrew had a bad SP def and couldn't take many attacks from Ralts. After an exciting fight, Ralts won this fight with a Magical Leaf attack that hit Sandshrew on the head and defeated her with a critical hit. Ralts herself was bleeding badly and would have been defeated after another attack by Sandshrew if she had not defeated Sandshrew with her last move. Alex even wanted to stop the fight in between because he was afraid that this fight would be too bloody for a Pokemon that was born not too long ago. But Ralts, who had a determined expression, made Alex change his decision. Chapter 59. After training with Maria, Alex went to the Team Rocket Shop Center. At the Team Rocket Shop Center, you can not only buy Pokemon but also exchange Team Rocket points for Pokedollars. Earning money is the prerequisite for Alex's next plan, which is already a success since now he has a lot of TR points. So he went into the direction of the Team Rocket Shop. After 15 minutes, Alex left the Team Rocket Shop with 200,000 Pokedollars. One Team Rocket point is worth 1 Pokedollar. Normally you have to pay a 5% commission on the money you are exchanging. But because Alex is a Team Rocket captain, he doesn't have to pay this 5%. Alex wasn't afraid of withdrawing so much money at once because nobody would be so stupid to attack a Team Rocket captain for so little money. Team Rocket captain are prominent members of Team Rocket. If such a member does not respond, an elite team of Team Rocket member is usually called in to investigate why this Team Rocket captain is missing. Alex then leaves the Team Rocket base and makes his way to the black market of Pewter City. Every big city has a black market that is ignored by the Alliance with a half-opened eye. Alex doesn't know why the Alliance ignores the existence of the black market, but he doesn't want to know either. If strength is not enough, then knowing too much can be deadly. The Pewter City black market is controlled by 2 criminal organizations, Team Rocket and the Hunter Guild. Of course, there are also smaller organizations that have little influence in Pewter City. But Team Rocket and the Hunter Guild are the big players in Pewter City. The Hunter Guild is an organization that buys and sells Pokemon. This organization has many members who catch Pokemon for the Hunter Guild and have a partnership with Team Rocket and other small criminal organizations. Team Rocket is the most powerful criminal organization in this world and has a share of control in almost every black market in Kanto and Johto. Compared to Team Rocket, the Hunter Guild is less influential in the whole world, but is very strong in Kanto and has a share of control in many black markets in Kanto with Team Rocket. Also, with a good relationship with Team Rocket, the Hunter Guild is the second largest criminal organization in Kanto and should not be underestimated. Of course, there are also many stalls with Pokemon trainers who sell cheaper Pokemon here in the black market than Team Rocket or the Hunter Guild. But although these Pokemon are often sold at a lower price in the stalls, most people still buy Pokemon from Team Rocket or the Hunter Guild. The reason why people prefer to buy the expensive Pokemon from Team Rocket or the Hunter Guild is that the Pokemon sold from the Pokemon trainer is often the Pokemon whose potential you cannot determine. In this world, only the potential machine can determine the potential of a Pokemon. With silver or higher potential, you can also find it out by seeing if a Pokemon can use a move that it normally cannot learn. But unfortunately, this machine has a 10% error rate, where it cannot determine the potential of Pokemon. You can also repeat the test with the same Pokemon, but you would have to use 10 times the resources for the potential machine to be able to repeat the test. So that repeating the test costs 10 times as much, and the original price of 500 Pokedollars is already ridiculously high for ordinary trainers. Almost no trainer wants to pay more than a bronze Pokemon for a repeated improved talent test. These Pokemon are often sold at the stands and therefore are very unpopular. Most trainers do not want to play the lottery with their Pokemon choices and prefer to buy Pokemon, so they already know what talent they have. The reason why Alex was going to the black market is that he has found a sure way to earn money here and to see if a suitable Pokemon can be found here. Alex has the feeling that his team lacks a tank that can absorb the damage for the team. That's why he wanted to go to the black market and see if he could buy a suitable Pokemon for his team. He also has to buy a Ditto to change his identity at will and to work for his plan to make safe money. Of course, the main reason he found a good way to make money safely is because of Ditto. Alex thought about how he can make money and came up with a brilliant idea. The plan has 5 steps. 1. You buy Ditto and make sure it listens to you. 2. You prepare 3 different suits. Team Rocket Member Uniform, Team Rocket Elite Member Uniform, and Team Rocket Captain Uniform. 3. Swap your face and clothes while you Pokemon buy all the silver Pokemon that are sold too low by their trainers. For example, a silver Pokemon is sold for the price of a bronze Pokemon. 4. Go to the Hunter Guild and Team Rocket, in the black market, and sell 3 silver Pokemon in a Team Rocket Captain uniform, 2 silver Pokemon with an Elite Member uniform, and 1 silver Pokemon with a uniform. Also, wait 1 day and change your face between the uniforms. If everything goes according to plan, you can sell 12 silver Pokemon relatively safely within 3 days. 5. With silver Pokemon, this organization almost always wants to have its potential tested, unless it is sold by a member of their organization like Alex in Team Rocket. If the Hunter Guild or Team Rocket wants to test the talent of the Pokemon and the normal test has failed, buy the repeated improved test that costs 10 times as much from the potential machine and then sell the silver Pokemon. Also, say, you've seen these Pokemon in the wild how it used a move that it usually couldn't learn, so you can explain why you were willing to pay such a high price for a Pokemon where you don't know the talent. Alex came up with this plan after thinking about it for a long time to earn money easily and safely. He uses the system advantages to get rich with relative safety. He's not stupid enough to sell Pokemon where nobody knows the talent in Team Rocket without changing his identity. If he just sells Pokemon in a Team Rocket, Lisa will quickly find out about it and ask questions that he cannot answer. Where did Alex suddenly get 12 silver Pokemon that were all silver after a repeated improved test? Lisa would probably get very curious how Alex knows that these Pokemon are silver Pokemon, and if she finds out with a little thought that Alex has the ability to identify Pokemon talent, Alex will be allowed to spend his life in a luxury prison. Probably she would overwhelm Alex with beautiful women and delicious food, make Alex happy so that he does not commit suicide, so that he can continue to find out the talent of Pokemon for her, but Alex does not want to have such a life. He doesn't want to lose his freedom for luxury. Chapter 60. Pewter City. Black Market. At the entrance of the Pewter City Black Market, a young man wearing a Team Rocket Captain uniform was standing with a Crobat in front of 2 guards. One of the guards wore the Team Rocket Elite Member uniform, and the other guard wore the Hunter Guild uniform. Looking at these guards, you can know which criminal organization controls this black market. The young man was quickly led in by 2 guards. Ordinarily, the guards force weak Pokemon trainers to pay money to enter, but these guards did not dare to ask a person of a higher rank than theirs for payment. That would be suicidal. The young man who was just allowed into the black market was obviously Alex. Alex and Crobat were confidently walking in the black market and checking out the stalls of other Pokemon trainers. After 10 minutes, he found a trainer who was selling 3 Ditto. Ditto is one of the Pokemon that is very useful even if they have lower potential, and are therefore also more expensive than normal Pokemon who have the same potential. And the fact that they are relatively difficult to find in the wilderness only increases their price. Alex was not surprised that this trainer was selling his Ditto here and not at Team Rocket or the Hunter Guide. Ditto can be worth a lot even without knowing the potential and can be sold here for more money than at Team Rocket or the Hunter Guide. A man around 40 years with a baby face and a large scar on his right cheek was sitting on a folding chair next to 3 glass cages where you can see 3 Ditto. When Alex got closer to the man, he noticed a LV-45 silver Jengar hiding in the man's shadow. Alex was not very surprised that a person who was selling 3 relatively rare Pokemon openly here was an elite trainer. When he went, he also looked at the info of the 3 Ditto. 2 Ditto only had normal potential and were not up to Alex's standard. But 3rd Ditto surprised Alex very much. Pokemon. Ditto. LV. 23. Type. Normal. Abilities. Imposter. Hidden ability. Gender. Genderless. Potential. Shallow silver. Move. Innate talent. Transform. This Ditto not only has shallow silver potential, but also has a strong imposter ability. This Ditto has enough talent to be trained to fight. Imposter allows Ditto to immediately become a Pokemon that it can see and give the opponent no chance to attack before it can transform during the battle. The problem with training a Ditto is that when copying a Pokemon, the level, potential, and Pokemon's moves mastery cannot be replicated. For example, if Ditto transforms into Crobat and uses Shadow Ball, it cannot use Shadow Ball with the power or speed of the expert level that Crobat can. Although when it transforms into a Pokemon, it will copy their stats and ability too. But its HP will depend on its own LV. If the opponent is a Mega Evolved form, then it will transform into the Mega Evolved form too, even without the Mega Stone. Using Ditto in a battle of Pokemon would be considered a joke in this world because no arena leader or Elite Four has ever used a Ditto to fight. But Alex doesn't believe that Ditto is really as useless in battle as the whole world thinks. Alex thinks that Ditto has high potential, which can be unlocked with the right training. He went to the man and said, "Hello, how much for this Ditto?" The guy looked at Alex's young face and said, 50,000 poke dollars, and you can take one with you. Alex knew that the price was ridiculously high and said coldly, "Don't confuse me with a rookie and say a fair price, or else there is no more need of this conversation." The man looked at Alex and knew that Alex won't be fooled, and said, "I'm the only one here who sells Ditto, so you can save yourself some time looking elsewhere. 25,000 poke dollars is my last offer. Take it or go." Alex paid the 25,000 poke dollars and then took the glass cage with Ditto. Then he went wordlessly with Crobat in the direction of a quiet place to be able to talk to Ditto alone. After 3 minutes, Alex found a relatively quiet place and put a glass cage with Ditto on the floor. Alex looked at Ditto, who was sitting quietly in its cage the whole time. He said, "Hello Ditto, I'm Alex, the trainer who bought you. I can imagine that you are not very happy with being sold without having a say in it, but I hope that you will give me and my family a chance to become your friends." Ditto looked thoughtfully at Alex and shook its head after a few seconds. Ditto does not trust the words of any human being since it was captured. Alex saw that Ditto was open to the idea, only that it didn't trust Alex and therefore refused. He took Ralts out of her Pokeball and asked, "Ralts, can you tell our new friend how I treat you and the other Pokemon?" Ralts heard Alex's request and nodded to Alex. She walked towards Ditto with a cute smile. Ralts is a Pokemon that can capture the emotions of humans and Pokemon, and that's why her words are very credible. Alex looked calmly at how Ralts was talking to Ditto and said to Crobat, "It's unbelievable how easy it is to conquer Pokemon now." After a few seconds of reflection, he said with a stern expression, "Wait, only you gave me so many problems when conquering. I sometimes ask myself whether another rookie trainer would be able to conquer you within 7 days. Well, there is a higher probability of you killing your trainer before he can conquer you." Crobat looked confused at Alex and said, "Yes, and what's the problem with that? Only the best trainer is allowed to use a perfect Pokemon like me. And all other trainers who have dared to overestimate their skills lose their lives." Alex smiled and said, "Am I imagining it, or are you becoming more and more arrogant? By the way, what do you mean by other trainers? That sounds like you have experience regarding it." Crobat looked at Alex and said with a smile, "I was given 4 times to Team Rocket rookie trainers as their trial Pokemon. And the first 3 times, I killed the incapable people who tried to be my trainer." Alex looked at Crobat and said with a helpless face, "I wonder why doesn't this surprise me?" Chapter 61. Bonus Chapter. After 3 minutes, Ralts came to Alex and Crobat with a smile. "Father, Ditto said that he wants to join our family. Isn't that great?" Alex saw Ralts's innocent smile and said, "Yeah, Ralts. It's really great that Ditto wants to join us. I'm glad that I asked you to help me convince Ditto." Crobat gave Alex a look which said, "Are you sure it wasn't lying?" Alex understood Crobat and said, "Don't worry. I've considered that possibility. Though Pokemon seldom lies, they are not inept in lying. Of course, there are also Pokemon species that never lie and Pokemon species that lie relatively often compared to other Pokemon. But even these Pokemon lie much less than a normal human being." Alex went in front of the glass cage and said, "Ditto, as you've probably just heard from Ralts, I'm a very nice trainer who doesn't treat his Pokemon poorly. So what do you think? Do you want to join my family?" Ditto, who had spent most of its life alone, was very lonely and would like to have a family. After talking with Ralts, it felt that this trainer will take good care of it. It had the feeling that as soon as it agrees, it'll never get lonely again. Ditto looked at Alex and nodded with a neutral face. Alex looked briefly at Crobat and opened Ditto's glass cage. Ditto, who was free, did not run away and just looked at Alex with an indifferent expression. Alex took a Pokeball out of his pocket and placed it in front of Ditto. Ditto saw this and touched the Pokeball with an emotionless expression. Ralts, who can understand the emotions of a Pokemon very well, knew how nervous Ditto was in reality and cheered it on all the time. Alex was a bit confused about why Ralts was cheering for Ditto all the time. But after thinking for a bit, he had a guess. He took Ditto out of his Pokeball immediately and said with a smile, "Ditto, welcome to the family. You don't have to worry about how you will be treated because everyone here is a family member." Without waiting for an answer, Alex lifted Ditto off the floor and put it on his shoulder. Ditto felt like Alex trusted him and kept him as a family member and became very happy even if it still has its indifferent face on the outside. Ralts, who saw Alex is not quite sure whether Ditto likes this closeness, said to Alex via telepathy, "Father, don't worry. Ditto is very happy and trusts you now. This is just its nervous face." Alex heard this and knew that his initial guess was right. He said with a smile, "Ditto, no need to be nervous. You can take your time to adjust around us." As he said that, Ditto's face eased up a little bit. Alex and Ralts talked to Ditto for a while. Even Crobat joined in the conversation from time to time. Alex could feel that Ditto trusts him and will follow his commands. After making sure that their bond was a little stronger than before, he said to Ditto, "Ditto, I have a task for you. Can you do it for me?" Ditto, who was sitting on Alex's shoulder, nodded and waited for his first task. Alex, who saw that Ditto was ready to follow him, asked, "Ditto, do you remember the faces of the people who walk past you every day? Can you show me a few faces that you last saw several days ago?" Ditto quickly turned into different faces that it hadn't seen for a long time. Alex saw that and said, "Okay, Ditto. Now make yourself as thin as paper and turn yourself into one of these faces while clinging to my face. It should feel like that face is mine. And make sure that you are not covering my mouth, ears, eyes, and nostrils." Ditto understood Alex's idea and carried out Alex's orders. After 30 minutes of testing, Ditto managed to flawlessly change Alex's face. No one would be able to detect that the face is fake. In addition, Ditto is now only allowed to use faces that have the same skin color as Alex, so that Alex's hands don't have a completely different skin color than his new face. Alex, who had fulfilled phase 1 of the plan, went towards the stands that were selling Pokemon with his new face. After 2 hours, Alex had seen 60% of all Pokemon in the black market that were being sold by trainers, and had to say that he was a bit disappointed with the quantity and quality of the silver Pokemon he could buy. He found 10 silver Pokemon and was able to buy them for 15,000 Pokedollars. The Pokemon that Alex had bought were 2 Butterfree, Shallow Silver and Silver, Raticate, Silver, Fiero, Shallow Silver, Beedrill, Silver, Parasect, Shallow Silver, Persian, Shallow Silver, Venonat, Shallow Silver, Farfetch'd, Deep Silver, Coughing, Shallow Silver. None of these Pokemon met Alex's expectations. Alex's minimum requirement of potential for his new Pokemon is Deep Silver, and that is the absolute minimum he expects. He won't add a Deep Silver Pokemon to his team if it doesn't have something else that makes it exceptional from others. After 5 minutes, Alex suddenly saw a Pokemon that surprised him. Pokemon, Shereldon, LV3. Type, Rock/Steel. Abilities, Sturdy. Gender, Male. Potential, Shallow Gold. Move, Protect, Tackle. Innate Talent, Rock Polish, not usable. Innate Talent, Sleep Talk, not usable. Innate Talent, Flamethrower, not usable. Alex thought with a smile, Shereldon can be a great tank for my team, and this Shereldon even has Shallow Gold potential. It also has Rock Polish as an innate talent move, which means it loses one of its big weakness, that it is too slow. The best fact is that it has yet to evolve, which makes it easier for me to bring it up to gold potential. Maybe I can increase its potential to even deep gold. No matter how I see it, I must have this Pokemon. Alex walked in the direction of the young woman who was selling several Pokemon in her stall and said, "Hello, miss. I would like to buy this Sheldon." The young woman looked at Alex and said, "Well, you're not the first to say that. Although I don't know the talent, potential of this Sheldon, it's not cheap. You can hardly find this Pokemon here in Kanto, so it is worth more than average Pokemon. Though I won't ask as much money as a Dragon-type Pokemon's worth, I want at least 10,000 Pokedollars for it." Alex and the young woman negotiated a bit, and the price was lowered to 8,500 Pokedollars. He could still try to lower the price, but he didn't want to risk the woman getting angry, saying that he was too greedy and refusing to sell him the Pokemon. Although this was very, very unlikely to happen, Alex did not want to risk it. Chapter 62. After the young woman counted the money that Alex had given her, she got the Pokeball of Sheldon and called it back into his Pokeball. Then she gave Alex the Pokeball and said, "You can keep that Pokeball. Hope to see you again." Alex took the Pokeball and continued walking his way. After 5 minutes, Alex was standing in front of the Hunter Guild building. After entering, he walked in the direction of the Pokemon exchange station. He went in front of the young man at the station and said, "Hello, I have 3 Pokemon that probably have Adolescent and wanted to sell them here." The young man heard this and looked at Alex's Team Rocket Captain uniform. He said with a polite smile, "Sir, I have to get my boss for such a big job. Please wait for a moment." Alex nodded to the young man and waited patiently. After 5 minutes, the young man came back with a tall fat man. The fat man was wearing expensive clothes and had a friendly smile on his face. The fat man looked at Alex with a welcoming smile and said, "Hello, my name is Andre, and I will be responsible for the negotiations. Let's go to my office. It's nice and quiet there," Alex said without changing his face. "Okay, let's go." He wasn't afraid that Andre would lure him into a trap because it's not worth killing a Team Rocket Captain for a little money. After 2 minutes, Alex was resting in a comfortable chair in front of Andre. Andre said with a smile, "I heard you have 3 Pokemon that have Adolescent. I wanted to ask, have you already checked the talent of these Pokemon?" Alex said calmly, "No, I didn't. But I saw how these Pokemon used a move in the wild that they can't usually learn by themselves. I think you should understand my reason for thinking that these 3 Pokemon have Adolescent." Andre's eyes lit up as he said, If that's the case, the probability is really high. But I still have to get it checked. It costs 1,500 Pokedollars to check the 3 Pokemon's talents. Do you want to have it checked or sell them without it?" Alex said, "No, I have no problem paying 1,500 Pokedollar for these Pokemon. I would even pay 10 times that if necessary." Andre knew that Alex would say that and said with a weary smile, "10 times? Haha, you would have to be very unlucky to have to repeat the test for all 3 Pokemon. The good thing is that we don't have to leave because I have recently installed a talent machine here in my office. Shall we do it now?" Alex picked up the Pokeballs of Butterfree, Raticate, and Fiero and gave them to Andre. Andre pressed a button, and the bookshelf below him turned and revealed a very complex machine. He put in 1 Pokeball and activated the machine. The machine made a strange noise and then displayed an X on the big screen. Andre smiled and said, "Wow! The guest is really unlucky. Does the guest want to do an improved test for 5,000 Pokedollars or sell the Pokemon just like that?" Alex smiled and said, "Repeat the test for 5,000 Pokedollars. I'm very sure that this Pokemon has at least Adolescent." Andre, who had expected that, pressed the top button of the machine that makes the improved test. After 3 seconds, a talent was displayed on the screen. Andre and Alex, who had expected this result, were not surprised and went on. At the second test, Andre was surprised that it failed again and looked at Alex with sympathy. Alex tried to look upset as much as possible. Although Alex knew that this would happen beforehand, he didn't want Andre to notice that he was acting weird. At the third test, Andre was surprised again. Andre said with a sympathetic smile, "Sir, your luck is surprisingly bad today, but take it on the positive side. All Pokemon are, as you thought before, a talent Pokemon." Alex, who was pretending to be annoyed, said, "If I didn't know that the penalty for cheating the test is very high, I would have thought that you are trying to pull money out of my pocket. Arg. Anyway, we'd rather negotiate the prices of the Pokemon." Of course, Alex knew that Andre had not manipulated the test. But he wanted to behave as believable as possible and had to say it. These were the Pokemon that had already failed the talent test. That's why they were being sold by trainers in the market at such a low price. Since trainers refused to go through the improved test, it had to be done by Alex. Alex and Andre negotiated for 10 minutes before reaching an agreement. The 3 Pokemon were going to be sold for 305,000 Poke Dollars. Butterfree, nothing special. 45,000 Poke Dollars. Raticate, good innate talent move. 70,000 Poke Dollars. Fiero, sniper and good innate talent move. 190,000 Poke Dollars. After the cost of the test being subtracted, Alex had earned 288,500 Poke Dollars. Fiero especially gave a lot of money to Alex. The reason why Alex got so much more money for it was that Fiero had a better ability, and he is generally worth more as a Pokemon species, flight mount, than Butterfree and Raticate. Also, the fact that it has a good innate talent move only increases its price even further. Alex and Andre talked for a while before Alex left the Hunter Guild. He wasn't afraid that Andre would attack him for the little money. He quickly found a place where no one would see him so he can change his face and clothes. After another 15 minutes, Alex walked out of the Team Rocket building, Black Market, with a different face and clothes. He was able to sell 2 more silver Pokemon without a problem and managed to sell half of his silver Pokemon today. Butterfree, good innate talent move, 65,000 Poke Dollars. Beedrill, nothing special. 40,000 Poke Dollars. In just one day, Alex earned 382,500 Poke Dollars and now had 542,500 Poke Dollars and 43,050 TR points in total. Alex, who saw this number, could hardly suppress his inner joy and thought, I'm fking rich, or at least on the way of being it. Chapter 63. Alex's Room. Alex and his Pokemon sat together and waited for Alex to show them the new member, Shereldon. He took the Pokeball of Shereldon and called Shereldon out of it. Shereldon, who suddenly appeared, saw 4 strong Pokemon and a human in front of him and looked a bit scared. But the fear could only be seen for a fraction of a second. After overcoming his fear, he looked at Alex and his Pokemon with a fearless, cute look. Alex was impressed that a Pokemon that was only a few days old, you can see it on the level, is so brave. Although he is facing 4 Pokemon that were stronger than him, he had managed to overcome his fear and bravely face these Pokemon. This brave character is optimal for a Shereldon to have. He walked over to Shereldon with a friendly smile and said, Hello, Shereldon. I'm Alex, your new trainer. And you are a new member of our family. I know you're probably very confused about why you're here, but don't be afraid. You are a part of our family now. And no need to worry that you will be treated badly here. We are all very friendly with our new family members and will take good care of you. After Alex said that, he took out a bottle of Moo Moo milk and called Shereldon over. Shereldon, who was only a few days old, was very innocent. He immediately believed what Alex told him. He walked in front of Alex with a curious look and looked at the bottle in Alex's hand. Alex poured half of the Moo Moo milk into a bowl and gave it to Shereldon. Shereldon smelled the bowl full of Moo Moo milk and slowly started to drink it. Alex watched with a smile on how fast Shereldon was drinking the Moo Moo milk. Apparently, he had never tasted anything so delicious in his life. Shereldon drank very quickly and emptied the whole bowl. After he finished drinking, he looked at Alex and showed an expression like, more. Alex was a bit surprised for a moment, but he quickly refilled the bowl. Normally, 1 bottle of Moo Moo milk for a baby Pokemon should be enough for the whole day. But Shereldon seems to have a big appetite and apparently needs 2 Moo Moo milk bottles a day. Alex looked at Shereldon, seeming happy with his dinner, and thought, I'm glad I have found a good way to make money. After Shereldon finished eating, he walked towards Alex, who was sitting on the floor and sat down next to him. Then he leaned against Alex and went to sleep. Alex suddenly felt a massive weight as Shereldon leaned against him. And for a while, he didn't know what to do. Shereldon, who is only a few days old, is smaller and weighs less than a full-fledged Shereldon. But even so, Shereldon weighs at least 40 kilograms. Alex, who couldn't sit there all day, had no choice but to let Shereldon sleep on his own bed and hope that Shereldon doesn't notice that his trainer has left him alone. After a few seconds, Alex grabbed the Shereldon and carried him to his bed. Alex felt like he was lifting weights and not a baby Pokemon, but he managed to move Shereldon anyway. Although Shereldon is very heavy, Alex could still pick him up. After laying Shereldon on his bed, Alex thought about what to buy with all his money. He looked at the list of items and saw 3 new items that can only be bought if the buyer is at least a Team Rocket captain. There were 3 items from Half-Blood legendary Pokemons. Regirock, Elite. Stone Piece 3/5 left, 300,000 Team Rocket points. Regice, Elite. Ice Piece 0/2 left, 450,000 Team Rocket points. Registeel, Elite. Metal Piece 2/4 left, 350,000 Team Rocket points. The seller of these items had successfully injured these 3 Pokemon and removed parts of them. Although he was almost defeated by these 3 Pokemon, he managed to run away and take away the parts he broke off. He said that these 3 half-blood legendary Pokemon have been trained by a very strong trainer and are therefore worth 10 times the usual price. Alex immediately thought of a trainer who could have caught exactly the 3 Pokemon, Pyramid King Brandon. Brandon owns exactly the 3 Pokemon and is a strong trainer. Although Alex didn't know how strong he is in this world, he should be at least a strong elite trainer. The Pokemon items from such a trainer are really worth 10 times as much as from other half-blood legendary Pokemon, where you don't know how strong the half-blood legendary Pokemon is. Although Alex knew that these items are quite expensive, he had to buy one of these items. Scyther can evolve with the help of Regis Teal Steel and is likely to improve his potential with it. In the games, Scyther needs the item Metal Coat to evolve successfully. But in this world, that is not the case. Once Scyther has a piece of metal on his body for a day, it will be able to evolve. The problem is when you use an ordinary metal piece to evolve Scyther to Scyther, the potential of Scyther is very likely to drop. Because of this, the metal of strong Pokemon is often used instead of an ordinary metal piece. Alex knew that he had to buy that item, so he purchased it along with a few other items. Regis Teal Metal Piece equals 350,000. 5 Moo Moo Milk, in total 6, equals 250. 10 Excellent Scyther Food, in total 10, equals 9,000. 10 Excellent Crobat Food, in total 10, equals 9,000. 10 Excellent Ralts Food, in total 10, equals 12,000. 10 Excellent Ditto Food, in total 10, equals 10,000. 20 Excellent Shereldon Food, in total 20, equals 20,000. 50 Pokeballs, in total 54, equals 500. 10 Great Balls, in total 10, equals 1,000. 80 Energy Powder, in total 100, equals 2,000. He also sold 13 excellent Bug-type foods and 13 Tauros Blood for a little less than he had bought it. 7,000. The reason Alex hadn't bought any TMs yet is that he wants to evolve Scyther before buying TMs. He exchanged 500,000 out of 542,500 Pokedollars for Team Rocket points to pay for his purchase. Alex had to pay 406,750 TR points for all items. After just one day, Alex had managed to use up 3/4 of his money. His account now had only 136,300 TR points and 42,500 Pokedollars. Alex felt that he spends more than most of the rich trainers. Author's thought. All items of Alex. Pokemon Egg Incubate. 1 Hyper Potion. 5 Super Potion. 54 Pokeball. 10 Great Balls. 3 Antidote. 6 Moo Moo Milk. 2 Energy Root. 100 Energy Powder. 10 Excellent Scyther Food. 10 Excellent Crobat Food. 10 Excellent Ralts Food. 10 Excellent Ditto Food. 20 Excellent Shereldon Food. 136,300 TR points. 42,500 Pokedollars. Parasect. Shallow Silver. Persian. Shallow Silver. Venonat. Shallow Silver. Farfetch'd. Deep Silver. Coughing. Shallow Silver. Chapter 64. 1 hour later, in Alex's room. Alex was unpacking the package he just received from Team Rocket Lackey. The most important order was, of course, the Regis Teal metal piece. Alex wants to use it for evolving Scyther and increase his potential. He took the Regis Teal metal piece out of the packet and put it in front of Scyther, who looked at this metal piece with enthusiasm. Since Golbat evolved to Crobat, Scyther's confidence in defeating Crobat had declined. He knew that this metal piece could make him a lot stronger, and that's why he was looking so much forward to this package. Alex said, "Scyther, you have to keep the metal piece on your body to be able to evolve." Scyther touched the metal piece, waited for the evolution, which didn't happen. Alex, who saw this, said with a smile, "As far as I can know, you have to keep the metal piece close to your body for at least 1 hour to be able to evolve. Though it may even take as long as an entire day to evolve. So be patient." Scyther picked up the piece of metal with his teeth and went to the armchair to sleep there. Although he prefers to sleep in the Pokeball, he wasn't able to wait until morning to start evolving. Alex saw that Scyther would rather sleep uncomfortably than evolve a day later, and shook his head. After a few minutes, Alex and all of his Pokemon went to sleep together. Almost all of Alex's Pokemon prefer to sleep in their Pokeball than on Alex's bed. Only Ralts and the baby Pokemon Shereldon sleep next to Alex. Although Alex feels weird that his Pokemon see him as her father, he is still not sure whether Shereldon sees him as his father or not. He can't say that it doesn't make him a little happy, though he would never admit it. In the middle of the night, Alex heard Scyther screeching loudly and woke up. Not only him, but Ralts and Shereldon also woke up due to the cry of Scyther. Alex saw how Scyther, or rather Sizer, gave out a loud victory cry and said loudly, "Sey, Sizer, shut up. It's the middle of the night, and you're screaming around here like a madman. We can celebrate your evolution tomorrow. Now, go to sleep." Sizer noticed that he woke up Alex, Ralts, and Shereldon and said with the help of sign language, "Oh, okay, see you tomorrow." Alex suppressed the feeling of getting up and screaming at Sizer and went back to sleep. But as soon as he wanted to go to sleep, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and looked at Sizer's info. Pokemon. Sizer. LV. 30. Type. Bug/Steel. Abilities. Technician. Gender. Male. Potential. Shallow Gold. Moves. Leer. Quick Attack. Focus Energy. Double Team. Feint. Fury Cutter. Wing Attack. Agility. Slash. Razor Wind. Innate Talent. Roost E. Innate Talent. Metal Claw. Innate Talent. Brick Break. TM. Protect. He saw the info from Sizer and was able to go to sleep comfortably. Now he has 3 Shallow Gold Pokemon, all of which are still young and can probably be further enhanced. Early in the morning, Alex and his Pokemon woke up and had breakfast together. Sizer and Crobat discussed who was now the strongest Pokemon while eating. And Ditto, Ralts, and Shereldon talked about miscellaneous things. At breakfast, Alex thought about his next goal. He heard that the Kanto Rookie Tournament would start within 25 days, and that he had to register 3 days in advance to take part. This Kanto Rookie Tournament takes place once a year and is organized by the Alliance to give rookie trainers a chance to show their talent to the whole world. Alex is sure that the reason Giovanni has his own rookie tournament is that the Alliance was able to find a lot of talented rookies with the help of this tournament, and he wants to copy the success too. Alex lost to Maria and can't take part in the boss tournament. But he can still take part in the Kanto Rookie Tournament since he has a new Alliance ID. Alex decided to take part in this tournament and to prepare for it here 10 days before he goes to Celadon City to register for this tournament. Although Alex is not sure that he will be able to win this tournament, he thinks that he can make it into the top 10 relatively easily. And with that, he will win many valuable prizes. The reason Alex thinks this is simple. Only trainers who are 17 years or younger are allowed to take part in this tournament. The reason why Alex doesn't presume that he can win is that some trainers start training their first Pokemon at the age of 13-14. Some start even earlier. Although Alex is sure that he can defeat most of the trainers of these experienced trainers, there are some genius trainers who have managed to train their starter Pokemon to the elite rank within these 2 to 3 years of training time. For example, Brock, 16, trained his Onix to the elite rank 3 years ago and was able to secure second place in this tournament. When Alex has to fight such trainers, he doesn't think he has a high chance of victory. Although Alex thinks that even Brock levels his Pokemon relatively slowly, he has to admit that without combat training in the wild, it is difficult to level his Pokemon quickly. Especially if you don't burn money as swiftly as Alex. After he decided to take part in this tournament, he thought about which TMs he should buy for Ralts and Sizer. The reason he's only buying TMs for the 2 Pokemon is quite simple. Shereldon is still a baby Pokemon, and Alex wants to wait for him to grow. Crobat got TMs last time, and Alex doesn't have enough money to buy TMs for all of his Pokemon. And Ditto is Ditto. Alex considered which TMs to buy. He picked out the TMs he found most important. Ralts. Protect, 1,000 TR points. Shadow Ball, 65,000 TR points. Psych Up, 1 million TR points. Reflect, 550,000 TR points. Will-O-Wisp, 15,000 TR points. Thunderbolt, 50,000 TR points. Thunder Wave, 10,000 TR points. Helping Hand, 1,000 TR points. Sizer. Toxic, 5,000 TR points. Light Screen, 500,000 TR points. Sandstorm, 1,500,000 TR points. Thief, 70,000 TR points. Facade, 7,500 TR points. Giga Impact, 50,000 TR points. U-Turn, 25,000 TR points. Alex would love to buy all these TMs, but he doesn't have enough money for that. Especially those valuable TMs are way too expensive for him. He has to make a decision about which of these TMs he considers more important than others. He also has to factor in the price. Alex estimates he can sell the other 5 silver Pokemon for 400,000. Together with the money he already has, Alex is ready to spend 500,000 TR points on TMs. He pondered on which of these TMs he should buy with the money. Chapter 65. In 3 days, Alex had managed to sell all 5 silver Pokemon for 440,000 TR points and bought new TMs for his Pokemon. He also had a training session with Maria to prepare for the tournament. Pokemon. Crobat. LV. 32. Type. Poison/flying. Abilities. Inner focus. Gender. Male. Potential. Shallow gold. Moves: Absorb, Supersonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack, Confuse Ray, Swift, Haze, Leech Life, Innate Talent, Shadow Ball E, Innate Talent, Fly, Innate Talent, Cross Poison, TM, Protect, TM, Toxic, TM, Sludge Bomb, TM, Facade, TM, Taunt. Pokemon. Sizer. LV. 31. Type. Bug/Steel. Abilities. Technician. Gender. Male. Potential. Shallow gold. Moves: Leer, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Double Team, Feint, Fury Cutter, Wing Attack, Agility, Slash, Razor Wind, Innate Talent, Roost E, Innate Talent, Metal Claw, Innate Talent, Brick Break, TM, Protect, TM, Toxic, TM, Thief, TM, Facade, TM, Giga Impact, TM, U-Turn. Pokemon. Ralts. LV. 22. Type. Psychic/Fairy. Abilities. Telepathy. Gender. Female. Potential. Deep Silver. Move: Growl, Confusion, Double Team, Teleport, Disarming Voice, Lucky Chant, Magical Leaf, Heal Pulse, Innate Talent, Disable, TM, Protect, TM, Shadow Ball, TM, Will-O-Wisp, TM, Thunderbolt, TM, Thunder Wave, TM, Helping Hand. Pokemon. Ditto. LV. 24. Type. Normal. Abilities. Imposter. Hidden Ability. Gender. Genderless. Potential. Shallow Silver. Move: Innate Talent, Transform E. Pokemon. Shereldon. LV. 5. Type. Rock/Steel. Abilities. Sturdy. Gender. Male. Potential. Shallow Gold. Move: Protect, Tackle, Innate Talent, Rock Polish, Innate Talent, Sleep Talk, Innate Talent, Flamethrower. TM, Toxic, TM, Thief, TM, Facade, TM, Giga Impact, TM, U-Turn, TM, Protect, TM, Shadow Ball, TM, Will-O-Wisp, TM, Thunderbolt, TM, Helping Hand, TM, Thunder Wave. Bought for 299,500 TR points. Alex had enough money to buy all the TMs which were not overpriced, and still have enough money to buy something else if he is interested in it. 276,800 TR points. 42,500 Pokedollars left. The problem was that Alex noticed how his Pokemon were leveling up much slower than before after reaching LV 30. For example, even after 3 days of intense training, Crobat was unable to move up even 1 level. Another problem was that Ralts could not evolve for whatever reason. Alex knows from the games that Ralts should have evolved at LV 20. But even after reaching level 22, she is still a Ralts and not a Kirlia. Alex thought that it was because Ralts was still very young and hence cannot evolve yet. Ralts, who is not even a month old, may have to be a bit older before she can evolve. Though Alex is not entirely sure that this is the right reason. Alex's training schedule for Ralts was relatively simple. Practice Teleport and Disable. He wanted Ralts to train these 2 significant moves to an expert rank before she can start her training for other moves. In the 3 days, Shereldon had also gotten mature enough to be trained. Alex had already decided about which move Shereldon will train to expert rank first: Rock Polish. Rock Polish, if trained well, can help Shereldon lose his greatest weakness, that he is too slow. As soon as Shieldon's Rock Polish reaches the expert rank, one can say that Shieldon has no weaknesses except his relatively weak attack power. Alex has also come up with a training plan for Ditto. Ditto is a Pokemon that is highly underestimated in this world and is not trained correctly. The best way for Ditto to fight is in group battles where it can make the most out of its talent. Ditto is the perfect helper for group fights if used cleverly. For example, Ditto can transform itself into Ralts and use the moves of Ralts to heal, Heal Pulse, Boost, Helping Hand, or to disturb its opponents, Disable, Will-O-Wisp, etc. Or Ditto can transform itself into Sizer, who is already strengthened to the maximum stats with Focus Energy and Agility, and suddenly has 2 monsters on the battlefield. Alex had noticed that as soon as a Ditto got its transform on the expert rank, the transform not only got faster, but it could also copy reinforcements from the Pokemon in which Ditto is transforming. Alex saw how much better Transform became after it reached the expert rank and got excited about what would change when it reached the master rank. He thought about the possibility that Ditto, as soon as he reached the master rank, could also copy the Pokemon's moves mastery and got excited. If that's really the case, Ditto is one of the best Pokemon in this world. The problem was that Alex noticed how Ditto's transform took a lot longer than other moves to get to expert rank. He got to know from Ditto that Ditto had already trained this move for 12 months, without a trainer, and had only now made it reach the expert rank. That shows how much more difficult it is to bring this move to expert rank than other moves. Even though Ditto has normal potential, it shouldn't have taken this long. As far as Alex knows, there are no known trainers who have managed to bring their Ditto's transform to master rank. Though indeed, most of them aren't elite trainers, and even if they are, they don't put much effort into Ditto. But even with this disadvantage, Ditto has so many opportunities to be used effectively that Alex naturally wanted to train him too. For Crobat, Alex chose the Fly, Cross Poison, and Toxic moves as the moves he should train first for the tournament. Although there are other moves that Alex wanted to train his Crobat in, like Confuse Ray and Taunt, he cannot let Crobat train in too many moves at once. 3 moves are already a bit too much for him because it takes so long to get a move to the expert rank that it is relatively ineffective. For Sizer, Alex opted the moves Agility, Metal Claw, and Brick Break. Although he also wanted to train Fury Cutter and Focus Energy, the innate talent moves get the priority because you can train them to the expert rank faster than normal moves. Of course, Alex not only trained moves but also the physical fitness of his Pokemon. Especially Crobat, Sizer, and Shereldon are Pokemon who also have to train their bodies a lot in order to become stronger quickly. Crobat trained his speed and agility in the air. Sizer trained his strength and close combat skills. Shereldon was currently only training his endurance. Alex thought that Shereldon was still a little too young for difficult training. Ditto and Ralts also trained their bodies, but most of their training time was spent on moves mastery than on physical exercises. Ditto trained his close combat skills when he transforms into a Sizer. Ralts trained in evading attacks with or without teleport. Different Pokemon need different training plans. But it was not like Alex didn't do anything. He had learned his lessons. Other than the physical exercises, he also practiced throwing Pokeballs at the different targets. After all, he doesn't want to repeat the mistake he almost made in the Victory Bell situation. Chapter 66. 7 days later. In the past days that Alex trained in Team Rocket Base, a lot had happened. He didn't not only train his Pokemon but had also bought and sold 6 more silver Pokemon from the black market. Alex had considered whether to buy and sell more silver Pokemon, but after long thinking, he decided against it. If someone suddenly noticed that the number of Pokemon with improved tests had increased significantly, the Hunter Guild and the Rocket Team would probably want to investigate this matter. The more often he does it, the higher the chance of him being discovered. Alex didn't want to sell any more Pokemon in the black market of this town because it was getting too risky. Alex sold 8 silver Pokemon that had to repeat the test in the last 13 days to the Hunter Guild. Although Alex wasn't sure how many silver Pokemon were sold in 13 days, it couldn't be more than 100, estimation by Alex. If you consider the 10% error rate from the talent machine, an average of 10 silver Pokemon, repeated test, were sold there in these 13 days. That means that Alex probably doubled the number of silver Pokemon, repeated test, that were sold there for the last 13 days. Regular numbers 10 turned into 18, 10 plus 8, because of Alex. If Alex had continued to sell silver Pokemon here, these statistics would have soon become extremely abnormal. And if that was the case, it wouldn't have been long before questions arise that why so many silver Pokemon that have to repeat the test were suddenly being sold. Alex didn't want to take such a risk. After Alex sold these 5 silver Pokemon for 302,000 Pokedollars in the black market, he bought the Pokemon food and training items he needed. Consumed in the 10 days. 22 Energy Root. 100 Energy Powder. 10 Excellent Sizer Food. 10 Excellent Crobat Foods. 10 Excellent Ralts Food. 10 Excellent Ditto Food. 20 Excellent Shereldon Food. 6 Moo Moo Milk. Bought. 100 Energy Root. 50,000. 30 Excellent Sizer Food. 27,000. 30 Excellent Crobat Food. 27,000. 30 Excellent Ralts Food. 36,000. 30 Excellent Ditto Food. 30,000. 60 Excellent Shereldon Food. 30,000. Private training room for 10 days and training utilities, 20,000. For a total of 220,000 TR points. Alex's items. Pokemon Egg Incubator. 1 Hyper Potion. 5 Super Potion. 54 Pokeball. 10 great balls. 3 antidotes. 80 energy root. 30 excellent sizer food. 30 excellent Crobat food. 30 excellent Ralts food. 30 excellent Ditto food. 60 excellent Sherelden food. 359,800 TR points. 42,500 Poke Dollars. Alex, who now trains 5 Pokemon every day, has no problem spending money on Pokemon food, training items, energy root, and training utilities to improve the training efficiency. Pokemon. Crobat. LV. 34. Type. Poison/flying. Abilities. Inner focus. Gender. Male. Potential. Shallow gold. Moves: Absorb, Supersonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack, Confuse Ray, Swift, Haze, Leech Life, Mean Look, Innate Talent, Shadow Ball E, Innate Talent, Fly, Innate Talent, Cross Poison, TM, Protect, TM, Toxic, TM, Sludge Bomb, TM, Facade, TM, Taunt. Pokemon. Sizer. LV. 33. Type. Bug/Steel. Abilities. Technician. Gender. Male. Potential. Shallow gold. Moves: Leer, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Double Team, Feint, Fury Cutter, Wing Attack, Agility, Slash, Razor Wind, Innate Talent, Roost E, Innate Talent, Metal Claw, Innate Talent, Brick Break, TM, Protect, TM, Toxic, TM, Thief, TM, Facade, TM, Giga Impact, TM, U-Turn. Pokemon. Ralts. LV. 24. Type. Psychic/Fairy. Abilities. Telepathy. Gender. Female. Potential. Deep Silver. Move: Growl, Confusion, Double Team, Teleport, Disarming Voice, Lucky Chant, Magical Leaf, Heal Pulse, Draining Kiss, Calm Mind, Innate Talent, Disable E, TM, Protect, TM, Shadow Ball, TM, Will-O-Wisp, TM, Thunderbolt, TM, Thunderwave, TM, Helping Hand. Pokemon. Ditto. LV. 28. Type. Normal. Abilities. Imposter. Hidden Ability. Gender. Genderless. Potential. Shallow Silver. Move: Innate Talent, Transform E. Pokemon. Sherelden. LV. 12. Type. Rock/Steel. Abilities. Sturdy. Gender. Male. Potential. Shallow Gold. Move: Protect, Tackle, Taunt, Metal Sound, Innate Talent, Rock Polish, Innate Talent, Sleep Talk, Innate Talent, Flamethrower. In these 10 days, Ralts still couldn't evolve herself. But she was still able to learn Calm Mind, which lifted up Alex's mood. Anyone who has played the Pokemon games knows how powerful and useful the move Calm Mind is for Psychic-type Pokemon. In this world, this move is at least as powerful and helpful as it is in the games, or maybe even more. Ralts also managed to get Innate Talent move disabled to the Expert rank. Alex and Ralts tested how much better the move on the Expert rank had become, and Alex had to admit that he was impressed. Not only Ralts can now move while using it. It can now, under certain conditions, also be used against Pokemon that are of a higher level than Ralts. After a bit of testing, Alex knew the conditions under which the move will work. 1. The Pokemon must not be more than 10 levels higher than Ralts, and the move that the Pokemon is using must not be on the Expert rank, or at Master. 2. Ralts can use the Disable against Expert rank move if Ralts is at the same or higher level than the opponent. These two prerequisites must be met to be able to use the Disable successfully. However, after 10 days, not only Ralts but Crobat and Sherelden had also learned new moves. Crobat, who can now use Mean Look, can help Alex catch Pokemon more easily. Sherelden, who has risen 7 levels, and learned 2 new moves, can now also fight against weak Pokemon to train. Alex gave his team a satisfying look after the result of these 10 days. Although Alex wasn't able to get his 2 strongest Pokemon to the elite level before the Kanto Rookie Tournament, the improvement was good enough for him to be sure that he and his team can get a good place. 30 minutes later, Alex teleported out of Team Rocket Base. Alex, who was now an official Alliance trainer, walked in the streets of Pewter City with his Alliance poke belt. He noticed that most people no longer looked at him with contempt and once again felt how rotten the system of this world is. In this world, those who are not official Alliance trainers or official Alliance members are treated as 2-tier human beings and are despised by most people. That 10% of people are treated as no better than garbage. The weak and poor minority is oppressed and despised by the majority. What a broken system. Alex understood why so many people join Team Rocket and other crime organizations. He stepped leisurely in the direction of MT Moon as he thought about these kinds of things. Chapter 67. MT Moon is a mountain chain in northern Kanto, between Pewter City in the west and Cerulean City in the east. MT Moon is known for being one of the few places where wild clefairy can be found. Not to mention the famous frequent meteor falls. The shards of meteorites that fall here become moonstones, which is why it's named MT Moon. The mountain is also known for being home to Pokemon fossils. This is apparent by looking at the trainers who come here to seek valuable and rare items. But you will find many elite Pokemon in this mountain chain or the forest in front of it. That's why only the brave and powerful trainers dare to enter this mountain chain. Regular people and weak trainers have to take a detour to get to Cerulean City. For Alex, this place was like a treasure trove where you can find many valuable objects. He was not afraid to enter this relatively dangerous zone because he had prepared for most of the dangers. Food and water. He has enough food for himself and his Pokemon to last for a month. Getting lost. He had bought an expensive card that tells him exactly where he is and where the danger zones are. To be suddenly attacked by a Pokemon. No longer possible. He has Crobat, who can track down all Pokemon above the land. And Sheldon, who can track down all Pokemon below the ground. Encounter a too strong Pokemon or a trainer. As long as the trainer does not have Pokemon or the wild Pokemon itself is not a psychic-type Pokemon that can stop Ralts's telepotion, he doesn't have to be afraid of them. A strong psychic-type Pokemon attacks Alex. Fly away with the help of Crobat. Those were all risks for which Alex had an emergency plan. Of course, there are many other dangers, but Alex does not want to and cannot have a plan for all risks. He can only take into account the dangers that he can probably face. If he encounters new trouble, he can only adapt and prepare for it the next time. Alex, Crobat, Ralts, and Sheldon walked the path that leads deeper to this mountain range. Alex knows that he first has to cross this mountain chain, and then go through a particular cave to get to Cerulean City. Crobat suddenly approached Alex and said, "One Pokemon is ahead of us." Alex was a bit confused that a Pokemon dared to walk on this path alone. Usually, trainers who are walking around here are too dangerous for normal Pokemon. He thought one of these two possibilities were most likely to occur. 1. The Pokemon was strong enough to be not afraid of regular trainers. 2. The Pokemon was still young and didn't know that this zone was dangerous. Alex, who was not afraid of a strong Pokemon, slowly walked ahead. Even if this Pokemon was too strong, Alex had plenty of opportunities to run away. As he walked in the direction of this Pokemon, he suddenly smelled a disgusting stench. This smell reminded him of Pokemon's corpses slowly rotting away. As Alex followed this smell closer, he found a deep bronze Grimer surrounded by one human and many Pokemon corpses. This Grimer was slowly pulling these corpses into his body to digest them. After Grimer digested these corpses, Alex suddenly realized that the potential of this Pokemon had increased. Pokemon. Grimer. LV. 34. Type. Poison. Abilities. Stench. Gender. Male. Potential. Shallow Silver. Moves. Poison Gas. Pound. Harden. Minimize. Disable. Sludge. Screech. Toxic. Innate Talent. Poison Jab. Alex, who saw this Grimer's potential rise as he ate those dead bodies, was a bit shocked. This is the first time he's seen a wild Pokemon increase its potential. Although it is possible to increase your potential by eating Pokemon with good potential, the amount of Pokemon you have to eat for this method is far too high to be used effectively. The items from a corpse are much more ineffective than eating Pokemon. Therefore this method is not only questionable but also relatively ineffective. Especially when you consider that Pokemon food can also increase the potential of a Pokemon. Of course, only if you eat high-quality Pokemon food, what Alex bought last time, for long enough. And the higher the potential, the longer it takes to be able to increase it only with Pokemon food. For example, Ditto will be able to increase his potential to silver rank in 3 or 4 months with the help of these Pokemon foods. But Crobat has to eat these expensive Pokemon foods for many years to increase his potential on the gold rank. But this method is not available for wild Pokemon. So if these Pokemon want to get stronger, they'll have to eat Pokemon or find some other option. Alex called out Sizer from his Pokeball and said, "You can try this fight on your own. If you take too much damage or time, I'll send Crobat to help you." Sizer, who heard this, nodded lightly and flew in the direction of Grimer. Grimer, who mostly uses poison-type moves, shouldn't be a problem for Sizer. So Alex let him fight without any instructions. Alex and his Pokemon watched Grimer get punched like a sandbag by Sizer and felt a bit sorry for Grimer, who couldn't defend himself against a Pokemon that had a lower level than him. For normal trainers, this Grimer was a powerful and dangerous Pokemon. But for Alex, who was almost on the elite rank and owned a Steel-type Pokemon, Grimer was a weak opponent. Crobat, who watched as this Grimer was being beaten up, went to Alex and told him in sign language, "One trainer with 2 Pokemon will quickly arrive here from that direction." Alex, who heard this, declared, "We'd better end this fight quickly. Sizer, hurry up and finish it quickly. Ralts use Confusion. And Ditto, you transform into Ralts and use Confusion too. Crobat and Shereldon try to protect us from any surprise attacks." After he said that, he looked in the direction from where Crobat had said these uninvited guests were coming from. Chapter 68. Alex's Pokemon quickly defeated Grimer. Alex caught Grimer and waited for the visitor to arrive. After only a few seconds, Alex saw the fellow. A young man with red hair and a friendly face slowly walked towards Alex and his Pokemon. There were 2 Pokemon next to the man. A LV-16 Bronze Geodude and a LV-24 Bronze Graveler. Alex, who saw how weak this trainer's Pokemon were, was a bit relieved. But still, stayed alert in case this man suddenly tried attacking him. The young man called Jerry looked at Alex and his Pokemon. After a short pause, Jerry said, "Hello friend, why are you waiting here?" Alex looked at Jerry and said coldly, "I'm taking a break." He had no interest in making friends with someone who had no talent or connections. Jerry heard Alex's tone but said with a smile, "Oh, I see. It is probably a bit rude, but I wanted to ask if you would like to have a 2v/S2 match with me. I am sure that it will be advantageous for both of us to gain experiences. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jerry." Alex was a bit confused about why this man was so friendly even though he was so cold to him. Is it because he saw that Alex was much stronger than him? Alex nodded anyway and said, "Okay, we'll send out the weak Pokemon first, then the strong ones. Shereldon, are you ready for your first fight?" Shereldon, who has not yet had a real fight, needs combat experience. And what better way to fight his first fight against a Pokemon who has a trainer than against a wild Pokemon against whom he is bound to win? Shereldon walked in front of Alex with an excited expression on his face and got ready to fight. Jerry sent out Geodude to fight. 3, 2, 1, go. Jerry said, "Geodude, use Defense Curl." Alex said at the same time, Shereldon used Taunt and then Rock Polish. Geodude, who wanted to use the Defense Curl, suddenly felt hatred for this Shereldon. He stopped using Defense Curl and got pissed off at Shereldon. He ached to beat up that Shereldon. Geodude, use Rock Throw. Jerry was surprised that Alex could anticipate his plan. A normal trainer under the elite rank is usually not as experienced in Pokemon fighting that he is, because they are not able to predict what their opponent is gonna do. Alex, who played the Pokemon games, knows that if Geodude wants to have a chance for winning this fight, he has to use Defense Curl and Sand Attack often enough. As long as Alex prevents these 2 moves, Geodude cannot do anything. Shereldon, use Flamethrowers until the enemy is defeated. Alex used Flamethrower because Geodude has a terrible SP def, and this move can do enormous damage to Geodude even though it has the type disadvantage. This fight was over after only 1 minute. Geodude, who only had a move that could do little harm to Shereldon, made Shereldon look like a bully. Alex was a little confused about why Jerry wasn't giving up the fight. Geodude had no chance of winning, and yet Jerry let Geodude keep on fighting. He even saw Geodude giving Jerry a disdainful look. Alex, who saw this, thought, Jerry seems to be hated by his Geodude. But Jerry behaves like a very friendly person. Why does he pretend to be a friendly trainer? Is he afraid that I will play a hero when they show his true nature? Jerry's Graveler and Alex's Ralts both got ready for the second fight. Ralts used Magical Leaf, Protect and Teleport to do a lot of damage to Graveler without getting hit herself. Graveler tried using Rock Slide to quickly defeat Ralts. Both Ralts and Graveler, SP Def and HP, have a poor defense, so it depends on who can hit the other faster. Ralts that can use Teleport and Protect in an emergency has an obvious advantage. Although Ralts can only use Teleport 3 times before taking a break, that number is enough to cause severe damage to Graveler. Alex, who saw that Graveler was badly injured and said, "What are you doing? Your Graveler can no longer fight." Before Jerry could answer, Crobat suddenly cried out, 5 people and 11 Pokemon are quickly coming our way." Alex, who heard this, had a dark expression on his face. Jerry, who saw Crobat and Alex talking, said with a cold expression, "Graveler, use Self-Destruct." Crobat and Sizer both did not wait for Alex's orders and flew towards Ralts, and both used Protect to shield Ralts from this attack. A big explosion took place with Ralts, Crobat, and Sizer right in the center of it. Alex, who saw this, knew that an LV-25 bronze Pokémon self-destruct couldn't break through the shield of Crobat and Sizer. He was a bit confused about why this man was doing this. This was not a game. As soon as self-destruct is used, the Pokémon will be seriously injured. Sometimes the Pokémon that uses this move will die if it is not given medical attention quickly enough. No sensible trainer would use this move even if it is powerful. When the explosion stopped, Alex saw Jerry fly away on a LV-22 Fiero. Alex got mad and said, "Crobat, use Mean Look and then use Fly." Alex knows that the move Mean Look has many requirements before it can be used. During the training, Alex made two speculations that are most likely to be true. 1. The move does not work if the target Pokémon has a higher level than the Pokémon who is using the Mean Look. That is because this move is not on expert rank. 2. The further the Pokémon is from where you are using Mean Look, the more difficult it is to use Mean Look successfully. Fiero, who had already flown a few meters, suddenly felt that a strange force was preventing him from flying further in this direction. It froze in the air. Crobat, who was more than 10 LV higher than Fiero, was able to stop Fiero from flying away with Mean Look with ease. Chapter 69. Crobat flew to Fiero and used Fly against it. Fiero, who had its trainer on its back, couldn't avoid the attack and was hit in the head. Fiero's head was severely wounded when hit by the sharp wings. It used Fury Attack to damage Crobat as well. Crobat, who was upset that someone tried to hurt Ralts, didn't dodge but used Fly again. Fiero, who was surprised that Crobat did not dodge its attack, was hit again in the head when it hit Crobat with Fury Attack. Fiero, who was hit twice in a row at the same places, became unconscious. Fiero started falling on the floor together with its trainer. Crobat didn't wait for Fiero to fall and used Shadow Ball against Jerry, who was still on Fiero's back. Jerry, who was in midair, couldn't dodge Crobat's attack and was hit perfectly. Jerry now had a soccer ball-looking wound on his stomach. His organs folded out of his stomach as he fell to the ground. Alex, who saw this, said, "Crobat, come here. We have to get out of here quickly." Even though Jerry survived that, Alex didn't want to waste any more time. Alex knows that people in this world have a much better body than his world. So even such an injury cannot necessarily kill Jerry immediately. Only if you hit the head or the neck you can kill people quickly in this world. For example, a person in this world can fall from 15 meters to the ground and would only suffer minor injuries. So Jerry won't die. Probably. Well, it doesn't really matter to him right now. Alex knew that Ralts can no longer use teleport because she was exhausted due to the battle and said, "Ditto, transform yourself to Ralts and use teleport." Alex was genuinely glad that he had Ditto in such cases. Although he can escape into the air with the help of Crobat, it is not the safest method. When Alex said this, he could see 5 men and 11 different Pokémon running in their direction. Although they were still more than 100 meters away, all of these men were using flying-type Pokémon as mounts and were therefore relatively fast. Alex looked at the information about the 11 Pokémon from the group. 9 Pokémon were between levels 20-29, and a Zubat was at level 14. The strongest Pokémon was a Nidoking at level 34. Pokémon. Nidoking. LV. 34. Type. Poison/ground. Abilities. Poison Point. Gender. Male. Potential. Deep Silver. Moves, Leer, Peck, Focus Energy, Poison Sting, Double Kick, Horn Attack, Helping Hand, Toxic, Thrash, Innate Talent, Megahorn E, TM, Protect, TM, Sludge Bomb, TM, Facade, TM, Ice Beam, TM, Surf, TM, Flamethrower, TM, Thunderbolt. After Ditto had transformed into Ralts, it used Teleport immediately. While teleporting, Alex thought, the Zubat is probably used to track down trainers and dodge surprise attacks. This group is really not weak. I should avoid fighting this group directly. After only 10 seconds, 5 men with 11 different Pokémon came to the place where Jerry had fallen to the ground. The leader of this group was a thin man with a large scar on his face. His face changed to an annoyed expression when he saw Alex flee with teleport. He shouted angrily, "John, why didn't your Kadabra cancelled out the teleport of the prey?" John looked nervously at the thin man and said, "Sir, the psychic Pokémon was of a higher level than my Kadabra, so it can't disable the teleport." The leader gave him an angry look and said, "Can you at least find out where he's teleported to?" John said while looking down at the ground, "I'm sorry. We were too far away for Kadabra to find out. Now it's too late." The thin man ignored John and looked in the direction of Jerry, who had seen better days before. When this skinny man saw Jerry's bleeding body, he said, "Paul, use your Pokemon to cure this useless idiot before he dies. Didn't I tell him to only target trainers under the elite rank? Why is this idiot looking for prey that can defeat him quickly? Let's wait until he wakes up and explains the matter in more detail." Paul's Pokemon tried to heal Jerry but stopped in a few seconds. It shook its head and indicated that he was already dead. The skinny man saw that Jerry could not be saved and said, "Then we'd better go. The person who can defeat Jerry so quickly is not something we should provoke for no reason. We should instead look for prey that isn't that hard to catch." Alex, sitting under a tree 1 kilometer away from the place, thought about his next steps. He knows that most of the raids end with the killing of the assaulted person. This is to prevent the chance of revenge, and so the police don't know that a group of criminals attacked Pokemon trainers. When a pair of regular trainers disappear into the mountain chain of MT Moon, the police won't think much. Everyday trainers disappear somewhere, so that's not surprising. As long as the number is not very high, the police will not investigate. Of course, when a trainer with a high position goes missing, it's a different matter. Alex, who knew that this group must have kidnapped people and probably killed them, seethed with rage. Alex, who has always been a person who believes in revenge, didn't want this attempted attack to go unpunished. The problem was that this group was too strong in a fair fight. Though, it was not fair from the start since it was one person fighting against a group. When thinking about how to kill this group in the best manner, he noticed that it was slowly getting dark. Alex smiled coldly at the idea that had just occurred to him. Crobat and Sizer saw Alex smile wickedly and began to smile like that too. Of Alex's Pokemon, Ralts is by far the most popular Pokemon. Crobat and Sizer saw how Ralts got almost killed, probably badly injured, in this explosion and felt an indescribable hatred for this group. Ralts felt the feelings of her father and the 2 big brothers. She saw their expression and felt sympathy for this group of 5 people. She tried to persuade these 3 vengeance demons but was just ignored. She looked at Ditto for help, but Ditto disappointed her by agreeing to Alex, Crobat, and Sizer's revenge plan. Ralts felt helpless as only she and Shereldon, who was still a child, did not express themselves positively for this revenge plan. Chapter 70. Bonus Chapter. During the night, Alex sat with Crobat and discussed his plan of attack. After 10 minutes, Crobat flew in the direction of the camp. This group was staying in this forest, which was perfect for the plan. Alex and his team were located 1,000 meters away from this group. The only Pokemon from this group that could discover this surprise attack at night was Zubat. Zubat can detect living beings with sound waves, which makes this Pokemon very useful to keep watch at night. Another advantage is that the stronger Zubat, Golbat, Crobat is, the greater the range of its detection is. That is also the reason why Zubat cannot see Alex and his Pokemon, but Crobat can see their group. The reason why Alex sent Crobat alone is that Crobat can change the sound waves of Zubat, so that Zubat only discovers Crobat when it is very close. The reason Crobat can do this is that this Zubat is much weaker than him. So its control with sound waves is much worse than Crobat. Crobat flew in the direction of the group without making a sound. After a few minutes, Crobat was only 20 meters away from the Zubat that was supposed to protect the group from raids during the night. Crobat knows that if he gets any closer than this, he will be discovered by Zubat, and it will warn everyone. After 5 seconds, Crobat suddenly took off at its fastest speed in the direction of Zubat. Within 1 second, Crobat flew in front of Zubat, who had just discovered him, and used Fly against Zubat. Zubat, who was 20 levels lower than Crobat, could not dodge this surprise attack and gets beheaded by Crobat's wing. Zubat did not manage to leave a warning shout and died relatively quietly. Crobat, who had fulfilled his mission, flew to Alex without making a noise. After a minute, Crobat reached Alex and told him what happened. After knowing that Crobat had successfully carried out the first step, Alex got ready for the next step. He got on Crobat's back and flew quietly in the direction of the group. When he and Crobat were 20 meters away from the 5 tents, he took Sizer, Ditto, and Ralts out of their Pokeballs and told them about their next task. Alex said quietly, "Sizer, use focus energy and agility for as long as you can. Ditto, use transform and change yourself into Crobat. Then Ditto, Crobat, and Sizer will attack these 5 tents on my command. Try to kill the people in the tents as soon as possible. Ralts, you stay with me and get ready to use teleport if necessary." All 3 Pokemon nodded and got ready to attack these people on Alex's signal. Alex knows that there is a person and a Pokemon in every tent, so he still needs a retreat plan in case something goes wrong. After seeing that these 3 Pokemon were ready, he gave them the signal with his hand. Ditto, Sizer, and Crobat all picked a tent and attacked it at the same time. After just a few seconds, Alex heard loud fighting sounds that woke other people up. Alex saw from a distance that Ditto and Crobat had managed to kill the person in the tent. Sizer failed to kill this person unnoticed and was attacked by the Pokemon in the tent. Although the Pokemon that fought Sizer was weaker than Sizer, it was strong enough to last a few minutes. The Pokemon of the killed trainers did not attack Crobat or Ditto but ran away into the forest. It looked like they don't have any positive feelings for their trainer. The two other people heard the sound and ran out of the tent with their Pokemon. The thin man learned that they were being attacked and took his Nidoking out of the Pokeball. Together with the Pokemon in his tent, a 36 bronze Fiero, he looked at the strength of the attacker. The other man also grabbed his Pokemon, 24 bronze Fiero, and looked around. When these two men saw that two comrades had already died and the third one was desperately fighting for his life, their first thought was to run away. The thin man looked at the two Crobat flying out of the tents and knew that these two Pokemon were about as strong as his two Pokemon. Together with his two subordinates, he was sure that he can win this fight. He said aloud, "Peter, follow me. We'll go and save Steven." Peter followed the command and walked in the direction of the tent Sizer was attacking. Alex saw that his Pokemon were in danger, as they would have to fight against so many Pokemon. He shouted, "Retreat! Come back to me!" All Pokemon of Alex flew/ran towards Alex without thinking anything else. The thin man saw that the attacker wanted to flee but did nothing. The Pokemon from this attacker was about as powerful as his Nidoking. He doubted that he could stop these Pokemon from running, especially when these three Pokemon were so fast. He went to Steven's damaged tent and saw how he was doing. Steven was sitting on the floor with a wound on his upper body. Although the wound wasn't very deep, Steven was still bleeding a lot. Steven's two Pokemon also had injuries on the body that were not easy to heal. These two Pokemon would not have lasted long if they hadn't come so soon. The thin man saw how much damage Steven had suffered in a short time and said, "That bastard got us. We only have 6 Pokemon left to fight, and we have no Pokemon that can teleport us away or warns us in the dark. We have no chance against 2 Crobat in the darkness. Our light sources are not large enough to be able to fight sensibly. We have to get out of here as soon as possible." Steven said timidly, "Sir, but if we go into the forest at night, we will definitely be attacked by that bastard. Only in this camp, we have enough light sources to keep us safe. How about we stay here?" The thin man looked at Steven as if he is an idiot and said, "Are you stupid? The attacker also knows that the light sources are our only protection against him. Do you think we can defend these light sources all night? We have to get out of here as soon as possible. Don't worry, I have a plan. We will ride our flight Pokemon and fly over the forest in the direction of the city." Steven, seeing the hope to survive, happily said, "Sir, you are a genius. If we do that, we can all survive." The thin man said with a sarcastic smile, "Oh, really? How great. But this plan has one major disadvantage. The problem is that the 2 Crobats can easily defeat our 3 flight Pokemon in the dark. That means that we have to split up to survive. Everyone will fly on different paths and hope that they are not the one to be selected as a target by the attacker. If we do that, they can only kill one person, and the other 2 can flee." Chapter 71. Alex watched the 3 men get on their flight mounts and fly away in different directions. He called back all Pokemon except Crobat and Ditto and thought, the idea is not bad. Ditto is not strong enough to defeat a Pokemon on its own, so I can only chase one person. The skinny man who is the boss of this group is not a bad target. But he is a little too strong is for my taste. I'd rather choose a simple target. Alex, who had decided on a target, got on Crobat's back and said, "Chase the man on the right side." Crobat nodded and flew at a fast pace in the direction of the man. After only 20 seconds, Crobat and Ditto caught up with the man. Crobat that can fly without a sound was not spotted by the trainer or Pokemon in the dark, even when they were only 5 meters away. Crobat and Ditto suddenly attacked the Fiero with the sludge bomb. Fiero and Steven were surprised by these 2 attacks and could not dodge them. Steven and Fiero were both injured and poisoned. Steven screamed loudly, "FCK! Why am I so unlucky? Fiero, fly quickly into the forest." Alex said coldly, "Crobat use mean look, and Ditto use sludge bomb again." Steven, who saw that he could no longer escape, shouted, "Mister, can you please stop attacking me? I give up." Alex said coldly, "Okay then. Come with me if you want to live." After saying that, he couldn't help but smile. Steven, who didn't understand why Alex suddenly smiled, had a bad feeling but couldn't do anything but nod. He followed Crobat to an open space to land. After Alex and Steven landed, Alex said, "Call your Fiero back." Steven didn't want to lose the small chance of survival and did what Alex said. Although he was sure that his probability of dying today was 99%, he didn't want to lose the 1% chance of surviving because he didn't try. Alex called Sizer out of his pokeball and held Steven down. Alex wanted to make sure he would not try anything stupid. After doing that, he asked coldly, "Why did you attack me?" Steven got nervous and said, "Promise not to kill me, and I'll tell you." Alex said coldly, "Okay, I will not kill you. But if you lie, you'll die a painful death." Steven didn't really believe Alex, but he didn't have a lot of options. He said, "Coincidentally, we are looking for trainers under elite ranks here to steal their money, items, and Pokemon. You were chosen as a target." Alex, who had already thought of that, said flatly, "Which organization are you from?" Steven said, "We're from the Cerulean City Arbok gang." Alex had never heard of this gang. He wasn't sure if Steven was lying or if it was a small gang in Kanto. He believed it was probably the latter. He said, Arbok gang? Who is your leader, and what is his strength?" Steven said, "I don't know the boss's real name. He calls himself Arbok. For his strength, it should be at least elite. I don't know more. I swear." Alex was 70% sure that Steven hadn't lied to him. He just wanted to know if he was specifically targeted or if it was just his bad luck. After he found this out, he had no interest in chasing this Arbok gang any further. He looked coldly at Steven and said, "Sizer, kill him." An angry yell of, "FCK, you liar," was the last thing Steven said when Sizer beheaded him. Alex, who saw that, still felt disgusted by the murder. Although this feeling was getting weaker, he couldn't completely suppress it. Although he doesn't like that feeling, he knew it would be stupid to send this man back alive so that the boss could chase him. Alex is not afraid because of Team Rocket's backing, but he shouldn't make enemies unnecessarily. Sizer looked at Alex and said sternly, "I thought you were an honest trainer. If you wanted to kill him, you could have just told him. Why do you have to lie to him?" Alex, who heard the logic from a Pokemon's perspective, couldn't help but laugh. He said with a smile, "I wasn't lying, Sizer. You killed him, not me." Sizer thought for a moment and said with a smile, "You're right. Sorry that I thought you were a liar." Alex knows that lying is a sign of weakness for Pokemon and said nothing further. He collected Steven's Pokeballs and the items he had. 10 Pokeballs. 5 Super Potion. 3 Antidotes. Moonstone. Lower quality. 10,500 Pokedollars. Fiero. LV24 Bronze. Raticate. LV28 Deep Bronze. These were the most valuable items that Steven owned. After he had collected all items, he looked for a place where he and his Pokemon can rest. After this exciting day, he and his Pokemon were exhausted. Just as Alex wanted to leave, he received the news from Crobat that several Pokemon were quickly coming in their direction. They were probably attracted by the smell of blood from the corpse. He got on Crobat and flew 50 meters above the corpse to see which Pokemons were running to this corpse. After 20 seconds, more Pokemon could be seen near the corpse. Alex saw a group of Pinsir, and he couldn't suppress his surprise when he saw their leader. Pokemon, Pinsir. LV. 42. Type Bug. Abilities. Hyper Cutter. Gender. Male. Potential. Deep Silver. Moves. Focus Energy. Vice Grip. Bind. Seismic Toss. Harden. Brick Break. X-Scissor. Submission. Swords Dance. Thrash. Innate Talent. Toxic. Innate Talent. Hyper Beam. E. Innate Talent. Substitutes. Alex was surprised to see an elite Pokemon here. Usually, strong Pokemon live in the deeper parts of the forest where there is more food. He flew for a while in the night on Crobat. With the help of Crobat, he looked for a safe place to sleep for him and his Pokemon. After 10 minutes, Crobat found a safe place. There was no Pokemon nearby, and the trees protect Alex from wind and rain. Early in the morning, Alex and his Pokemon sat down to have breakfast. After 30 minutes, Alex and his Pokemon continued into the forest in front of the mountain chain. Alex doesn't have to walk long until he comes out of the woods. Chapter 72. Alex noticed that the trees were getting fewer and fewer as he walked through the forest. He knew that he would soon be out of the forest of the mountain chain. After a few minutes, Alex suddenly saw a stony path that led through many small hills. He also saw from a distance that many rock-type Pokemon lived on this mountain. As far as Alex knows, rock and steel-type Pokemon can only feed on rocks and metals. For example, Sure Elden food consists of 80% valuable metal, steel, gold, etc. Alex and his Pokemon looked at the beautiful landscape as they walked along the traveling path. This path was relatively safe for trainers to cross because it was rare for Pokemon to appear here. Although it is not uncommon, it is one of the safest places on MT Moon. On the way to MT Moon Cave, Alex and his Pokemon met many Rock-type Pokemon. Most of the Rock-type Pokemon were not very strong, so they could never be a threat to Alex and his Pokemon. He used this time to train Ralts and Shirelden. Shirelden fought the weak Pokemon, 1019 LV, and Ralts fought the relatively stronger Pokemon, 2025 LV. Sometimes there were strong Rock-type Pokemon that were defeated by Ditto. Ditto, who can transform into Scizor, is not to be underestimated. Alex looked at the info of all attackers and caught all the silver Pokemon that attacked him. Although he could only capture 2 Pokemon, it was not a bad deal. He thought about catching the bronze Pokemon, but after a bit of thought, decided against it. 30 bronze Pokemon are worth as much as 1 silver Pokemon. Alex doesn't want to waste his space and time catching bronze Pokemon. Don't forget that you also have to heal these Pokemon even after you've defeated them. Although Ralts can heal other Pokemon, she can't do that very often, so he has to use Super Potion to heal those Pokemon. For Alex, who has another way of easily making money, he doesn't want to lose so much time to save a little money. Alex saw other trainers in the mountain area too. Of course, he ignored these trainers. As long as these trainers don't have any gold Pokemon to steal, these trainers are worthless to Alex. For Alex, only strong and talented trainers are worth making friends with. After 3 hours, Alex arrived in front of MT Moon Cave. MT Moon's cave has many different tunnels that are roughly divided into 2 groups: main tunnel and branch tunnels. The main tunnel is relatively safe and well illuminated. This tunnel leads directly towards Cerulean City. On the other hand, the branch tunnels are unexplored areas. You have to go on an unknown path that is entirely dark. But these branch tunnels also have a lot of treasure and valuable Pokemon, so there are always trainers who want to try their luck. Some people find valuable items and come out without a word, and some people go in but never come out. With countless branch tunnels, it's easy to get lost or run into a powerful Pokemon. One of the most unfortunate/infamous incidents is when a person went into the branch tunnel of MT Moon's cave and got lost for 2 months. When he ran out of food, he and his Pokemon had no choice but to eat the Zubat that attacked them. The problem was that Zubat hardly has any meat on its body to feed on. It is said that when they came out of the tunnel, the person looked like a living skeleton. And his Pokemon were on the verge of death like him too. After this happened, the Alliance began to urge the trainers not to rush into the unknown tunnel, and the steady stream of explorers going into branch tunnels gradually stopped. Of course, there were still some people who can't keep their greed under control. For these people, the Alliance said nothing. After all, can you suppress the freedom of these people? When Alex and his Pokemon entered the cave, they saw a halfway illuminated tunnel that had many branches that were embedded in the dark. Alex thought, these branch tunnels are pretty tempting. All the valuable items and Pokemon you can find are really seductive. But is it really worth the risk? I don't think so. I'm not that desperate in my life for some valuable items and Pokemon. The reward for the risk is just not worth it. Although with the help of Crobat, I don't have to worry about getting lost, I may meet a Pokemon that is far too strong for me and my Pokemon. It's pretty dangerous without Ralts's teleport. And if Ralts is not able to use teleport at that time somehow, then it would be troublesome. No matter how I see it, it's not worth it. Crobat led Alex and his Pokemon ahead as they walked down the main tunnel. Along the way, he and his Pokemon were sometimes attacked by weak Zubat, which Ralts defeated swiftly. After a few minutes, Alex and his Pokemon met an Onix. Pokemon: Onix. LV. 25. Type: Rock/Ground. Abilities: Rock Head. Gender: Male. Potential: Shallow Silver. Move: Bind, Harden, Rock Throw, Tackle, Stealth Rock, Rage, Screech, Dig, Slam. Innate Talent: Headbutt E. Alex said, Ralts use Will-O-Wisp and then Growl. Onix was crawling fast like a snake towards Ralts as she charged her move. When Onix was only a few meters from Ralts, he was hit by Ralts's move. Onix suddenly felt that his whole body was hot and that he was slowly and consistently getting weaker. Onix shouted loudly and used Headbutt against Ralts, who had just used Growl against him. Alex said, Protect and then Magical Leaf. Ralts and Onix fought each other for a bit before Onix could no longer withstand Ralts' attacks, who has tremendous terrible SP def. Alex went to Ralts, who was bleeding a lot, and healed her with Super Potion. He praised her and stroked her head as he healed her injuries. Although Ralts was not gravely injured, it was still the worst injury Ralts had ever suffered. Ralts, who could not use teleport in the cave due to lack of space, had no choice but to endure some attacks of the onyx. Ralts felt that Alex was very proud of her and found herself smiling like a little child. Suddenly she saw her whole body starting to glow. Ralts began to evolve. Alex, who saw this, immediately took out the Lugia scale that he had bought from Lisa and gave it to Ralts. He said with a smile, "Ralts, absorb the psychic power from this scale." Ralts nodded and began to absorb the psychic power from this scale. After 30 seconds, Ralts' body stopped glowing. Alex looked at Curlia's info and said with a smile, "Bullseye." Chapter 73. Pokemon. Curlia. LV. 27. Type. Psychic/Fairy. Abilities. Telepathy. Gender. Female. Potential. Shallow Gold. Moves. Growl, Confusion, Double Team, Teleport, Disarming Voice, Lucky Chant, Magical Leaf, Heal Pulse, Draining Kiss. Innate Talent, Disable E. Innate Talent, Calm Mind. Innate Talent, Dazzling Gleam. TM, Protect. TM, Shadow Ball. TM, Will-O-Wisp. TM, Thunderbolt. TM, Thunderwave. TM, Helping Hand. Curlia's evolution was a great success. Not only was Curlia able to increase her potential, but she also got 2 optimal innate talent moves. Having Calm Mind as an innate talent is like winning the jackpot. It's like Sizer gets Sword Dance as an innate talent move. As soon as this move reaches the expert rank, Ralts's SP stats will increase considerably. Dazzling Gleam is also a great move to have as an innate talent move. Not only does the move have a good attack power, but it also has a wide attack range. This move is much better in this world than in the game. With this wide attack range, Curlia can not only hit several enemies at once but also make it difficult for an individual enemy to evade the attack. Alex's original plan was to use Ditto as his 3rd Pokemon at the Kanto Rookie Tournament. But after Curlia got so strong, he decided to make her the 3rd member of the team. From the 16th onwards, there will be 3v/S3 Pokemon format battles at the Kanto Rookie Tournament. Ditto was Alex's 3rd choice before Ralts's evolution. Ditto is not very strong in 1v/S1, but Alex didn't have many other options. Alex, who now has 3 Shallow Gold at a relatively high level, felt the confidence to perform well in this tournament. He also had 17 days to train his Pokemon. He estimated that his team would have 2 Pokemon of at least LV35 and 1 Pokemon of LV30. While walking up the cave, Alex thought about which moves Curlia should train. After Alex and his Pokemon walked down the main tunnel for 1 hour, Crobat suddenly yelled, "2 people are coming our way from this branch." Alex looked curiously towards the branch tunnel to see which trainer dared to walk from there. Usually, only very strong trainers or very courageous trainers dare to enter the branch tunnels. After 20 seconds, a man in his 30s and a young man, the same age as Alex, came out from the branch tunnel. The man had a cold expression as he walked next to the young man like a bodyguard. Next to this one was a Macamp who protected him and the young man. The young man next to the man had light blue hair and a friendly expression on his face. Next to this young man was a silver Metong. When Alex saw this young man, he immediately thought of a person from the games. Stephen Stone, the son of the president of the Devon Corporation and the future champ of Hoenn. Alex looked at the info of 2 Pokemon. Pokemon, Macamp. LV. 51. Type. Fighting. Abilities. Guts. Gender. Male. Potential. Shallow Gold. Moves. Leer, Low Kick, Focus Energy, Bide, Seismic Toss, Karate Chop, Brick Break, Submission, Bulk Up E. Innate Talent. Light Screen E. Innate Talent. Rock Slide E. Innate Talent. Dig E. TM, Superpower E. TM, Earthquake. TM, Poison Jab. TM, Protect. TM, Facade. TM, Thunder Punch. Pokemon. Metong. Shiny. LV. 43. Type. Psychic/Steel. Abilities. Light Metal. Hidden Ability. Gender. Genderless. Potential. Shallow Diamond. Moves. Takedown E. Confusion. Magnet Rise. Metal Claw. Pursuit. Bullet Punch. Miracle Eye. Zen Headbutt. Scary Face. Psychic. Agility. Meteor Mash. Perfect Talent. Earthquake E. Perfect Talent. Rock Polish E. TM, Ice Punch. TM, Thunder Punch. TM, Light Screen. TM, Reflect. TM, Protect. TM, Sandstorm. TM, Facade. TM, Brick Break. TM, Rock Slide. TM, Psycho Cut. TM, Rest. Alex, who saw the potential of Metong, couldn't help but be jealous. It was already a Shallow Diamond and still had 1 evolution left. With the money that Steven has, he can definitely find items that can improve his potential to evolve. So this Metong was bound to become a diamond Pokemon in the future. He thought, is this the strength of the strongest Pokemon from the future champ? But Alex wasn't the only one who admired the Pokemon in front of him. Steven, who entered the main tunnel, saw a Shereldon that aroused his interest. Steven, who is very interested in rock and steel type Pokemon, couldn't help but look in the direction of this Shereldon. He's seen a lot of Shereldon, but none of them were this impressive. He had a lot of experience with rock and steel type Pokemon and was always relatively good at assessing the potential of such Pokemon, roughly. According to his assessment, this Shereldon had outstanding potential. And with the right training, it can even join his main team, top 6. Steven looked at Alex's other Pokemon and saw another Pokemon who he thought had high potential, Scizor. Although it had worse potential than Shereldon, it was still a Pokemon that most trainers would never own. He looked at Alex's other Pokemon but couldn't tell if these Pokemon had good potential. But he didn't think that these Pokemon had a much worse potential than the other two. Steven looked at Alex and realized that he was the same age as him. He was a bit surprised that a trainer his age had so many good Pokemon, especially when Alex does not come from a prosperous family. Steven knows all trainers in the same generation, and Alex was not from an upper-class family in Kanto. So Alex was probably a civilian trainer. Steven was very impressed by this. As a good businessman, he likes to make friends with other talented trainers. He calls it a potential investment. Steven walked towards Alex and said with a smile, "Hello, friend. I just happened to see your Pokemon, and I have to say that I'm very impressed. I have a Pokemon that has a similar LV to your Shereldon, and I wanted to ask if you are interested in a 1v/S1 match." Alex looked at Steven's radiant face with a bit of a surprise. Why is Steven talking to me? Has he seen Shereldon's potential? Is this Steven as nice a person as he is in the games? He probably saw Shereldon's potential and sees me as a trainer with good potential, so that he wants to have a match with me to have a connection. He is indeed a businessman's son. After thinking about it a bit, Alex agreed to Steven's request. Shereldon can benefit hugely from fighting a Pokemon owned by Steven. And Alex can also use this chance to try to make friends with Steven. Apart from the fact that Steven has a good character and would probably not betray Alex, having Steven as a friend will bring Alex many advantages. Chapter 74. Steven took a Pokeball out of his Pokebelt and threw it on the floor. A little Aaron appears in front of the Pokeball. Steven smiled and said, "This cute Pokemon is just 2 weeks old. It should be a good match for your Shereldon." Alex looked at the info from the Aaron. Pokemon. Aaron. LV. 13. Type. Rock/Steel. Abilities. Rock Head. Gender. Male. Potential. Gold. Move. Harden. Tackle. Mudslap. Headbutt. Metal Claw. Rock Tomb. Innate Talent. Rock Polish. Innate Talent. Sandstorm. Innate Talent. Protect. Alex, who saw Aaron's potential, couldn't help but become jealous. Gold potential with 2 further evolves that make it relative easy to bring this Pokemon to the Shallow Diamond. He had the feeling that Steven would have 5 Shallow Diamond, maybe, and 1 Diamond Pokemon as a team in the future. Alex, who realized this, wasn't surprised that Steven would become the champion of Hoenn with this team full of monsters. Shereldon and Aaron got ready for the match. 3.2.1. Go. Alex and Steven give their first order at the same time. Shereldon used Taunt. Aaron used Rock Polish. Both Pokemon tried to use their move as quickly as possible. Aaron managed to use Rock Polish before Shereldon managed to use Taunt, so that it managed to use Rock Polish once. Alex, who had already expected it, said, "Shereldon used Rock Polish twice." Steven saw that he had no choice but to attack Shereldon and said, "Aaron used Metal Claw 2 times. Shereldon, who uses Rock Polish now, had no choice but to refuel these attacks. Fortunately, Shereldon's defense is good enough that he was hardly harmed from this attack. Alex saw that Shereldon was done with the move Rock Polish and said with a smile, "Shereldon, keep your distance from Aaron and use Flamethrower." Shereldon, who was now much faster than Aaron, could now always keep a distance between the two. Steven, who saw that Aaron could no longer fight in hand-to-hand combat, said, "Aaron, use Mud Slap." Shereldon and Aaron traded attacks, both sustaining damage. Aaron suffered more damage than Shereldon in the exchange because of his SP def was much worse than Shereldon's. The problem was that Shereldon had a lot of dust on his face, which made it a bit difficult for him to hit Aaron. Alex knew that it was not optimal but had no other attack possibilities, so that he only let Shereldon continue to use flamethrowers. He hoped that he wasn't so unlucky that Shereldon often missed his attack. After 3 minutes of intense fighting, The fight was over. Sheldon could hit and defeat Aaron with his most attacks. Sheldon won, but he suffered a lot of damage and probably couldn't hold out much longer. Stephen brought out a max potion and healed his Aaron. Aaron woke up immediately with the help of this excellent healing. He looked at Stephen with a sad expression as he thought of his defeat. Stephen, who saw this, said with a smile, "Aaron, don't be sad that you lost. Everyone loses. As long as you are stronger next time than now, I don't think you will lose again. I'm proud of you for how brave you fought." Alex looked at this and thought, he looks like a friendly person. At least his Pokemon. Though he's really ridiculously rich. He uses a max potion directly to heal his Pokemon if a super potion would have been enough for those injuries. Waste 5,000 Poke Dollars just like that. Even I feel pain for such wasting. Stephen, who has perked up his Pokemon, goes with his hand out towards Alex. He said, "Congratulations on winning. Your Sheldon is really strong. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Stephen Stone, nice to meet you." Alex shook Stephen's hand and said with a smile, "Thank you, Stephen, but the victory had more to do with luck than with ability. My name is Alex. I'm happy to meet you." Stephen smiled at Alex and said, "Alex, you don't have to be humble. Your Sheldon deserved victory. Do you happen to be going in the direction of Cerulean City? Maybe we can go there together and talk about Pokemon training." Alex, who was waiting for such a chance, nodded with a smile. The two trainers and Stephen bodyguard went through the main tunnel. Alex and Stephen talked about all the possible training methods they can use to train their Pokemon. Alex learned a lot from sharing with Stephen. Stephen also showed Alex which stones he found in this cave. Alex looked especially at the two stones that look very familiar to him. For Alex, these two stones look similar to the Dome Fossil and Helix Fossil of the games. He is 90% sure that these two stones are these fossils. He said to Stephen with a smile, "Stephen, I know a bit about stones to be able to tell you that these two stone fossils of two extinct Pokemon. To be precise, they are the Pokemon, Omanite, and Kabuto. There are two types of fossil Pokemon in this world. 1. The normal fossil Pokemon that is born in this world. 2. The fossil Pokemon that has been revived from a fossil. The second type of fossil Pokemon has the highest potential and strength but is hard to come by. The trainers who own such a fossil Pokemon can be counted on one hand. While the reason why the second type of fossil Pokemon is much stronger is not clear, it is undeniable that they are better versions of fossil Pokemon." Alex heard that none of the resurrected fossil Pokemon has any less talent than S talent, gold. Although this is just a rumor, it is a temptation for Pokemon trainers. The problem is that not only do you have a complete fossil of this Pokemon, but you also have to build a special machine to revive it. Alex had no problem giving Stephen this valuable information because he can judge Stephen's character well. He thinks Stephen would make up for this information well. Then buying it for the fossils from Stephen and then using it himself was not a good option for Alex. He can't really do much with these fossils, unlike Stephen, who had enough money to develop a machine to revive these Pokemon. Alex thinks it's better for him that Stephen owes him what? Such a favor can be very useful to him. Stephen had a surprised expression on his face when he heard this. He said with a smile, "Really, the Pokemon Omanite and Kabuto? If that's really the case, these stones are priceless. I heard that a man once developed a machine with which one can bring these fossils to life. I've been looking for such fossils for a long time." The bodyguard who overheard this conversation said coldly, "Young master, are you sure this trainer is telling you the truth?" Stephen stopped smiling for a moment and said, "Alex, how sure are you about yourself?" Alex looked at Stephen briefly and said, 99% sure. But I can understand why you don't believe me, but that's the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ignore what I said." Stephen heard Alex's words and started smiling again. He said, "Alex, of course, I believe you. I just wanted to make sure you're sure." Alex didn't think so, but he still smiled softly. Chapter 75. After Alex and Stephen left MT Moon Cave, they went their separate ways. Alex and Stephen got along well and exchanged their contact details before their path parted away. Alex, who had come from MT Moon Cave, saw a big city in the distance. Cerulean City was a big and vibrant city with strange gym leaders. The gym leaders of Cerulean City is not Misty, but the sensational sisters, Daisy, Violet, and Lily. Alex heard that the mother of Misty and her sisters died a couple of months ago, so it is not yet decided who will be the new gym leader of Cerulean City. The Alliance recognized the talent of the four sisters and did not deprive them of their rights as the new gym leader of Cerulean City as long as they made excellent progress within 1 year. Alex and his Pokemon were slowly walking down MT Moon Mountain as they were walking down the path to Cerulean City. This path was relatively safe for trainers because hardly any strong Pokemon appears on this path. Alex had Sheldon fight these weak Pokemon to train him a little bit. After 1 hour, Alex and his Pokemon arrived. Alex noticed that it wasn't getting dark yet and immediately went to the black market of Cerulean City to buy all the silver Pokemon he could find there. He doesn't want to miss such a natural opportunity to earn money. As Team Rocket Captain, Alex can easily see on his TRH device where the entrance to the black market is. Every black market has different ways of getting in and out, which are not easy to find if you are not from a criminal organization. Alex followed his TRH device that leads to a cave outside the city. This cave was hidden in the middle of the forest and was not easy to find if you don't know where exactly it is and how to reach there. He saw 20 Zubat and 10 Golbat hanging on the ceiling in the cave and watching him with a cold expression. Alex, who looked at the info of these Pokemon, noticed that the horde of Pokemon was not weak. The Zubat were between LV 1325, and the Golbat were between LV 2236. If Alex were to enter this cave by force, he would probably be defeated with the collected power of these Pokemon. 30V/S5 Pokemon is no joke. Alex took out the Team Rocket Captain uniform and put it on. The Zubat and Golbat in the cave saw Alex in uniform and began to ignore Alex. This cave is a special entrance for Team Rocket members who want to enter the black market. Alex and his Pokemon entered the cave and walked for a few minutes. Fortunately, the cave was lightly lit so that Alex didn't have to move in the dark. After a few minutes, Alex saw this cave end with a door and a guard. The guard at the door had a bored expression on his face and was wearing a Team Rocket Elite member uniform. The guard saw that Alex was a Team Rocket captain and woke up immediately. He saluted Alex and immediately opened the door for Alex. Alex, who felt respect and fear from this man, realized how it feels being a Team Rocket captain compared to a Team Rocket member. He entered the black market of Cerulean City and looked for valuable Pokemon in the black market. Alex walked around for a relatively large black market for 1 hour and bought every silver Pokemon he could find. He didn't forget to change his clothes and face in between shopping to not attract any attention. He had already looked at 70% of the Pokemon on this black market and found 14 silver Pokemon among them. When he was just looking at another Pokemon, he was completely surprised by what he saw. Pokemon. Butterfree. LV. 23. Type. Bug/flying. Abilities. Compound eyes. Gender. Female. Potential. Shallow gold. Moves. Tackle, String Shot, Harden, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Psybeam, Supersonic, Quiver Dance. Innate Talent, Rest. Innate Talent, Toxic. Innate Talent, Dream Eater. Alex, who saw the innate talent moves, couldn't help but be disappointed. The fact that the Pokemon with shallow gold potential had such inadequate innate talent moves was just plain sad. He thought, even though it has poor innate talent moves, it's still a shallow gold Pokemon. But the Pokemon species is a little too weak for my taste. It just has too many disadvantages to train. I prefer to sell it. I already have an idea of how I can make the most out of these Pokemon. Alex went to the stand and bought this Pokemon for 10,000 Poke Dollars. The trainer who saw that Alex was ready to spend so much for a Butterfree couldn't help but laugh inwardly. When he took the money from Alex, he couldn't help but think, I'm lucky that I got such an idiot as a customer. He was willing to pay 5 times as much for a Pokemon. What an idiot. If Alex knew what this man was thinking, he would probably look at him with a disdainful look. That idiot just lost his chance to make 8 million Poke Dollars. As talent, gold, Pokemon are relatively difficult to buy and always cost at least 5 million Poke Dollars. Oftentimes they are only found and sold at auction by big criminal organizations. Even the weakest Pokemon species are sold for at least 5 million Poke Dollars. And if a strong Pokemon species like Dragon Pokemon are being sold, the price can go up 100 times. Of course, as talent Dragon Pokemon are rarely sold by other trainers, so it appears in an auction at most every 3 years. Chapter 76. Alex sat in an expensive hotel in Cerulean City to rest. He took out his TRH device and called Lisa with it. After a few seconds, Lisa answered the call. Lisa. Alex, what is it? Why are you calling me today? Alex heard Lisa's annoyed tone and said, Executive Lisa, I'm sorry if I bothered you, but I wanted to suggest a deal to you. Lisa. A deal? Okay, you have my interest. What is it that you want to make a trade with me? Alex. One of the S-talent Pokemon. Lisa. What really? Which Pokemon? And what do you want for this Pokemon? Alex. I have an S-talent Butterfree, which is at level 22. As for the exchange, I want 150 liters of Lugia blood and 50 Lugia scales with psychic power. Lisa. What, so much? You have to know that Lugia can't just make Lugia scales with psychic power. If Lugia makes a scale with psychic powers, she can't train any more psychic moves for the rest of the day. It's similar to that of the blood. Her body is weakened when I take 3 liters of blood so that she cannot do any physical training for the whole day. If I sell you that, Lugia will hardly be able to train for 50 days. Alex. Yes, but you will have one more S-talent Pokemon. The only reason why I am completely ready to accept this exchange is that it is a win-win situation. With this amount, there is a good chance that I can improve Kirlia and Crobat's potential. If it works, I will have exchanged 1 Stalent Pokemon for 2 S-talent Pokemon. What do you think of this deal? Lisa thought for a few seconds and couldn't suppress the attraction of an S-talent Pokemon. As the weakest Team Rocket executive, she needed more talented and powerful Pokemon. She only has Lugia as an SS talent Pokemon. The rest are A-talent Pokemon. She knows that if she only has one good Pokemon, even if it's quite strong, she won't get very far. 6 Stalent Pokemon against 1 SS talent is ordinarily not a close battle. She recognized that this deal was already very beneficial and said, "Okay. I will send you 3 liters of blood and a scale over the TRH device for the next 50 days. Alex, who heard this, couldn't help but grin. He said, "Thank you very much, Executive Lisa. Can I send you the Pokemon over the TRH device?" Lisa, yes, but it needs to be approved by a Team Rocket executive in order to do it. And I have already unlocked your device. Alex saw how his TRH device had a new option on the screen. He used it quickly and sent the butter free to Lisa. A few seconds later, Alex got a message from the TRH device that Lisa had sent items and that it had to be confirmed. Alex confirmed the message, and a few seconds later, a large blood bag and a scale with a purple tinge appeared in front of Alex. Crobat saw the blood bag in Alex's hand and couldn't help but show an excited expression. Alex hoped the Crobat and Kirlia could increase their potential by absorbing these items for the next 50 days. Of course, Alex knows how difficult it is to increase the potential of a Pokemon. Thus he was not sure that it will work for 100%. Alex wasn't thinking about raising the potential of only Kirlia and Crobat. He had already thought about how he could get valuable items for Shereldon and Sizer. With the help of Steven Stone, Alex would have no problem getting valuable items for Rock and Steel-type Pokemon. Steven Stone would soon ascertain that Alex hadn't lied and probably will thank Alex for his help. He will use that chance to buy valuable items from Steven Stone. The only Pokemon where Alex still had no way to improve his potential was Ditto. But he was sure that it won't be long before he can find or buy valuable items for Ditto. Alex wanted to bring Ditto's potential to shallow gold, at least. Alex and his Pokemon had breakfast together again. Alex's all Pokemon eat high-quality and delicious Pokemon food, so the atmosphere at breakfast is always good. Of course, Crobat and Sizer are very proud Pokemon who have an indifferent expression during breakfast. Only Kirlia knows that Crobat and Sizer secretly enjoy this time with the family. Alex had planned to stay in Cerulean City for 2 days to sell the 14 silver Pokemon here. He didn't want to miss the chance to make so much money. Later that day, when Alex was training his Pokemon, he got a call from Steven Stone. Steven, hey, am I talking to Alex? Alex, hey Steven. Why are you calling me so late? Steven couldn't suppress his excited voice when he said, Alex, you were right. The 2 stones were really fossils of Omanite and Kabuto. If you hadn't told me that they were fossils, I would probably not have the 2 stones in a laboratory. They also found out that these fossils are intact, and there is a chance to bring these Pokemon back to life. Alex thought, you would have discovered it yourself at some point. Steven kept talking about the fossils until he spoke something that Alex had been waiting for. He said, Alex, I can't thank you enough. If you need any help with Pokemon, I will do my best to help you. Alex smiled and said, really? Thank you, Steven. I really need your help with this one thing. I have raised enough money to buy valuable items that can increase the potential for Shereldon and Sizer. But I couldn't find any valuable items for Rock and Steel-type Pokemon that meet my requirements. So I was hoping that you can sell me some high-quality items. Steven, no problem Alex. I have exactly the right items you need. I will send them over to you today. Are you still in Cerulean City? Alex, yes, I'm at the Sapphire Hotel. Steven, okay, I'll have the things brought to you in 1 hour. Besides, you don't have to pay for them. See it as a thank you for the tip with the fossil. Alex, thanks Steven, for the help. But I really have enough money to pay for these items. Stephen laughed and said, "Haha, Alex. You want to give me your money? Don't worry, I'm not short on money. Besides, these fossils are worth a lot more than the items that I am sending you. Don't worry, I am not losing anything." Alex smiled and said, "Okay, thanks for the help, Stephen. You are a good friend." Stephen smiled too and said, "No problem, Alex." Chapter 77. An hour after the conversation between Alex and Stephen ended, Alex heard a knock on his door. He opened the door and saw Stephen's bodyguard standing in front of him. He looked at Alex and said, "Hello, I'm Stephen Stone's bodyguard. I'm supposed to deliver these items to you." Alex saw him taking out a Pokédex and knew what the man wanted to do. The Pokédex and the TRH device have almost the same functions. This means that the Pokédex can also store items. The man entered Alex's room, and 2 big boxes appeared in Alex's room. The boxes were quite large and had a height similar to that of Alex. Also, when Alex tried to lift the box, he noticed that these boxes were quite hefty. The man said, "Okay, I'm done with my job. I wish you a nice day. Also, I wanted to apologize for what I said about you last time." Alex knew that he now had a different position as Steve's friend. He said, "It's okay. I can understand why you would be skeptical of trainers whom you just came across." The man smiled with a nod and said goodbye. Alex, who said goodbye to the bodyguard, opened one of the 2 boxes. This large box contained 30 individual pieces of steel and 2 lances. There was also a piece of paper attached to the lances. He took a closer look at the 2 lances and realized that these lances came from the Pokémon Escavalier. Alex took the piece of paper and read it. Lances from an S-Talent Escavalier at the champion rank. Also, steel from the same Escavalier. Alex could not help but hold his breath. The champion rank Pokémon is no joke. Only the Pokémon who are at level 60 or higher is considered as champion rank Pokémon. Although champion rank Pokémon is an unattainable rank for normal trainers, it is a minimum for the Elite Four and the champion of the region. Even the weakest Elite Four trainers have at least 3 champion rank Pokémon. In addition, every champion of the region have at least 6 champion rank Pokémon. Every trainer who has 3 champion rank Pokémon is called a champion trainer. There aren't many champion trainers in the Pokémon world, but each of those trainers is considered a one-man army. Getting the corpse of such a Pokémon is extremely difficult. Alex couldn't help but get excited about these items. Sizer saw Escavalier's lances and couldn't help but look greedily at them. He suppressed his instinct to eat these lances. Sizer, who is now a steel-type Pokémon, can eat steel without any difficulty. Alex, who saw this, was curious to see if Sizer will increase his potential when he eats these lances. He said, "Sizer, you can eat these lances." Sizer had a joyful expression when he found that he can consume these lances. Alex was shocked at how sharp Sizer's teeth are as he chewed on the steel of the lances like chewing gum. Maybe these lances would be harder to eat if they were still attached to an alive Pokémon. I read that the body of a Pokémon becomes a good deal softer after it dies. Sizer was enjoying this delicious meal when he felt his body getting stronger and stronger. When Sizer finished eating and digested both lances, Alex looked at Sizer's information again. Pokémon. Sizer. LV. 34. Type. Bug/Steel. Abilities. Technician. Gender. Male. Potential. Shallow Gold. Moves. Leer. Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Double Team, Feint, Fury Cutter, Wing Attack, Agility, Slash, Razor Wind. Innate Talent, Roost, E. Innate Talent, Metal Claw. Innate Talent, Brick Break. TM, Protect, TM, Toxic, TM, Thief, TM, Facade, TM, Giga Impact, TM, U-Turn. Alex saw that Sizer could not successfully improve his potential and couldn't help but scream out loud, "FCK. Are you kidding with me? A corpse of an S-Talent Escavalier on the champion rank is not enough? It is really more arduous to improve the potential of a gold Pokémon than of a silver Pokémon. Maybe when Sizer eats 30 pieces of steel, he can improve his potential. Of course, it is more effective if he eats only 1 piece of steel per day so that he can absorb the energy of the piece of steel entirely. I hope that at least these 30 pieces of steel would be enough to improve his potential." Alex suppressed his disappointed expression and opened the other box. The box was a little different from the other box. This box contained 30 steel and 30 rock pieces. Also, it had a big gray steel plate with a piece of paper. Alex read the piece of paper. Steel plate from an S-Talent Agron on the champion rank. Also, steel and rock from this Agron. Looking the items that couldn't imagine to have so easily and so soon in such large quantity, Alex thought that he made the right decision to give Stephen a favor. Stephen, who can get such valuable items so effortlessly, is a really precious friend to have. Without Stephen, Alex may have to search for these items for months before he has a chance to find them. And that doesn't mean he would be able to get them so easily in such high quantity. Not to mention, this was free for him. He looked in the direction of Shereldon when he thought, maybe if Shereldon eats the big gray steel plate shortly before he evolves, he can reach deep gold. Though probably not. The difficulty of getting a Pokemon from shallow gold to deep gold is not that easy to overcome. Ha ha ha. I'm getting so greedy. I'm no longer satisfied with a gold rank Pokemon now. Alex stored the items in his TRH device as he continued to train his Pokemon. He had now more and more self-confidence to get a high rank in this tournament. With a little luck, I might even win it. Though Alex soon started laughing at his own thought. Chapter 78. A young man with a Kirlia next to him was slowly walking down the streets of Celadon City. This young man suddenly saw a red cap that looked familiar to him. He looked at this red cap for a few seconds before buying it for 10 poke dollars. When he wore the red cap, the young man felt like he suddenly became a lot cooler. Kirlia looked at her trainer, who was so happy to wear a boring red cap, and was confused. The cap doesn't look particularly good or cool to her. It's just a red cap. Of course, the young man who bought this red cap was Alex, who came to Celadon City 14 days ago. He used Crobat as a flying mount to get from Cerulean City to Celadon City comfortably. Alex flew over a forest that could not be entered in the games and was only seen from the map. In this world, there are no limits so that Alex can theoretically enter this forest if he wants to. Alex was curious about this forest at the beginning and wanted to cross this forest on foot, but when he found out more and more about this forest, he decided against it. This forest is called the Royal Forest and has a lot of valuable items/Pokemon that are sought out by all trainers. As the name of the forest suggests, you can find and catch the 3 royal Pokemon of Kanto from here. The 3 royal Pokemon of Kanto are, of course, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander. Each region has 3 royal Pokemon who have this name because of their roots to noble trainers who often owned one of the 3 royal Pokemon. But this is not the main reason these Pokemon are called that. The main reason is that every royal Pokemon has a minimum of A talent, and no royal Pokemon has ever been found with a lower potential than that. That makes each of these Pokemon particularly valuable and popular among trainers. So why did Alex fly over this forest that has so many valuable items and Pokemon? The reason was simple. The Royal Forest has another name. The Trainer Grave. All those trainers who enter this forest don't come out of it alive or unscathed. Even elite trainers are not safe in this forest. Alex, who knows this, is not arrogant enough to think that he can safely get through this forest because he has a Pokemon with teleport. He knows that he's not the only trainer who has a Pokemon that can use teleport. If such trainers can frequently die in this forest, it shows that Alex's escape plan may not work well in this forest. He looked for information on why and how these trainers died, but couldn't find anything in particular. Most of the trainers appeared to have been killed by surprise attacks. Even elite trainers had the same fate. Alex, who did not have enough information about this forest, would of course not try to enter this forest out of greed. Maybe when he is more powerful and knows more about this forest, he will come to this forest. Alex was having dinner with his Pokemon in an expensive hotel for trainers in Celadon City. The next day would be the registration day for trainers who want to take part in the Kanto Rookie Tournament, which was going to start in 3 days. Alex's Pokemon have trained hard to get a little stronger before this tournament. Alex was quite contented with the results. Pokemon. Crobat. LV. 35. Type. Poison/Flying. Abilities. Inner Focus. Gender. Male. Potential. Shallow Gold. Moves. Absorb, Supersonic, Astonish, Bite, Wing Attack, Confuse Ray, Swift, Haze, Leech Life, Mean Look. Innate Talent. Shadow Ball, E. Innate Talent. Fly, E. Innate Talent. Cross Poison. TM, Protect, TM, Toxic, TM, Sludge Bomb, TM, Facade, TM, Taunt. Pokemon. Sizer. LV. 35. Type. Bug/Steel. Abilities. Technician. Gender. Male. Potential. Gold. Moves. Leer, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Double Team, Feint, Fury Cutter, Wing Attack, Agility, Slash, Razor Wind. Innate Talent. Roost, E. Innate Talent. Metal Claw, E. Innate Talent. Brick Break. TM, Protect, TM, Toxic, TM, Thief, TM, Facade, TM, Giga Impact, TM, U-Turn. Pokemon. Kirlia. LV. 30. Type. Psychic/Fairy. Abilities. Telepathy. Gender. Female. Potential. Shallow Gold. Move. Growl, Confusion, Double Team, Teleport, Disarming Voice, Lucky Chant, Magical Leaf, Heal Pulse, Draining Kiss, Psychic. Innate Talent, Disable E. Innate Talent. Calm Mind E. Innate Talent, Dazzling Gleam. TM, Protect, TM, Shadow Ball, TM, Will-O-Wisp, TM, Thunderbolt, TM, Thunderwave, TM, Helping Hand. Pokemon. Ditto. LV. 32. Type. Normal. Abilities. Imposter. Hidden Ability. Gender. Genderless. Potential. Shallow Silver. Move. Innate Talent. Transform E. Pokemon. Shereldon. LV. 21. Type. Rock/Steel. Abilities. Sturdy. Gender. Male. Potential. Shallow Gold. Move. Protect, Tackle, Taunt, Metal Sound, Takedown, Iron Defense. Innate Talent. Rock Polish E. Innate Talent. Sleep Talk. Innate Talent. Flamethrower. A lot had happened in these 14 days. Alex, who was now closer to becoming rich, still a long way to go, didn't skip on training equipment and training items like Energy Root and thus managed to make training more effective. Alex spent 70,000 poke dollars in 14 days on training equipment and training items alone. Although it doesn't look like much because Alex has so much money, it is a ridiculous amount for normal and even rich trainers for just 14 days. Maybe, only the true rich trainers like Steven Stone would have higher expenses in 14 days than Alex. But Alex didn't regret spending so much money to make his Pokemon faster. Alex would even pay 10,000 poke dollars per day for a few % faster growth. Alex, who is now on the land of this new world, knows how strength is much more important than money. If you are strong enough, you can get money easily. But if you are rich, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are strong. In these 12 days, Alex trained the body of the Pokemon and a move for each Pokemon. Because Alex knew that he only had time to get one move per Pokemon to the expert rank, he decided to train each of his Pokemon's most important move for 14 days. In this world, most of the trainers usually train the body of the Pokemon much more than the move's mastery. Although this is not necessarily wrong, Alex thinks that it is relatively ineffective to train his Pokemon like this. For Alex, the Pokemon body training is the base for all other types of Pokemon training. For example, if you're training punches from a battle Pokemon, each move of punches will do a little more damage. The move that Alex chose for his Pokemon are Crobat, Fly, Kirlia, Calm Mind, Sizer, Metal Claw, Shereldon, Rock Polish, Ditto, LOL. Not only had the move's mastery improved these last days, but also the potential of a Pokemon. Sizer, who now eats the steel from the Escavalier every day, was able to successfully increase his potential in 11 days. This showed that the Escavalier's lances were not completely useless, and made it easier for Sizer to increase his potential. Compared to him, Crobat, who drinks the blood of Lugia every day, showed no signs of increasing his potential. Chapter 79. Alex noticed how much easier it was to increase the potential of a Pokemon during their evolution. He could not help but wistfully think of Zubat's first evolution. If Alex had better items back then, Crobat might also have reached gold potential by now. He felt a little guilty about wasting Crobat's potential. Although he didn't have any good Pokemon items at that point, he couldn't hold back this feeling. Alex knows that poor trainers often dispose of their first Pokemon when they find a better Pokemon. For example, a poor trainer's first Pokemon is usually a normal potential Pokemon that he trains for months. After this poor trainer has trained his normal potential Pokemon to sufficient strength, this trainer will find many ways to buy and catch Pokemon with bronze or even silver potential, with luck. After this poor trainer has more and more Pokemon that have much better potential than his starter Pokemon, he'll often throw away his starter Pokemon like trash. Although cruel, it is often the case with most Pokemon trainers. These trainers see Pokemon only as tools that can be replaced at any time. Alex, who sees his Pokemon as a family, despises such trainers very much. He doubts that the really strong trainers would treat their Pokemon that way. Even Giovanni from Team Rocket treats his Pokemon very well. As you can easily see that he will Mega Evolve his starter Pokemon Beedrill in the future. This shows that he and his Pokemon have a special connection. Celadon's City Arena. Alex walked to the registration office for contestants from the hotel where he stayed over. He only had to walk a few minutes before he saw a line in front of the registration office. More than 30 trainers lined up in a row and waited for their turn. Alex noticed that even if the line was a bit long, it only took 50 to 70 seconds before the next person's turn came. So Alex didn't have to wait long before his turn came. After 40 minutes, it was Alex's turn to move in front of the registration office. A beautiful woman around 30 years old looked at Alex and said with a smile, "Hello, please give me your ID card." Alex, who knew that only Alliance trainers can take part in this tournament, gave this woman his ID card. The woman put the card on the scanner for a second before handing it back to Alex. She said with a smile, "Do you want a normal registration or the seed spot registration?" Trainers who register for this tournament have two different types of registration. With normal registration, you can take part in the tournament free of charge. To register as seed spot, the trainer has to meet two requirements. 1. His/her 3 Pokemon must have an average level of 30. 2. She has to pay a fee of 1,000 Poke Dollars. But the trainer who registers this way has a great advantage. Seed participants will not fight against other seed participants in the preliminary round. And because almost all the strong participants are seed participants, you won't have to worry about strong opponent in the preliminary round. Although it is not suitable for normal trainers, this rule makes sense for Alex. If there wasn't such an option, the two strongest trainers in the tournament could end up against each other in the preliminary round due to bad luck. With this option, the strongest trainers will only meet in later rounds of the tournament. Alex said, "I want to register for the seed place." The woman looked at Alex and said, "Okay, please put your 3 Pokemon that are going to participate in the tournament on this machine." Alex put the Pokeballs of Crobat, Sizer, and Curlia on the machine. This machine looked similar to the one from the Poke Center. The beautiful woman looked on the screen with Alex's Pokemon's data and said with a smile, "Good, your Pokemon's average level is LV 33.33. You are entitled to get a seed place. Here is your participant number. If you have any questions about the rules or the schedule of the tournament, you can visit our website for the Kanto Rookie Tournament. I wish you a nice day." Alex took the participant number that showed the number 68 and made way for the next person. He looked thoughtfully at this machine as he left. He had read on the internet that this machine can not only discover the level of a Pokemon but also whether the Pokemon is from this train or not. How exactly does this machine know who is the trainer of a certain Pokemon? How exactly is it determined that a Pokemon is of the trainers and not of someone else? No matter how I think about it, there is no logical answer to it. Well, at least the participants cannot cheat due to this machine by competing with a strong Pokemon of another trainer. Alex sat down at a quiet restaurant and ordered something to eat. While waiting for his meal, he took out his TRH device and opened the page of the Kanto Rookie Tournament. Alex looked at the website and looked at the rules. 1. The participants and the participants' Pokemon are forbidden to attack other participants. 2. Pokemon are forbidden to kill or mutilate other Pokemon. 3. Participants are prohibited from using other Pokemon than they have registered. 4. If a Pokemon passes out or if the trainer of the Pokemon gives up, that Pokemon will be considered lost. Alex skipped the obvious rules. No need to list all the logical rules. 15. In the preliminary round, the participants will fight 1v/S1. When there are only 64 participants left, 2v/S2 fights will be used as the format. The format 3v/S3 will be used for the round of top 16. 16. Items or held items are prohibited for use. 17. The participant may change his Pokemon only once per battle. 18. The Pokemon of both participants may not go deeper than 5 meters under the ground or fly over 15 meters permanently. Also, the participants or the Pokemon are not allowed to leave the battle arena during battle. After Alex had gone through the rules and eaten his food, he went to the hotel to prepare his Pokemon for the tournament that will start in 2 days. Chapter 80. 2 days later. Alex opened the website of the Kanto Rookie Tournament on the TRH device. He clicked on the tournament tree to see if the details of his battle today. Registration ended yesterday, so the tournament tree was now visible to all participants. Alex was surprised to find that there were more than 500 participants in this tournament. But he had to admit that this tournament was really tempting for rookie trainers of Kanto. You can register for free, and if you manage to get into the top 64, you can win valuable items. He went to the tournament tree to see who he has to fight today. Contestant number 487. Pokemon, Doduo LV20, Doduo LV22, Pidgeotto LV20. Alex saw that even Sheldon can defeat the strongest Pokemon and was a bit disappointed. Although it is good to have a weak opponent, It will hardly help Curlia gain strength if she defeats such a weak opponent. Celadon City Arena. Alex sat in the waiting room for the participants for the F block and waited for his turn. After half an hour, Alex saw his number on the screen. He went in the direction of the F block arena with his participant number and ID card. As he entered the arena, he saw several trainers fighting in different blocks. The Celadon City Arena was humongous and was surrounded by numerous spectator seats. Imagine a football stadium. Alex looked around curiously when he entered this arena. Although the spectator seats are empty because the tournament has not yet started, this arena was really spectacular. He knew that the tournament will officially begin only in 2 days with 64 participants. When he went to the F block, he immediately saw the F block referee standing by the battlefield. The referee was a young man with blonde hair. Alex greeted him and showed him his participant number and ID card. The referee checked Alex's identity and confirmed his presence. If the participant does not manage to get into this arena within 15 minutes, the participant will lose the fight. After just a few minutes, Alex saw a youthful child who looked like a 13-year-old kid. The expression of this child was very nervous when he showed the referee his ID and participant number. This child also seemed to know the strength of Alex's Pokemon. Thus he hardly had any hope of winning this fight. He just hoped this fight could give his Pokemon a good experience. The blonde referee made a hand gesture to indicate that both participants should call out their Pokemon. Alex took the Pokeball and called out Curlia on the battlefield. The child did the same.
Pokémon Doduo.
LV 22. Type: normal/flying. Abilities: early bird. Gender: female. Potential: deep bronze. Move: growl, peck, quick attack, rage, fury attack, agility. TM: protect. The referee said, "Both trainers ready? Okay. 3, 2, 1, go." Alex looked at the child when he said emotionlessly, "Calm mind and teleport as soon as he tries to attack you." The child said at the same time with a nervous voice, "Doduo, use agility." After only a few seconds, Curlia had used calm mind, while Doduo was still trying to use agility quickly. Alex saw how long this Doduo took and said, "Curlia, use psychic and end this fight." The kid screamed loudly, "Doduo, use quick attack to evade." Alex, who heard this, couldn't help but look at this child with an appreciative look. Although this kid wasn't strong, he was not really weak for a rookie trainer. You can even say that he was very talented for a trainer his age. He also understands how to make decisions instantly and make most of his situation in order to have a chance to win this fight. Unfortunately, you are too weak to have a chance, thought Alex when he saw how Doduo couldn't dodge Curlia's attack with quick attack. Doduo, who had a terrible HP and SP def stat of 35, passed out immediately. The referee shouted, "Participant 487 Pokemon passed out. Participant 68 won this round." The child saw how easily his Pokemon was defeated and suppressed his grief as he healed his Pokemon with a potion. Alex, who saw, knew that this child does not have a lot of money, so he can only use potion even though it is not ideal for such an injury. The kid has really good potential. It's a shame that he hardly has any money to utilize his potential. Later, I would need talented subordinates whom I can trust. This child can be a useful subordinate in the future. But I have to become friends with him first before I can decide whether he is a good option or not. Alex quickly put on his friendly face as he walked in the direction of the child. The child looked at Alex with a confused expression as he was walking in his direction. Alex said with a friendly smile, "Hey kid. Nice fight. My name is Alex, and I was really impressed with your talent in this fight." The kid looked at Alex to determine if Alex was serious about what he just said. It sounded very ridiculous to him when his Pokemon couldn't even take on a single attack. Even though he knew that his Pokemon was stronger than that and that his Pokemon had good talent, he wasn't entirely sure if Alex was being earnest with the compliment. When he saw that Alex's tone wasn't that of mocking, he said, "Oh, thank you. My name is Fran, and this is my first time in a tournament." Alex and Fran talked to each other as they left the arena to make room for the next participants. By talking to Fran, Alex was able to roughly understand Fran's circumstances. Fran's mother and father were regular Alliance members and not trainers. So Fran became the first Alliance trainer of his family. Even though Fran's family wasn't rich, they could just about afford to finance Fran's dream. After the conversation, Alex and Fran exchanged contacts and went their separate ways. For Alex, Fran was not an ideal subordinate because he was still too friendly and had too many goodwills for the Alliance. He also had a family that could influence him. Fran wasn't talented enough for Alex to ignore the drawbacks. Alex went to a restaurant near the Celadon City Arena for something to eat. After 2 hours, Alex had his next fight. As far as he knows, he must win 2 more rounds in order to enter the top 64.